Imagine swinging a sword thousands of times a day, not to train your arms, but to literally level up your soul. That's Su Yang's reality. A transmigrator in a brutal cultivation world, armed with nothing but a rusty panel that rewards him for every precise strike. While others chase secret manuals and rare treasures, he builds his strength one swing at a time, until his sword Intent alone can split stone and rival seasoned masters. But power doesn't bring peace. In Pingshan City, the corruptly family rules unchecked, crushing commoners, stealing land, and silencing anyone who dares to resist. When fate drops a mission before Su Yang, Judge Li Ming, the tyrant heir, he doesn't hesitate. Sword in hand, he declares war on injustice. What follows shakes the entire city. A lone weapon master dares to arrest Li Ming in broad daylight, put him on public trial, and demand justice for the oppressed. Betrayal, assassination attempts, and political pressure can't stop him. With every clash, his sword Intent climbs higher, breaking through to new levels. This isn't just a fight against one corrupt family. It's the birth of a legend, the story of a man who names his blade Abyss Cleaver and vows to cut down the darkness of the world, one swing at a time.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
In a weapon master's courtyard, Pingshan City, a handsome youth swung his sword with steady, economical movements. No flourish, no wasted motion, just the same 3-foot blade slicing through the air, over and over like someone drilling the fundamentals. To anyone watching, he looked like a beginner. Basic drills, apprentice work. But this was Su Yang, the youngest weapon master in the martial suppression division of Pingshan City. Did he really need to be repeating basics? He did. Every correct swing added 1 point to his sword Intent proficiency. The simple motion was his ladder into this world. A thought brought a private panel into view, visible only to him. Tianqin's sword. Sword Intent Lv.10, 975/10,000. Sword technique, none. Will of all living beings, 0. A month had passed since he transmigrated from the blue planet. The panel had shown up the moment he arrived. Experiments taught him one clear truth. Swinging a sword the right way let him comprehend sword intent. Other weapons gave nothing. Only the blade moved the needle. He still could not read sword techniques or the will of all living beings, but sword intent alone had carried him far. Level 10 let him cut air and split a person-sized boulder in a single strike. In this cultivation world, realms range from 9th grade up to 1st. Pingshan's strongest reached 7th grade. Su Yang's power, drawn entirely from his sword comprehension, already matched that level. That strength was why he could claim and keep the identity left by the original owner's father. That identity did not hand him the weapon master title on a platter. Descendants only had priority. Inheritance still required strength. To be the weapon master of Pingshan City, he needed to show 8th grade power during assessment. He'd manage that, just, and earn his place. But he could not afford complacency. He kept swinging. Proper posture, exact paths. At his current pace, he could perform about 4,000 correct swings a day. 2 days more, and his sword intent would climb noticeably. A sudden crash cut through the steady rhythm. A residential door burst open. Li family guards poured into the courtyard, their leader scanning the place like he owned the air. An old man and a young woman stood where the intruder stopped. The girl bristled at the rudeness. "Where did you come from? Who gave you the right to barge in?" she demanded. Li Haizi ignored her. He stepped to the old man and smiled with practiced politeness. "Elder Lu, my 3rd young master has a request. Think it over." Lu Tsongshan stared at the men, anger roiling in his chest. But the sight of their numbers and their armor flattened his outrage. "How dare you? Aren't you afraid the authorities will take notice? You are bold." The smile left Li Haizi's face. "Spare me the sermon." Hand over your medicinal formula and refine medicine for the Li clan every day. Refuse, and I cannot promise what will happen to your granddaughter." When he said the government, his tone was a smirk. The woman flushed with fury and humiliation, but Lu Tsongshan's spirit collapsed like someone poured cold water over coal. He knew the Li family's reach. The authorities would be of no use. "All right," he spat, defeated. "But I cannot hand over the prescription." Li Haizi shrugged. "Fine. We will come tomorrow to take you. Pack up. Do not try to run." They left in triumph. Lu Tsongshan swayed and coughed blood. The girl, Euro, helped him, voice shaking. "Grandpa, are you all right?" "I'm fine," he lied. "We'll refine medicine together from tomorrow." At the Li residence, Li Haizi bowed before the richly dressed Li Ming. "Third young master, it's done." Li Ming waved him away. "If you can't manage this, don't come back. Make him work for me, or the family won't survive in Pingshan." Su Yang had heard enough. He was still holding his sword, the panel gone from sight. Then the white wisps he had noticed since inheriting the father's identity stirred. They gathered, condensed, and formed a small white bead. A message arrived with it. "Will of all beings, eliminate evil." Difficulty level, Lv.6. Description: Li Ming, third son of the Li family, is a tyrant in Pingshan City. He colludes with officials and oppresses commoners. Under Li protection, ordinary people have no recourse. Requirements: Judge Li Ming. Reward: 1 to 6 wisps of will of all living beings, depends on completion. Su Yang's sword halted mid-swing. His pupils tightened as memories he had tried to bury crashed back. It had been a night like any other. His parents were driving him home when an SUV slammed into them at double the speed limit. He survived. They did not. At first, the case was straightforward. The other party was responsible. Then overnight, everything flipped. The other party's guilt became his parents' fault. Speeding the other way became his family's wrongdoing. He chased justice and was beaten, threatened, and nearly killed for asking questions. That was the day he stopped trusting the system. He learned to investigate, to prepare, to build power. After a year of patient planning, he had exposed the responsible merchant and engineered retribution. The merchant's villa exploded. The family perished. It had been victory and failure at once, because he had never taken revenge on the person who had helped him solve the case. That omission gnawed at him. The memories faded. He gripped the sword. The old anger flared, hard and clean. "There are people who do whatever they want," he said to himself. "They collude with officials and crush the weak. If no one stands up, it never stops." The white bead hovered. Su Yang's jaw set. "If this world is an abyss, then I'll name the sword I used to cut it," he declared. Abyss Cleaver. He raised his blade and felt the familiar hum of intent thrum through his arms. "I, Su Yang, cannot stop every injustice. But when I encounter it, I will draw my sword and bring justice." "Bring someone here." Zhang Qing, who had been guarding the door, immediately stepped into the courtyard. "Sir, what are your orders?" "Make arrangements. I want every shred of incriminating evidence on Li Ming, the Li family's third young master." Zhang Qing hesitated, his eyes flickering. "Sir, may I ask what you intend to do?" Su Yang's gaze cut to him like a blade. "Do I need to explain?" Zhang Qing stiffened, sweat forming at his temples. "No, sir. I'll see to it at once." He bowed and hurried out. Su Yang returned to his swings. His sword moved in calm, precise arcs. If he wanted to act, strength was the foundation. Without power, justice was just a word. Outside, Zhang Qing relayed the order. Hundreds of men under Su Yang's command began moving immediately. As Spring Wind Street's weapon master, Su Yang oversaw security with an iron hand. Trouble from warriors or cultivators alike was his responsibility. His command set the city buzzing. Within an hour, word had already reached Li Ming. At the Li residence, Li Haizi bent low to report. Li Ming tapped the table with 2 fingers, his smile faint. "Collect evidence of my crimes? This new weapon master is interesting. Arrange a meeting." "Yes, young master." Not long after, Zhang Qing returned to the courtyard. "Sir, the Li family invites you to Juxiang Tower." Li Ming himself wishes to meet. Su Yang frowned, irritation flashing in his eyes. Half an hour into his investigation, and the Li family already knew? He shot Zhang Qing a look that made the man's heart tighten. Refuse. I won't meet him. Zhang Qing shrank back. Why, yes, sir. Outside, Li Haizi waited with his usual smugness. Seeing Zhang Qing, he smiled. Brother Zhang, how did it go? But Zhang Qing's reply froze him. My master said he won't. What? He won't meet you. Li Haizi frowned, then forced a smile, slipping a banknote from his sleeve. Perhaps you could tell me more? Zhang Qing accepted it smoothly, leaned close, and whispered, I don't know the details. But from my lord's tone, this matter is already settled. He said no more. Li Haizi's expression darkened as he turned away to report. Li Ming listened in silence, face gloomy under the pavilion's shade. You can leave. I'll wait and see what this weapon master dares to do. For hours later, Su Yang sat surrounded by reports. Beside him lay a thick stack of records, each one another nail in the Li family's coffin. He bought fertile land from 17 families at low prices. Those who resisted had their legs broken. He seized a shop on Spring Street. The owner's son was found floating in the river the next day. He forced herb gatherers to sell only to him at dirt prices. Those who refused were beaten. The one who sued disappeared overnight. Case after case, every detail dripped with cruelty. Su Yang's subordinates fell silent, fury heavy in the air. This was the truth of Pingshan City. Ordinary people endured. The strong trampled them, and the officials turned a blind eye. Who else but the Li family could be this brazen? Su Yang closed his eyes, steadying the anger inside him. These were the cries of countless wronged lives, the very will of all living beings. And now it aligned with his own path. He opened his eyes, cold light flashing. Is that all? Silence. His next words struck like thunder. Who will go with me to capture Li Ming and bring him a trial? The courtyard froze. Hearts stirred, but fear's sealed mouths shut. Everyone wanted someone to stand up, just not themselves. Until one voice broke through. Sir, I'll go with you. Su Yang's gaze softened slightly. Good. What's your name? Zhang Hu. 1 became 2. 2 became 10. At last, many voices rang out in unison. Su Yang selected the first 10 men who stepped forward. He rose, sword in hand. Enough. We're arresting a criminal, not raiding his house. The group marched through the streets, arriving at the Li residence. A guard moved to block them. Stop. What business do you have? Su Yang lifted the weapon master's token. His voice was calm. Arrest Li Ming. The guards blanched. Recognizing the token, none dared resist. One of them bolted inside to deliver the warning. The two groups of people faced off. Li Ming was surrounded by a group of servants and looked at Su Yang calmly. May I know why the weapon master of Spring Street has come to my Li family? Forcefully barging into a private residence is a violation of the laws of the Xia. Su Yang was unmoved. He raised his eyelids. Why did I come here today? You're so well informed, don't you know? Young Master Li, do you want to come with me, or do you want me to invite you? Do you know what you're doing? Li Haizi scolded. Don't think that just because you're a weapon master, no one can cure you. Su Yang glanced over. He hated this kind of lackey the most. Li Ming was only in charge of giving orders, and the ones who did it were lackeys like this. They were also sinful. Su Yang's mind moved, and a transparent long sword flew out of thin air, hitting Li Haizi's left face with the sword. Li Haizi screamed on the spot and was knocked to the ground. Arrest him. Zhang Hu immediately moved when he heard that. He and another person went forward to hold Li Haizi down, and Li Ming waved his hand and signaled for his servants to stop him. Those who obstruct the Martial Suppression Division will be punished with the same crime. Su Yang's light words made the servants who were about to step forward stop in their tracks. They knew very well what Li Haizi had done. If he was serious, Zhang Hu and another person had already picked up Li Haizi and pushed him to the back. Li Haizi was already stunned by Su Yang's sword. Now that he was a little sober, he did not dare to resist. He was afraid that Su Yang would kill him with a sword. Li Ming was clearly angry, but he was smiling. Good, very good. Weapon Master, you have good methods. Have you considered the consequences? Did you ask the commander of the Martial Suppression Division to come to arrest someone? Su Yang said calmly. There's no need for the weapon master to ask for instructions to capture the suspect. Besides, I'm doing things according to the rules. It's useless even if the commander comes. No one can save you today. Consequences? If Su Yang had to consider the consequences, he would not have come here today. Li Ming was so angry that he laughed. Ha ha, good, very good. I'll go with you to the Martial Suppression Division's prison today. If young Master Li is willing to go, that would be best. Otherwise, carrying the reputation of resisting arrest would only make the charges more severe. Su Yang said with a smile, but no one found it funny. Everyone present knew that something big was about to happen. Either they lost the weapon master, or the third young master of the Li family would fall. But could a weapon master like Su Yang fight the Li family? The Li family had been established in Pingshan City for decades, and their roots were deeply rooted. How could they be easily toppled? Basically, everyone thought that Su Yang was dead. Su Yang did not care about this, and just left with the two of them. What happened here was quickly past the ears of the Li family's head, Li Yijiang, but he had more considerations. Ming-Er has indeed been a little presumptuous recently. However, he is still my son. Someone, prepare a greeting card to be sent to Commander Zhang. A moment later, Su Yang had already led the team back to the Martial Suppression Division. Zhang Hu, send them to the prison. Yes. Li Ming did not resist. The government was still the government. It represented the face of the Xia. Li Ming believed that he would be able to get out soon. After that, it would not be too late to deal with Su Yang. After everything was settled, Zhang Hu returned to Su Yang's side again. Pass down the message that Li Ming will be publicly judged tomorrow. If there is any grievance, you can come to Spring Wind Hall to complain. As long as it is the truth, I will seek justice for him. Understood. At this moment, Zhang Hu was extremely excited and looked at Su Yang differently. He never expected that one day he would witness Li Ming being imprisoned, let alone see him standing trial. He secretly decided in his heart that if the Li family put pressure on Su Yang in the future, he would lighten Su Yang's burden. He would use his own method to make Li Ming pay for his mistakes. In the past, Li Ming had rank 8 martial artists guarding him, and now was his chance. While he was thinking, Zhang Hu left and followed Su Yang's instructions. Su Yang looked at Zhang Hu thoughtfully. After comprehending sword intent, he had become sensitive to the changes in people's emotions. Soon, a piece of news that made the entire city excited spread. Su Yang will publicly try Li Ming tomorrow. Anyone who had been bullied by Li Ming could go to Spring Breeze Hall to seek justice. As long as it was true, the weapon master of Spring Wind Street would support them. The reaction of the people was very real. The people who had been bullied by Li Ming all clapped and cheered, saying that a just and righteous figure had finally emerged. However, the smarter ones were not so optimistic. Even if Su Yang was really a good official and was willing to stand up for commoners like them, the Li family was not that easy to offend. It was still unknown whether the matter would succeed in the end. Even Su Yang himself might be in trouble. Su Yang did not care about the outside world. At this moment, he had already returned to his courtyard and started practicing his sword again. As long as his sword was strong enough, no matter how fierce the storm was, he would still shatter it with a single sword strike. In the Martial Suppression Division, at the commandant's office, Zhang Jiwu slammed his palm on the table and said angrily, "What did you say? Who allowed him to do this?" At this moment, he also knew what Su Yang had done. A public trial of Li Ming? If they were really going to do that, there would be no room for reconciliation. Fortunately, it hadn't happened yet. It was still not too late. Otherwise, he would be slapping himself in the face if he failed to save Li Ming after he promised Li Yijiang. Moreover, why didn't this hothead ask around? Could the Li family be easily offended? If the Li family only had these properties and strength on the surface of the city, they would have long since raided the Li family. However, the Li family's eldest young master and second young master were both quite talented in cultivation. One followed a cultivator of the 6th grade, while the other followed a martial artist of the 6th grade. In the future, they would not say that the student surpassed the master, but their master was not someone they could offend. As long as the Li family did not go too far, they would choose to turn a blind eye. The world belonged to the Xia dynasty, but their lives belonged to them. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Zhiwu quickly left his residence. "Sir, Commander Zhang is here. He's in the guest hall." Zhang Qing carefully came to Su Yang's side. Now, he could not see through what Su Yang wanted to do, but self-preservation was his choice. "Okay, I'll go over now." Su Yang put away his sword and went to the living room. At this moment, Zhang Zhiwu was sitting in the main seat. Su Yang didn't mind. He casually found a seat and sat down. "May I know why Commander has come?" Zhang Zhiwu knocked his fingers on the table and said in a deep voice, "I won't beat around the bush with you. Who told you to capture Li Ming? We can't afford to offend him. If we let him go now, there's still room for reconciliation." Su Yang calmly replied, "I can't release him. I arrested him based on the laws of the Xia. If he is found innocent after the trial, I will naturally release him. But if he is found guilty, he will face the consequences." Zhang Zhiwu became furious. His 7th-grade martial practitioner cultivation erupted, and his qi and blood surged towards Su Yang. "Release him. This is an order, not something to be negotiated with you." Su Yang remained seated, unaffected by the display of power. When he raised his head, a sword intent soared into the sky and wrapped around Zhang Zhiwu, making Zhang Zhiwu feel like a sword was pressed against his head, risking his life at any moment. The anger in his heart dissipated in an instant. "I'm saying that I can't release him." Su Yang was calm and collected. His words were firm, and his aura was even more oppressive. Zhang Zhiwu felt the sword intent that wrapped around him, and wisps of sword intent streaked across his body. It was as long as Su Yang thought about it, he would be torn apart. What a terrifying sword intent. Countless thoughts flew through Zhang Zhiwu's mind. He could not provoke Su Yang. This matter, let Su Yang fight with the Li family. It might not be a bad thing for him to be able to win. All right. After saying this, Zhang Zhiwu left like a deflated ball. This was the first time he had suffered a loss at the hands of his subordinates since he became a commander. Outside the hall, Zhang Qing saw Zhang Zhiwu coming out and quickly went forward to welcome him. Seeing Zhang Zhiwu's dark face, Zhang Qing did not dare to say anything more and obediently sent Zhang Zhiwu out. However, Zhang Zhiwu didn't say a word throughout the whole process and left just like that. Zhang Qing was very puzzled. This appearance, he was very familiar with it, but it was impossible. Did he suffer a defeat? Did he lose in the hands of their commanding officer? He didn't understand and didn't dare to ask. That night, Li Yijiang received news from Zhang Zhiwu. He told him that he couldn't do it. The news was very normal and did not even reveal Su Yang's abnormality. Perhaps this commander was also helpless most of the time. When Li Yijiang swept a glance over, the indifferent expression on his face instantly disappeared. He slapped the table fiercely. Bang! The 4 corners of the table could not withstand the huge force and instantly collapsed. Useless. You collected so much money, can't even squeeze out a single person from your subordinates. What a good weapon master, Spring Wind Street. I want to see how capable you are. Someone, tell old Hay that I want to fertilize the peach tree. Grandpa, Lu Yuro rushed home happily. What's so good that you're so happy? Lu Songshan smiled. Lu Yuro immediately restrained her expression, but the corners of her mouth still couldn't help but curl up. How do you know? It's a good thing. I haven't even said it yet. Lu Songshan shook his head. His granddaughter was laughing so hard that her lips were about to crack. All right. Tell me about it. What's the matter? Lu Yuro couldn't contain her impatience and said with a joyful smile, Li Ming has been arrested. Lu Songshan was taken aback. Which Li Ming? Lu Yuro muttered. Grandpa, are you getting old and confused? It's Li Ming, the 3rd son of the Li family, the owner of those arrogant lackeys we encountered yesterday. Lu Songshan did not leave the house after the incident yesterday, so he did not know about this news. However, even if he heard it now, he felt that it was somewhat impossible. Where did you hear that? Who caught him? Seeing that Lu Songshan didn't believe her, Lu Yuro told him what she saw and heard today. the weapon master of Spring Street. Initially, Lu Tsongshan still felt that it was impossible. However, Lu Yuro said that Li Ming would be publicly judged in Spring Hall today, and anyone who was wronged could come forward to file a complaint. This made Lu Tsongshan believe it even more. Grandpa, does this mean that we don't have to go to the Li family to refine medicine? Yes, let's go to Spring Hall today. As time passed, what Su Yang did and said yesterday spread throughout Pingshan City. Regardless of whether they believed it or not, they all planned to come to Spring Hall to take a look. If it was fake, he would treat it as a joke. If it was really, that was really satisfying. How many people had been oppressed by the Li family? How many people had been bullied by the third young master of the Li family, Li Ming? If Li Ming did not have an 8th grade martial artist by his side at all times, he would have died many times over. It was too difficult for ordinary people in this world. They couldn't even perish together. The public trial was at noon. It was supposed to be lunchtime, and every family should be eating at home. But outside Spring Hall, it was already surrounded by commoners. They came here today to see if he was a joke, or he could give them justice. The government was the only backing that commoners could rely on. If it collapsed, the civilians' trust in the government would also collapse. Spring Hall was open. Because the public trial had not begun, there were only some people on duty. They looked at the impenetrable scene outside the door and had an unprecedented feeling in their hearts. They raised their heads and looked at the stone pillars on the left and right. For justice, for the people. It seemed like they had never lived up to these words. But did they not want to? The 4 people on duty at Spring Hall tightened their grip on their rods. The sun gradually hung high in the sky, and in the blink of an eye, it was almost in the sky. Zhang Qing pushed open the courtyard door and came to Su Yang, who was waving his sword. Sir, it's almost noon. Su Yang put away his sword. Tell Zhang who to escort Li Ming and Li Haizi to Spring Hall. After saying that, Su Yang tidied up and left. Zhang Qing could not be put in an important position. It was fine to give an order now, but when there was a confidant later, Su Yang would naturally replace him. Make way! Make way! Move aside. Accompanied by the clamor, the troops of the Martial Suppression Division pushed Li Ming and Li Haizi through the crowd and arrived at the main hall of Spring Hall. The onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment, witnessing an unbelievable scene. This is real. Well done. That despicable lackey Li Haizi deserves severe punishment. He's no good person at all. For a moment, everyone around was filled with exhilarating words. Li Ming did not care about the noise around him. He walked calmly towards Spring Hall. Even now, he was still not flustered. In Spring Breeze Hall, Su Yang sat in the high hall. Bring the criminals Li Ming and Li Haizi to court. The 2 people outside the door were brought into the hall. Outside Spring Breeze Hall, Lu Yuro looked at the main seat and said, Grandpa, is that the weapon master of Spring Street, Su Yang? Although Lu Tsongshan had never seen Su Yang before, the only person who could sit on the main seat at this time was Su Yang. Yes, so young and so handsome. In the year 455 of the Dasha calendar, on the 7th day of the 6th month, the household servants were coerced into selling their 17 plots of prime farmland at prices 10 times below the market value. Those who resisted had their legs broken, and the contracts were forcefully enforced. According to the investigation, all of this was orchestrated by Li Ming and carried out by Li Haizi. In the year 455 of the Dasha calendar, on the 10th day of the 7th month, the 7th shop on Chunfeng Street was purchased at a low price. When the shopkeeper refused, his son was thrown into the river the next day. After an investigation, it was revealed that Li Ming had instructed Li Haizi to carry out these actions. In the year 455 of the Dasha calendar, on the 13th day of the 11th month, the herbalists in Pingdingshan were forcibly controlled through violence, and their medicinal herbs were acquired at low prices. Those who resisted all disappeared. According to the investigation, this was all instigated by Li Ming and executed by Li Haizi. In the year 456 of the Dasha calendar, snap! In the end, Su Yang slapped the awakening wood and shouted in a low voice, "There are a total of 17 cases, and you were involved in all of them. Li Ming narrowed his eyes and said calmly, I protest. I didn't do any of this. Su Yang said indifferently, your protests are invalid. The evidence for these things is conclusive. Li Ming's heart was filled with anger, and the veins on his forehead bulged. For the first time, the indifference in his heart was broken. Are there any grievances outside the court? If there are, you can beat the drum and come in to complain. This official will definitely give justice to the aggrieved today. Su Yang looked outside the door. This was the main reason for his public trial. He wanted to find out everything Li Ming had done and let the citizens of Pingshan City who had been bullied come forward to complain. In this way, he could give everyone justice and maximize his mission completion rate. After seeing that Su Yang was serious, the cheers outside surged like a tsunami. Someone used this momentum to beat the drum. Bang, bang, bang. Come in. I, Lier, pay my respects to sir. What grievances do you have? Tell me one by one. Thank you, sir. 2 months ago, Li Haizi saw that my family had a 10-year-old ginseng, so he brought people to buy it at a low price. I was unwilling, so I snatched it away and even broke my son's leg. Do you have any witnesses? There are 3 people who can guarantee that what you said is true. Yes. Soon, Li Er called 3 people to vouch for him. This crime was immediately established. Li Ming stood in the court with a dark expression, but he was calmer than before. More and more people started to complain. After 2 hours, Li Ming's crimes had increased from 17 to 27. Those who stood up were the kind who had had enough of being aggrieved and were no longer afraid of death. There might be even more people who did not dare to stand up for fear of the Li family's revenge. When Su Yang saw this, he immediately announced in court, according to the laws of Xia, Li Ming and Li Haizi should be executed for their crimes. Wait! With a loud shout, Li Yijiang walked in from outside. Lord Weapon Master, isn't this trial a little too much? When the onlookers saw who it was, their hearts skipped a beat. It was the head of the Li family. Would there be any changes? Li Ming heaved a sigh of relief when he saw his father. Do you think there's something wrong with the laws of Xia? Su Yang asked coldly. No matter how unbridled or arrogant he was, he did not dare to show his dissatisfaction with Xia. I don't dare. However, even if he was sentenced to death, according to the rules, he would have to wait for 3 days. Li Yijiang's gaze was calm, as if the one sentenced to death was not his son. Of course, Li Ming and Li Haizi will be executed in 3 days. Su Yang said indifferently and threw down 2 orders. Even if Li Yijiang didn't say that, Su Yang wouldn't be anxious. Since he had touched Li Ming, why would he only kill Li Ming? What he wanted was the entire Li family. Unfortunately, Li Yijiang was too smart and did not give him a chance. Su Yang's eyes flashed. Zhang Hu, here, sir. Zhang Hu walked out from the side, full of energy, his face rosy. Bring people to arrest all the accomplices. Understood. The main criminal was sentenced, but the accomplices had to be arrested as well. After receiving the order, Zhang Hu immediately led a large number of soldiers and rushed toward the Li family. Li Yijiang did not stop him. He took one last look at Li Ming, and Li Ming also looked at his father. After the 2 of them exchanged a glance, Li Ming understood what his father meant. Everyone left, and Li Ming and Li Haizi were also taken away. Halfway there, Li Haizi looked at Li Ming in despair. Things had already developed to this point. Even if Li Ming could be fished out, what about him? Third young master, can I go out? Li Ming was already in a bad mood, and he was even more displeased with Li Haizi's appearance. Shut up. The public trial ended. Everyone who participated in this public trial felt like they were in a dream. They looked at the plaque above the court and then looked at Su Yang. For the first time, they felt that there was a real blue sky under the plaque. In the crowd, someone watched everything indifferently and whispered, "This person is not bad," noted it down for the time being, and looked at the situation later on. The matter was not over yet. Lu Yuro followed beside Lu Tsongshan, cheering excitedly. "Grandpa, this Li Ming is really sentenced. Death penalty. Good judgment. And that Li Haizi, good judgment too." Lu Tsongshan was over 50 years old and had experienced many things. At this moment, he could not help but smile. In just one day, The entire Pingshan city was in turmoil. The whole process of the matter was known to the whole city in the blink of an eye. Zhang, who led nearly 100 soldiers of Spring Breeze Hall into the Li family and arrested all of Li Ming's subordinates. There were a total of 6 streets in Pingshan City, which meant that there were 6 weapon masters and 1 commander. Other than Zhang Zhiwu, who knew Su Yang's strength, the other weapon masters were all shocked. A mere weapon master of the same status as them dared to go against the Li family? Who gave him the courage? Even the Spring Breeze Hall's martial artists were a little worried. They were worried that this battle would implicate them. Since ancient times, the people at the bottom were the easiest to get hurt in the battles between the higher-ups. Sir, all the accomplices have been arrested. There are a total of 23 people. Zhang, who came to Su Yang and reported. He looked curiously at Su Yang, who was practicing his sword. He didn't know much about this newly appointed weapon master. He only knew that he was very strong, but he liked to wield his sword in the courtyard every day, according to the normal procedure. Yes, sir. In ancient times, the authorities only needed to confirm who the suspect was and arrest him with little evidence. There were witnesses, physical evidence, and reasonable reasoning. As long as there was one thing that could be confirmed, the suspect could be arrested. Next, the authorities did not need more evidence. They needed the suspect to give a reasonable explanation to prove his innocence. If you can't prove it, then you did it. After everything was arranged, Su Yang continued to swing his sword in the courtyard. At night, a figure quietly arrived at the weapon master's courtyard. This person's lightness skill was excellent. He easily flipped over the 3-meter-high courtyard wall without making any sound. His purpose here was very simple, to kill Su Yang. Although Su Yang was an official, as long as he died and did not make a big deal out of it, there were naturally many ways to cover it up. In the entire Pingshan city, other than Su Yang, the other weapon masters were on good terms with the Li family. Li He came to Su Yang's room softly. At this moment, the door opened. It's not a good habit to visit in the middle of the night. Su Yang had already enveloped the entire courtyard with his sword intent. Any movement would wake him up. Li Hei's heart tightened, but he didn't expect to succeed in the assassination. So what if he was discovered? In the face of absolute strength, everything was illusory. Li Hei chuckled. You're right, but it's not a good habit to wake up in the middle of the night. Isn't it better to lie down and die peacefully? Oh, Su Yang revealed a strange smile. You want me to die? Are you strong enough? Li Hei didn't say anything. He just wanted to use his strength to prove it. With his strength in the 7th grade, how could he not defeat an 8th grade weapon master? Su Yang put his fingers together and turned them into sword fingers. He waved them casually in the air, and the sword intent scattered in the courtyard instantly gathered. At this moment, Li Hei's hair stood on end, and an extreme sense of danger enveloped his entire body. What was going on? Looking closely, strands of sword intent wrapped around Su Yang's body, with a hint of floating intent. Before he could react, the sword intent had already attacked him. Li Hei's hair stood on end, and he immediately resisted. He pulled out the Tang sword from his waist and raised his hand. The impact of the sword intent instantly shattered the martial arts chi. Then, he pressed forward and sent Li Hei flying. The sword intent continued to dance, instantly piercing through Li Hei's limbs. Li Hei wanted to struggle, but he couldn't muster any strength. So strong, being defeated in one move. Li Hei's face was filled with shock, and his heart was filled with doubt. Su Yang, he actually comprehended sword essence. Huh. Su Yang put away his sword and glanced at a big tree outside the courtyard. In the dark night, something seemed to have left. In the middle of the night, they just had to stir up trouble for me. Unfortunately, if they were from a Li family, I could directly take action against them. There were strict procedures for the extermination of a family, and although Li Hei was probably a member of the Li family, as long as the Li family denied it and Li Hei himself didn't admit it, they could not be exterminated without solid evidence. Su Yang carried Li Hei all the way to the prison on Spring Street. Sir, when Zhang Hu, who was guarding here, saw Su Yang's arrival, he was also shocked and quickly bowed. Su Yang nodded and then casually threw Li Hei in front of Zhang Hu. Li Hei did not resist, and just moved his body. Yes, lock this person next to Li Ming. Watch carefully. He's a 7th grade martial artist. All right. Wait, what? Zhang Hu blinked. Did he hear wrongly? 7th grade martial artist? Was he being carried by the divine weapon master like a dead dog and thrown in front of him? Wasn't the master commander not even in the 7th grade yet? Zhang Hu wanted to ask, but Su Yang had already left. He thought about it and let it go. Because Li Ming was imprisoned here, it was more important. Su Yang specially arranged for Zhang Hu to guard it. He knew that Zhang Hu wouldn't let Li Ming off. As for Li He, his limbs had been crippled by Su Yang, and he could not move at all. He was not a threat. Zhang Hu stepped forward and lifted him up. He looked at him and realized that he was ugly and not as handsome as Zhang Hu. Hey, are you a 7th grade martial artist? Li He ignored him. Oh, so arrogant. You're not going to answer? Zhang Hu was instantly displeased. He raised his hand and wanted to give this guy a few slaps. At this moment, Li He glared at Zhang Hu, and his imposing aura forced Zhang Hu to stop. He raised his hand and scratched his head. Zhang Hu's heart was pounding. His gaze was so sharp. Could he really be in 7th grade? Carrying Li He, Zhang Hu walked inside. After a while, Li He was thrown into a cell with a bang. The loud noise woke Li Ming up from his sleep. He looked at Zhang Hu unhappily. What are you looking at? Zhang Hu was even more displeased. I haven't done anything to you yet. Don't even think about sleeping tonight. Thinking back to how he had been humiliated, Zhang Hu was instantly enraged. He immediately decided to give Li Ming a show tonight. At this moment, Li Ming's attention was not on Zhang Hu at all. He looked at the person who had just entered the cell next to him in disbelief. Uncle Li He, is it really you? As Li Yijiang's trusted aide, he naturally knew Li He. The Li Heizi that he had trained actually had the intention of training Li Heizi as Li He. He wanted to have a capable confidant in the future. Third young master, I'm afraid I can't save you, Li He said in shame. Li Ming felt a little uneasy. What exactly happened? Then, Li He got rid of everything. A moment later, he heard a despondent sitting sound in the prison. It was over. Everything was over. It was already late at night outside, but Li Yijiang couldn't sleep no matter what. The feeling of uneasiness made him very uncomfortable. What's going on? Is old He back? No. How is that possible? Inside the room, Li Yijiang immediately understood what was wrong. Something happened to Li He. As his confidant, he knew Li He very well. If nothing had happened, he would have returned in time. No matter what, Li Yijiang was someone who had seen great storms. Although the current situation was extremely disadvantageous to him, he still had a trump card. There was still a chance for everything to turn around. He quickly opened a secret compartment in the room. There was a spiritual talisman and a blood talisman inside. Li Yijiang activated his genuine qi and ignited the two talismans. In a short while, the two pieces of talisman paper were burned to ashes. It's not over yet. The next day, Su Yang repeated his daily sword swing in the courtyard. Sword intent proficiency +1. Sword intent level increased. Current sword intent level, Lv.11. Oh, in an instant, the sword intent became several times richer, which meant that his strength had also increased by several times. Tianqin sword. Sword intent, Lv.11, 0/11,000. Sword technique, none. Will of all living beings, 0. Su Yang checked the interface. Even if his current sword intent could not match a 6th grade opponent, he could only wield his sword for 3 more days at most, and his sword intent would increase to Lv.12. Now, he was more curious about what the will of all living beings could do. According to the current situation, the reward would probably be given after the punishment of Li Ming and the others was completed. In the past 2 days, Su Yang also studied the will of all living beings. It was probably the common thought and prayer of many people. There had to be many people who wanted the same thing, and the idea had to be strong to succeed. Were there no people in Pingshan City who bore a grudge against the Li family? There must have been, but overall, the Li family hadn't done anything too excessive. There might not have been enough people who wanted to see the Li family destroyed. Their thoughts might not have been strong enough, so no mission appeared. However, Li Ming was different. He had gone too far. Not only were there many people who hated him, but they also hated him intensely. Therefore, the will of all living beings appeared. There is also the most crucial core, the conditions for the will of all living beings to appear. According to his memories, he could only see the aura of the will of all living beings after inheriting the official position of his father, the original owner of this world. Did that mean that he had to have an official position in a place in order to see the will of all living beings in a place and resolve it to obtain benefits? Su-Yang looked at the white gas floating above Pingshan City and gradually understood. After thinking for a moment, Su-Yang continued to swing his sword in the courtyard. As for the assassin they caught last night, it was obvious that they were sent by the Li family. They probably wouldn't be able to get anything out of them, so they might as well wait for 2 days and kill them together with Li Ming and the others. As he waved his sword, Su-Yang determined this person's fate. He could swing his sword 4,000 times for 8 hours a day. Perhaps in order to quickly increase his strength, he could work harder. The main problem was whether his body could withstand it. His body was only slightly better than a mortal body. The 3-foot-long sword in his hand weighed 3 pounds. It was already very good that he could do this with one hand. Due to the high intensity of the sword swing, it was inevitable to use medicinal liquids and ointment to treat his arms. Fortunately, the healing medicine in this high martial arts world was very good and could help him recover quickly. The sword Intent could not directly strengthen his body. If it was too powerful and he could not control it accurately, he would be the one injured. Perhaps he could make a body-tempering sword move later. The standard 4,000 swings of the sword in a day had already exhausted his body. In the blink of an eye, a day passed. Su-Yang waved his sword until night fell. After he rested for a while, an uninvited guest arrived again. Pingshan City's Martial Suppression Division commander, Zhang Zhiwu. This time, Zhang Zhiwu did not sit in the main seat. He obediently found a seat below the main seat and sat down. Su-Yang, there's still room for negotiation. Even if you have a strength of 7th grade, the Li family has 2 6th grade backing them. Su-Yang sat on the main seat and said unhurriedly, "Is a will of all living beings backing very strong? I still have the Xia behind me." Su-Yang had long made up his mind. When he saw such injustice, not only would he care, but he would also care until the end. It was useless no matter who came. Unless the other party's strength was stronger than his, then for the sake of his own life, he might be able to temporarily put it aside. In his previous life, he had suffered injustice and no one could stand up for him. In this life, he was willing to stand up for others. He would kill all the evildoers. Why can't you figure it out? Zhang Zhiwu face-palmed. Yes, we have the Xia behind us, but can the Xia protect us? What if a 6th grade comes to kill us? Even if the government will pursue the Li family, what meaning does it all have if we are already dead? In my opinion, don't you just want to give those civilians justice? Can't you just stand what Li Ming did? Now that your goal has been achieved, Li Ming will definitely not do this in the future. If we continue fighting, both sides will suffer. Young man, living is the most important thing. After Zhang Zhiwu persuaded him, he took out a purple-patterned wooden box from his sleeve. This is a 100-year-old mountain ginseng that the Li family sent me. It's extremely helpful for cultivators of the 7th grade. Su-Yang smiled when he saw this. The Li family is indeed used to being overbearing. They placed the gift behind the use of force. Normally, people give gifts before resorting to force, but they do the opposite. If he really agreed to Zhang Zhiwu's persuasion, then what was the difference between him and the corrupt official who protected the peddler's family in his previous life? What do you mean? Zhang Zhiwu frowned. It seemed that something had happened that he did not know about. Looks like you don't know. Su-Yang looked at Zhang Zhiwu playfully and then told him what happened last night. Send the things back to him. I don't have any good points, but money can't change what I want to do, not even if I add money. You know, you can't stop me. Zhang Zhiwu's face darkened. He put away the wooden box helplessly, but he still reminded Su-Yang, be careful. Although Su-Yang looked down on him, Zhang Zhiwu had long lost his spirit. Otherwise, why would he be at the mercy of the Li family? Walking out of the room, Zhang Zhiwu looked at the sky as if he was recalling himself from 20 years ago. At that time, he should still be a high-spirited young man. He had to admit that he was old. In the Li mansion, Li Yijiang's chest was heaving. Obviously, he was already somewhat angry. He had never been in such a sorry state before, all because of a mere weapon master. But why was Su Yang achieved 7th grade? He had already asked the servants to collect all the information about Su Yang. His father's name was Su Yu, and he had come to Pingshan City 5 years ago. He had obtained the position of weapon master of Spring Wind Street with the strength of an 8th grade. For the past 5 years, he had been extremely low-key and had been an honest weapon master. He did not meddle in other people's business. As for the specific origin, however, he could not find out. A month ago, he died of illness at home, and his son, Su Yang, succeeded the throne. Su Yang had also followed them here 5 years ago, but in those 5 years, he rarely went out and stayed at home all year round. How could he be a 7th grade? The information he could obtain was extremely limited. He had clearly lived there for 5 years, but there were no traces. This made Li Yijiang feel very strange. The current situation was that he really could not do anything to Su Yang. Neither hard nor soft methods worked. What should he do? Rescue from prison. Suddenly, a thought appeared in Li Yijiang's mind. When this thought was born, it was like a weed that could not easily stop growing. Li Yijiang had no other choice. On the surface, Zhang Jiwu could not suppress Su Yang. In secret, the people he had sent out had also stopped moving. Then, he could only think of some unorthodox methods. With this idea in mind, Li Yijiang immediately began to make arrangements. Rescuing from prison, however, required a lot of preparation. Given the situation in Spring Wind Street's prison, when was the best time to make a move? The commotion couldn't be too big. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. It was the 3rd night, the night before Li Ming's execution. On this day, Su Yang wielded his sword for a few hours longer than usual. He only stopped when he heard a thought in his mind. Sword Intent Proficiency +1. Sword Intent Lv.1. Tianqin's Sword. Sword Intent Lv.12 0/12,000. Sword Technique None. Will of all living beings 0. As the level of the sword intent increased, the sword intent in Su Yang's mind also increased by several times in an instant. Feeling the power of the sword intent, Su Yang's heart became more and more stable. This was his confidence to sweep away the injustice in the world. It was not difficult to level up the sword intent. Every level only increased the number of times he could swing his sword by 1,000 times. If he had not spent some time to understand this ability in this world when he first came to this world, his sword intent would have been even higher. There were rules on how to swing a sword. One could not swing the sword randomly, or else it would not increase one's proficiency. When he first came to this world, he did not grasp the essence of sword wielding. He could not obtain proficiency, so naturally, he could not increase his sword intent. His body was weak. In the beginning, it would be considered good if he could swing 1,000 swords a day. After that, he swung his sword more often and his body became stronger. Slowly, the number of times he swung his sword every day increased. If he had to cultivate, he would definitely choose body refining. Unfortunately, in his opinion, body refining was too slow. Even if an ordinary person had enough cultivation resources to refine their body, they would need at least a year to break through to 9th grade. However, aside from cultivating body refining techniques, it would be nice to find something that directly increased physical fitness. Suddenly, his sword intent in the prison was triggered. Su Yang put away the myriad thoughts in his mind. Casually sheathing his sword at his waist, he hurried towards the prison. Rescue from prison. That's a grave offense. The members of the Martial Suppression Hall who were guarding the prison were all lying on the ground, including Zhang Hu. After most of the people in the cell had fallen, 3 men in black rushed in very quickly. Their goal was clear. They took the key, opened the cell, and checked the restricted areas one by one until he saw Li Ming, Li He, and Li Heizi. At this moment, only Li He was still awake among the 3. Li Ming and Li Heizi had also fallen asleep. Lord Li He, don't say anything else. Take us away quickly. After Li He saw these people, he was delighted, but he did not want to stay there for a second longer. Thinking of that terrifying fellow, he was afraid of sudden changes. The three of them nodded and quickly took Li Hei and the other two with them, preparing to leave. However, just as they arrived at the entrance of the cell, they saw a young man sitting leisurely on a chair by the door. When Li Hei saw this person, his already limp body became even softer. The hope that had just been ignited was instantly shattered. Gentlemen, it is not right to escape from prison. The three of them did not know Su Yang, so why would they talk nonsense with him? They looked at each other and planned to attack directly. However, in the next moment, they followed in Li Hei's footsteps. Several sword wills pierced through the limbs of the three people in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. Ah! The three of them fell to the ground and wailed in pain. Escaping from prison is a capital offense. We'll have to chop off 3 more heads tomorrow, Su Yang said slowly. 3 days ago, when Li Hei dared to kill him, he thought that the Li family might send someone to break into the prison. Therefore, when he sent Li Hei here, he conveniently set up sword intent in the cell. When there was an abnormality, he could sense it. There is naturally a limit to the range and duration of the sword intent. It could only stay within 1,000 meters of him for a day. After dealing with the three of them, Su Yang took out a basin of clear water and splashed it on Zhang Hu and the others. Who is it who dared to attack a member of the Martial Suppression Hall? Feeling the coldness, Zhang Hu instantly jumped up from the ground. When he saw Su Yang splash water on him, he did not react for a moment. After looking at his surroundings, his brain worked quickly, and he quickly understood something. Sir, please punish me. Zhang Hu lowered his head and admitted his guilt. His face was flushed red. He was ashamed to have made such a big mistake. Su Yang said, "It's all right, it's not your fault. Clean up here and put these people back in custody. See if we can extract some information from them." Zhang Hu nodded earnestly, yes. After settling the matter here, Su Yang left directly. Li Yijiang had been waiting for an entire night. When dawn came, there was still no news. He knew what the outcome of this matter was. Li Yijiang slowly closed his eyes. Weapon Master, a mere weapon master. You're really going too far? Li Yijiang was furious and slapped the table in front of him. The table instantly shattered into pieces and fell to the ground. As time passed, the sun slowly rose from the bottom and soon reached the sky. The execution ground of Pingshan City was already bustling with noise. The two sides of the street extended all the way until the execution ground was filled with civilians. Today was a big day for the civilians in Pingshan City. Li Ming wasn't a good-for-nothing. He was crazy and ruthless. If there were any obstacles to what he wanted to do, that vicious method would instantly make the obstacles disappear. Other than those who hated Li Ming, there were also many who were watching the show. After all, he was the third young master of the Li family, a prominent figure in Pingshan City. If the government did not even care about the identity of such a person, then some of the arrogant fellows behind them would have to restrain themselves. Soon, a group of death row prisoners were pressed forward. When a group of 6 people appeared, the surrounding commoners were somewhat puzzled. Why are there so many people? Isn't there only a pair of 2 someday? Yeah, that's right. On the streets and alleys, the people who were watching the show whispered to each other. But no matter what, they were most concerned about Li Ming. As long as Li Ming was there, everything would be fine. If he was not present, they wouldn't be satisfied even if there were more death row prisoners. On the execution platform, there was already an executioner waiting for them. The 6 of them were pressed onto the execution platform and knelt on the ground. At this moment, the 6 of them were already panicking. Li Ming was no longer as arrogant and despotic as before. He trembled continuously, looking around, and saw his father in the crowd. "Father, save me. I don't want to die." At this moment, he couldn't care too much. He only had one thought. He didn't want to die, and his father was his last hope. In the nearest attic, Li Yijiang's hand that was holding the chair suddenly tightened. How? How can I save him? Son, how can I not want to save you? But I can't do it. At this moment, Li Yijiang was extremely sorrowful. If he had known this would happen, he definitely wouldn't have let Li Ming be too reckless. He looked at the person sitting on the main seat on the execution ground. He was very young. At this moment, The other party was also looking at him with a faint smile on his face. Especially Su Yang's attitude at this moment, as if he was waiting for him to make a mistake and give himself away. He wanted to uproot the Li family. Li Yijiang broke out in a cold sweat. Su Yang, he had to die. Otherwise, the Li family would not just lose Li Ming. In an instant, Li Yijiang's mind cleared up. He was unprecedentedly clear-headed. He got up and left, telling his servants to prepare to collect the corpse. He couldn't do anything, and he didn't want to see his son die in front of him. When Li Yijiang left, Li Ming, who had seen everything, fell into despair. On the high platform, Su Yang's heart moved. What a ruthless character. He can endure it. I thought he would jump out. Unfortunately, ordinary people might not be able to see anything from these secret confrontations. However, some of the higher-ups in Pingshan City, as well as the weapon masters and commanders of the Martial Suppression Hall, could tell. The Li family, Li Yijiang, he was defeated. He had lost to this newly appointed weapon master. The criminal, Li He, attempted to assassinate weapon master Su Yang 3 days ago and is sentenced to death. The criminals, Li Shan, Li He, and Li Tang, broke into the prison of Spring Wind Hall last night and tried to break into the prison. They were captured by the weapon master and executed. So they were all lackeys of the Li family. I was wondering why there were so many people. They still thought they could save Li Ming. They can only hope for the next life. Will of all beings, eliminate evil. Difficulty level, Lv.6. Completion, 90%. Reward, will of all beings, X5. On the execution platform, the moment Li Ming's head fell, Su Yang received a mission completion notification in his mind. 5 streams of white gas appeared in his mind. At the same time, a message appeared. Will of all beings, all life, sword forging. The will of the sword move is generated from the heart. The power of the sword move is limited to the will of all life and the sword intent. Analysis. Using the will of all living beings, you can create the sword move you want. The power is determined by the amount of will of all living beings, but the upper limit of the power cannot exceed the level of sword intent. After sorting out the information in his mind, Su Yang also understood the use of the will of all living beings. The more will there was, the stronger the sword move would be. What kind of sword move would be formed was up to him to decide. The function of the sword move was to allow him to fully unleash the power of the sword intent. If he were to simply use sword intent, he would only be able to unleash 10% of its power. Only when paired with a sword move of the same level as the sword intent could the full power of the sword intent be unleashed. Su Yang looked at the sky. There was still a lot of white gas above, wisps of it wandering in the sky, making Su Yang visible but out of reach. After solving Li Ming's mission, he had only eliminated a small portion of the white gas. If this white gas represented the will of all living beings, then how could he eliminate it? Su Yang fell into deep thought. Su Yang already understood the key point. Slowly, he had an uncertain answer in his heart. The condition for the will of all living beings' mission to appear was that there were enough people who wanted to complete the same thing, and their desire was strong enough. Could the white gas floating above be the various demands of the citizens of Pingshan City? It was just that there weren't many people with the same thoughts, and they weren't strong enough, so they couldn't form a mission. If he solved the problem for the people, would he be able to get rid of the white gas and obtain the will of all living beings? Su Yang vaguely figured out the answer in his heart. He didn't know if it would work, but he would know once he tried. He would not help with trivial matters, but he wanted to support the people, seek justice, and solve some problems that were oppressed. The suffering of the people was not caused by Li Ming alone. Under Li Ming's influence, there were many indulgent people in the city. The Martial Suppression Division was just the name of the organization in this world. In the ancient times that Su Yang knew from his previous life, it would be equivalent to the government, yamen, and a collective of constables. He would first solve the various cases in Pingshan City, such as being bullied, being wronged, and some cases that had not been investigated. Regardless of whether he could obtain the will of all living beings, These were things he wanted to do. The commoners had nowhere to complain, so he would support them. Why should honest people be bullied? Why should a businessman who is doing his own business be suppressed by all kinds of unspoken rules? Why should ordinary people suffer? After the incident in his previous life, he always thought about it and longed for it. If only someone could stand up for him and give him justice. He just needed a fact. Perhaps there were good officials, but with his status, he could not come into contact with them. Those people would not let him come into contact with them either. Looking at the people below the execution platform who were looking forward to the battle, Su Yang became more determined. Moreover, he didn't do these things purely for the sake of the world. It was also for the sake of the anger in his heart. He didn't like those who did whatever they wanted, so he had to take care of this kind of thing. It was also for the mission, the will of all living beings. After the beheading, Su Yang pronounced the sentence by sentence. All the things that Li Ming had used his power to occupy were returned. Su Yang was not afraid that the Li family would be unwilling. He would prefer that the Li family jump out. He would be able to deal with the Li family more easily and not waste time collecting evidence like now. After all the sentences were pronounced, the execution would be over. Tens of thousands of people left the scene amidst cheers. Su Yang's appearance and reputation would spread throughout Pingshan City from now on. On the way back to the Spring Wind Hall, Zhang Hu straightened his back and followed behind Su Yang. When he looked at Su Yang, the admiration and respect in his eyes were very obvious. Zhang Hu, what do you think of my performance this time? I don't know. I just admire you for being able to do things that other lords don't dare to do. Zhang Hu said truthfully, if it were you, if you had the strength to not fear the Li family, would you do this? I will. What if the Li family gives you 10,000 taels of silver and more cultivation resources? What if your boss orders you not to do it? What if Li Ming doesn't have any grudges against you, but after you kill him, you will receive endless revenge? Will you still insist on doing this? Will you seek justice for the oppressed people? Su Yang walked forward slowly and asked slowly. Every word pierced Zhang Hu's heart. The further he walked, Zhang Hu became more and more silent in his heart. In the beginning, he could have firmly said yes. After all, if he had the strength to not fear the Li family, why wouldn't he do it? However, after hearing about the benefits, pressure, and consequences, he began to have concerns in his mind and began to weigh the gains and losses. That's right. Even if he had the strength to not fear the Li family, there were still more problems. So, Su Yang insisted on doing this under such temptation, pressure, and consequences. I don't need you to give me answers to these questions. What I want to do is to be able to hear the voices of the weak where I can see them. Zhang Hu, who was slightly confused, suddenly woke up. When he hesitated, it was an answer in itself. Su Yang took out a small box from his pocket. This is your reward for this operation. It's an 8th grade tiger bone pill. Sir, this is too valuable. Practice diligently. You will need it in many situations in the future. Don't disappoint me. Su Yang handed the tiger bone pill to Zhang Hu and quickly walked away. This tiger bone pill was an internal pill that could speed up the refinement of qi. It was ineffective against him. Zhang Hu held the tiger bone pill on the spot and looked at Su Yang, who was leaving in a daze. The small box was also tightened by him. The intensity of the sword training these 2 days is a little too much. The muscles and joints in my arms are starting to ache again. I heard that Spring Wind Street has a rejuvenation hall, and its healing medicine is the best in Pingshan City. Walking in the alley, Su Yang felt a little helpless because of the soreness in his arm caused by the increased intensity of sword practice these 2 days. His body was still too weak. Otherwise, he would have to swing his sword 10,000 times a day. When Su Yang came to the street, the people who saw him respectfully made way and greeted him. He could see the respect from the hearts of the people. This feeling was really comfortable. When Su Yang stepped into the rejuvenation hall, Lu Yuro's eyes lit up. Sir, what do you want to buy? Su Yang did not find it strange that the other party knew him. With his current reputation, it was normal. I heard that you have a good external medicine for treating muscle soreness and promoting blood circulation, called one-day rejuvenation powder, right? Lu Yuro nodded. Yes, we do have this type of medicine for external use. However, we have an even better ginseng pill. Its effect is about twice that of the one-day rejuvenation powder. If you need it, I can give you a few for free. Hearing that Su Yang needed healing medicine, Lu Yuro immediately launched the treasure of rejuvenation haul. She was even afraid that Su Yang would worry about the price, so she directly said that she could give it away for free. Su Yang smiled. No need. Just give me a one-day rejuvenation powder, a week's worth. Ginseng pill. This was the most common and effective healing pill. With his status as a weapon master, he could receive one from the Martial Suppression Division every month. The key was that he didn't have the energy to speed up the refining of the pill. The graded medicinal pills all had spiritual power. It was a very slow thing to absorb and digest them by relying on one's own body. One needed chi to speed up the refinement. If there were martial artists helping him, it would be fine. However, he did not have the kind of person who could completely trust the other party to transfer true chi into his body. This was something that could cost lives if something went wrong. He would rather be slow than find someone to help him. In addition, he only wanted to recover the muscles and joints of his right arm that had been overtrained. It was not a very serious injury. It would be better to use a better external healing medicine. This, Lu Yuro hesitated and said, but the effect of this ginseng pill will be better, right? Sir, you have eliminated the evil for the people. It is only right for us to give you a few ginseng pills. Su Yang explained, it's not like that, but my situation is special. External healing medicine will be more effective for me. Lu Yuro heard this and understood. With Su Yang's status, choosing these two healing medicines would not be affected by money. She turned around to get the medicine. After a while, she brought 21 palm-sized medicine packets to the counter. One-day rejuvenation powder, 21 doses. Every day, applied to the injured area in the morning, noon, and night. Thank you for your kindness. Su Yang took out 2 taels of silver and 100 coins from his pocket and placed them on the counter. Lu Yuro pushed the money back and said, Lord Su, please take this money back. You killed Li Ming, that evil thief. Not only did it make people happy, but it also indirectly saved me and Grandpa. Lu Yuro looked at Su Yang sincerely, her little face full of seriousness. Su Yang was speechless. Looking at Lu Yuro's expression, he knew that if he didn't accept it, she would definitely suffer in the future. Okay, this is the only time. Next time, you can't charge me, or I'll have to buy medicine from another place. After Su Yang finished speaking, he took the money and medicine in his hand and teased. Understood. This won't happen again. Lu Yuro watched Su Yang leave, and her heart was filled with waves. This Lord Su is really different from others. Then, she put the money away and rushed in the backyard. Grandpa, weren't you going to teach me how to refine medicine? I want to learn how to make external medicines. Hey, don't panic. Don't knock over my pill furnace. Didn't you say you'll learn it tonight? Moreover, the rejuvenation hall is still open. You have to go ahead and take a look. No, close the door first. I want to learn now. Nonsense. What if someone needs treatment? These are the steps for refining medicine for external application. You can try it at night. All right. Lu Yuro snatched the booklet and returned to the counter happily. Lu Tsongshan couldn't help but shake his head in the courtyard. This little girl, she's always been good at what she thinks. She wasn't willing to learn it before. Could it be that she saw me being bullied too badly this time? You want to learn some skills to stand up for me in the future? Lu Tsongshan thought happily. Zhang Qing, gather everyone. With Su Yang's order, the entire Spring Wind Hall quickly gathered. The speed was very fast, faster than any time before. After gathering, Su Yang glanced at his 112 subordinates. Not bad, they have more spirit than ever before. All of them stood straight and gathered together, emitting a special aura. It was like a kind of faith, but it was still relatively weak. This was actually because his actions this time had inspired these soldiers. Originally, they were similar to constables, responsible for maintaining law and order, punishing the wicked and promoting the good. However, when faced with some powerful figures, they could only watch as the other party did evil. They could not stop them, nor did they dare to. It was a denial of their original beliefs. This time, Su Yang disregarded everything and eliminated the biggest evil in Pingshan City. So the broken faith in the hearts of all the soldiers of Springwind Hall was being reforged. Zhang Hu stepped forward. A tall figure stood out from the formation and stood straight at the front. From now on, I appoint you as the temporary deputy weapon master. You have the right to order the other sergeants and soldiers. Solve the remaining problems of Springwind Street within a month. If you can't solve it, you can come to me. From now on, I am your backer. You don't have to fear any power, understand? Thank you, weapon master. Zhang Hu knelt on one knee. The rest of the guards echoed, understood. If Su Yang had said these words to them before undertaking this task, they would have scoffed at him. If they were to follow the rules, would Su Yang cover for them if they provoke someone? T. But now, when these words were spoken, it was music to their ears. They finally had someone supporting them. They had witnessed everything that had happened in the past few days with their own eyes. The Li family's 7th-grade assassin was easily subdued by Su Yang. That meant that Su Yang's strength was already at the top of Pingshan City. 7th grade, it was the upper limit of Pingshan City, but not Su Yang. Even the Li family, the overlord of Pingshan City, could not do anything to Su Yang. What else did they have to worry about? With Su Yang standing behind them, they could do whatever they wanted. They could solve any injustice. Yes. Very well. I hope you're not just shouting slogans. Other than solving some existing problems, you must keep up with your cultivation progress. Tonight, I'll go to the commander and apply for a batch of bone-strengthening powder. I will indeed be your backer, but I can't protect you all the time. Moreover, when you do something, it's easier to do it if you have enough strength. Now let Zhang Hu say a few words to you. I'll be leaving first. After Su Yang finished speaking, he walked back to his courtyard, leaving behind a group of soldiers who were burning with passion. He didn't want to hear what Zhang Hu would say next. The main thing was what Zhang Hu would do next, and whether he could renovate Springwind Street. Doing this would benefit the people and also verify his speculation. Could he obtain the will of all living beings by solving the problems that the commoners needed to solve? Or could it only be obtained through missions? This was something he needed to verify. After settling this, Su Yang returned to his courtyard to apply medicine to his right arm. Excessive training is not good. I'll need a couple of days of rest. Feeling pain in his right arm joint, Su Yang also had a headache. His body was too weak. He had to think of a way to solve it in the future. As long as he could increase his physique, the speed at which he could raise his sword intent would definitely be faster. Su Yang applied the one-day rejuvenation powder to all the joints on his right arm. Instantly, a burning sensation appeared in his heart. The efficacy of this medicine. This medicinal effect is so strong. The rejuvenation powder took effect immediately after it was applied to all the joints. Su Yang could clearly feel the powerful medicinal effect. The damaged joints of his right arm were repaired, and the muscle soreness was fading. What a powerful medicinal effect. He originally wanted to rest for a day, but it seemed that there was no need for that now. In just 5 minutes, Su Yang could no longer feel the soreness of his arms. The effect was surprisingly good. Su Yang thought about it and felt that it was normal. The rejuvenation powder was a 9th-grade healing medicine. It was enough for a 9th-grade martial artist to use. Furthermore, he was just an ordinary person. Wouldn't it be a piece of cake for an ordinary person like him to use such a high-grade healing medicine to treat excessive training? This was a very normal business. Now Su Yang is thinking about how to obtain pills or similar things that can directly increase his physical fitness. Even if the cultivation technique in this world needs to be used in conjunction with body-refining pills, it shouldn't be the only way. After thinking for a while, Su Yang planned to collect information in this area. After all, he had not been in this world for long, so he did not know much. For now, he would use healing medicine to hold on. His physical body was too weak and was only comparable to an ordinary person. In the future, his sword intent would become stronger and stronger, and the enemies he encountered might also become stronger and stronger. He couldn't let his physical body drag him down. Of course, it would be even better if he could finish off the enemy with a single strike. I wonder if this Huichun Hall has medicinal liquids and pills for body tempering. You can go and ask next time. After waiting for another 10 minutes or so, Su Yang felt that his right arm had completely recovered. Thus, he came to the courtyard and began to swing his sword again. He was invincible in Pingshan City, but he was still too weak in the entire Xia. After Su Yang left, Zhang Hu also began to act according to Su Yang's instructions. The first thing they needed to do was to deal with the backlogged cases. Before this, they didn't dare to offend others, so they didn't dare to deal with many things. If this situation persisted for too long, they wouldn't even want to solve some problems that could be solved. Anyway, they could get a salary by mixing around, so why did they still have to do things? Now that he had Su Yang's protection and wanted to do something practical, it was naturally different. As a result, the 112 people from the Marital Tea Suppression Division of Spring-Wind Street were mobilized to clean up the entire Spring-Wind Street. Zhang Hu led a group of people and shuttled through the streets. Soon, they arrived at a shop. Shopkeeper Liu, 3 months ago, your son injured someone. According to the severity of the injury, 1 month in jail, 20 taels of silver compensation for the injured. Shopkeeper Liu's expression changed. He looked at the soldiers of Spring-Wind Hall and was a little angry. However, when he thought of the ruthless person who dared to kill Li Ming, the anger on his face disappeared in an instant and was replaced with a smile. My lords, according to the laws of the Xia, you can be bailed out within 3 months of imprisonment. 10 taels a day. I'm willing to pay 300 taels. Zhang Hu furrowed his brow. Although he didn't want to let the other party off so easily, the laws of the Xia indeed dictated such measures. But remember, if you make any mistakes within a year, you will be severely punished. Understood, understood. Shopkeeper Liu took out 320 taels and handed them to Zhang Hu. He had suffered heavy losses, but he could only bow to Zhang Hu and send him off with a smile. After Zhang Hu left, Shopkeeper Liu's face darkened. 320 taels, my annual profit is only 1,000 taels. No matter how heartbroken he was, he did not dare to provoke Su Yang at this time. He did not even dare to provoke Su Yang's subordinates. After Zhang Hu left Shopkeeper Liu's place, he continued to enforce the law in the same way. But soon he had no choice but to stop. As the cases were dealt with one by one, he had brought more than 1,000 taels of silver with him from just 6 assault cases. After seeing this sum of money, Zhang Hu felt a little incredulous. The money came too quickly. Their monthly salary was only about 5 taels of silver. When was he going to get this 1,000 taels of silver? Zhang Hu's heart was beating wildly, and he couldn't suppress the urge. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. Let's go. We'll send the compensation to these injured people first. Zhang Hu led the team and continued to move, sending money to every house. When the families of the injured received the compensation that they could not have received, an old man was so emotional that he cried and knelt in front of Zhang Hu to thank him. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Zhang Hu felt extremely upset when he saw this scene. What kind of pain did their inaction cause the people? The other soldiers who followed him also had complicated feelings. Please get up quickly. This can't be. We're the Martial Suppression Division, the soldiers of Spring-Wind Hall. It's only right for us to do these things. It's our fault for dragging it out until now. If you want to thank someone, thank Lord Su Yang. If it weren't for Lord Su Yang's guidance, we don't know when we would have realized it. Zhang Hu handed over the compensation he had obtained one by one. The families of these injured people were very poor. They were basically poor families. It was also possible that they had burdened their families because of their treatment. The arrival of these compensations could finally alleviate their poverty and make their lives a little better. Brothers, we're the only people they can rely on, Zhang Hu said with mixed feelings, causing everyone to fall into deep thought. As they walked back to Spring-Wind Hall, they gradually straightened their bodies. They knew what they should do in the future. In the courtyard, Su Yang was waving his long sword to increase his sword intent. The white chi suddenly dissipated a little, turning into a wisp of the will of all living beings and entering his mind. At this point, Su Yang understood that the wishes of the people were the source of the white gas. When missions appeared, it was the common wish of many commoners. For example, hundreds of thousands of people wanted to punish Li Ming. After a while, Zhang Hu walked into the courtyard. Sir, we have solved 6 assault cases. This is the money that the assailants handed over in order to avoid jail time. Zhang Hu opened a box and found a pile of silver ingots inside. Su Yang frowned. How could there be so much money? He asked them to rectify public security. Were they going to collect money? No. Soon, he thought that his Xia laws and understood what was going on. This was a sum of money to subsidize the soldiers. It was one of the benefits that the Xia dynasty gave to the soldiers of the military department. As far as I know, soldiers receive 5 taels of silver a month, and sergeants receive 15 taels of silver a month, right? Yes, sir. How about this? 20% will be given to the brothers. You will take 10%, 50% will be given to the brothers to buy cultivation resources, and the last 20% will be mine. Su Yang made the arrangements with a few simple words. Zhang Hu stepped forward and said, Sir, you can't do that. According to the rules, the weapon master will take 50%. The rest will be divided by the weapon master. Su Yang said slowly, Then just take it that I took out 30% of my pocket and gave it to my brothers to cultivate. I'm giving you cultivation resources, but I don't want to see trash appear. How can the soldiers of the Martial Suppression Division suppress their martial arts if they don't have enough strength? Go do it. Money was not too important to him at the moment. Having more powerful and obedient subordinates might be the most beneficial for him in the future. Zhang Hu was touched. After being in the Martial Suppression Division for so long, he finally understood why he wanted to join in the first place. Yes, Zhang Hu knelt down on one knee. Then he took out 30% of it, 10% of it for himself, and the rest of it for his brothers. Zhang Hu returned to the team and looked at his expectant subordinates. He repeated what Su Yang had just said. Seeing everyone's joy, Zhang Hu's eyes gradually sharpened. Lord Su Yang has nurtured us so much. We can't let Lord Su Yang down. Let's go and continue to deal with the cases. I don't want to keep these backlog cases at all. Zhang Hu's words broke everyone's joy. The process of solving the 6 cases flashed again. To the wealthy businessmen, they only lost a sum of money, but after those poor families were hurt, it would only be even more difficult. The poor had nowhere to seek justice. Even if they had a little money, they could cause a ruckus and get the government to settle it. Only the cases of the poor would be piled up and ignored. Let's go. Give justice to the people. A group of 11 people walked out. There were still 9 teams active on When Street. They only had one goal, and that was to give justice to the people and make up for their previous inaction. In just one afternoon, the reputation of the soldiers of the Martial Suppression Division rose greatly. Not only was he in the limelight in When Street and praised by the commoners, but the commoners of other streets had even begun to compare him with the soldiers of the Martial Suppression Division in their own street. However, in comparison, the residents of the other 5 streets in Pingshan City were a little unhappy. On the surface, the people did not dare to be too presumptuous. After all, since ancient times, the people had never fought with the officials. However, in private, this was the capital they had to chat about after dinner. On this day, the soldiers of the garrison guard of When Street worked harder than ever. Brother Hu, I've never felt so comfortable as today. The people's grateful eyes made me feel that it was worth it. That's right, that's right. This reminds me of the reason why I joined Martial Suppression Division in the past. Wasn't it because I couldn't stand those guys who bullied the weak and wanted to teach them a lesson legally? Yes, keep it up. This is just the beginning. Don't be too proud. Look at the remaining 3 cases. Do you dare to solve them? Zhang Hu slapped the last 3 cases in front of everyone to calm them down. These last 3 cases all involved other weapon masters. It wasn't done by the other weapon masters, but it was done by someone close to them. In the past, this kind of thing would not be investigated and dealt with. But now, seeing that everyone was silent, Zhang Hu continued, If you have enough strength to deal with the possible consequences, will you deal with them? That's obvious. I definitely will. So, our strength is still not enough, so we have to deal with the case in our hands, and then we have to hurry up and cultivate. I'll ask Lord Su Yang for instructions first. In the courtyard, Su Yang was waving his sword. After a day, 3 more wisps of the will of all living beings appeared in his mind. The courtyard door creaked as Zhang Hu pushed the door open. Sir, there are a total of 63 cases. 60 have been solved, and there are still 3 cases that have not been dealt with. Today, I received a total of 3,400 taels of silver. Su Yang had already stopped practicing his sword and said, "What's wrong with the remaining 3 cases?" The remaining 3 cases involve the weapon masters of Bluestone Street and Peach Blossom Street. Su Yang nodded. "Yes, I'll go with you tomorrow. Next, bring some people with me to find the commander." "We're going to capture the commander?" Zhang Hu gasped. "What are you thinking about?" Su Yang was speechless. "Go and get the cultivation resources." Zhang Hu scratched his head awkwardly. It seemed that he had thought wrongly. Su Yang brought them to the headquarters of the Martial Suppression Division in Pingshan City and saw Zhang Zhiwu. After seeing Su Yang's strength, he was shocked. Zhang Zhiwu did not act like a superior in front of Su Yang at all. When Su Yang mentioned that he needed cultivation resources, he agreed without hesitation. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Zhiwu would be in control of these resources and would give most of them to his subordinates. It wasn't that he didn't give it to the other weapon masters, but the portion was very small and didn't follow the rules. This time, Su Yang spoke. Naturally, he would give her a full month's share. Even when Su Yang said that he wanted to buy it, he directly agreed. Therefore, Su Yang successfully obtained enough bone strengthening powder for 112 people to cultivate for 7 days. After solving the problem of his subordinates, it was time for him to solve his own problem. "Commander Zhang, I would like to ask if there is anything in the Martial Suppression Division that can directly improve one's physique." "Absorb it directly? Do you mean that they don't match the body tempering technique?" "You're probably talking about the secret recipe of a special medicinal bath, right?" Zhang Zhiwu thought for a moment and said, "That's right." Su Yang's eyes lit up. "I do have one here, but it's not very effective. Only martial artists who haven't entered first grade would use it." "That's right, this is what I want." Su Yang's eyes lit up. Wasn't this what he needed? Zhang Zhiwu was a little puzzled. With Su Yang's strength, did he still need this thing? "There's a prescription in the treasure vault called the Spirit Body Medicinal Bath. It requires one to soak in it for an hour every day to strengthen one's physical fitness, but it's still not of the highest grade." "Where is this prescription?" Su Yang asked happily. "Wait a moment. I'll get someone to make a copy. You can't make this medicinal bath yourself. You have to hire an alchemist to make it for you. This medicinal formula is a mixture of poison and tonic." After Zhang Zhiwu finished speaking, he gave the order and quickly copied a copy of the prescription for Su Yang. "Understood. Thank you." Su Yang took the prescription, thanked him, and left with his subordinates. "Strange brat, can you stop the Li family's revenge?" The Li family did not seem to be able to do anything to Su Yang now. There was no movement as if he had admitted it. However, this was only because the eldest and second brothers of the Li family had not returned yet. When the 2 of them returned, a storm was inevitable. Zhang Zhiwu's eyes gradually went blank as he lay comfortably on the rocking chair in the courtyard. "Old man, wouldn't it be great to live a peaceful life without ambition? As long as he didn't do anything, the fire wouldn't burn him." On the second day, Zhang Hu brought his men to Bluestone Street and Peach Blossom Street to arrest the people. The 3 cases were all major crimes, and they were not the kind that could be exempted from prison by money. The bigger the backer, the easier it was for them to disregard the law and commit more unscrupulous crimes. Very soon, the weapon master of Bluestone Street, Li Xing, came knocking on the door. "Su Yang, isn't it too much for your people to come to my territory and capture my people?" Li Xing frowned and asked. Although she was angry, she did not dare to show her anger at Su Yang. He didn't dare to offend a fierce person who dared to go against the Li family. Today, he did not plan to denounce them. He only wanted to fish out his own people. Do you know what he did? Su Yang glanced at him indifferently. "No matter what crime we committed, we are colleagues after all. Can't we just forget about some things?" Li Xing's tone was full of pleading and submission. Forget it. What was the point of having laws if everyone were to forget about it? Or is it that the parents of the people are used to oppress the people? Do you know what you should do? Is it worthy of the clothes you're wearing? Su Yang sat on the main seat, his eyes like fire as he spoke word by word. He hated officials who protected criminals. If it wasn't for his status, he would have killed this guy with a single strike. Li Xing was displeased. However, he had a favor to ask of Su Yang now, so he did not dare to reveal his thoughts. He could only suppress his anger. This is 3,000 taels of silver. Consider to make up for the mistakes my people have made. Li Xing took out 3 banknotes worth 1,000 taels and placed them on the table. Su Yang did not hide his disgust and said, "Take your money and get lost before I change my mind." "You, don't go too far." Li Xing also jumped up. Just as he was about to say something ruthless, he saw Su Yang looking at him with his sword eyes. The killing intent in his calmness made him instantly sober up. This was a ruthless person who dared to go against the Li family head-on. Thinking about this, Li Xing instantly felt a chill run down his spine. What was going on with him? Was he courting death? He grabbed the banknotes on the table and turned around to leave. At this moment, Peach Blossom Street's weapon master Ling Xiongbing stepped into the main gate. The atmosphere in the room, which had dropped to the freezing point, suddenly fell on Ling Xiongbing. Why are you looking at me? How could Ling Xiongbing not know about such a strange atmosphere? In an instant, he regretted coming here. From Li Xing's expression, he most likely didn't get any benefits. "Are you also here to plead for mercy?" Su Yang's calm voice suddenly sounded, giving Ling Xiongbing a shock. Li Xing quickly left and did not continue to embarrass himself here. Ling Xiongbing was in a dilemma. Should he say it or not? Before he could think further, Su Yang's voice sounded again. "Do you want to get lost, or should I help you?" Ling Xiongbing's face froze. Was this Su Yang that disrespectful? Looking at Su Yang's expression, Ling Xiongbing suppressed the words he wanted to say. It was better not to say it. Li Xing had already suffered, so how could he be any better? Just like that, Ling Xiongbing, who had just reached the door, turned around and left without saying a word after being scolded. Humph! Seeing this, Su Yang just snorted unhappily. Su Yang was already very restrained by not drawing his sword directly against corrupt officials and people who liked to cover up for them. Su Yang admitted that this was influenced by his previous life. However, he didn't see anything bad about it. Didn't he just want to back up the people and deal with these people who used their status to enjoy privileges and did whatever they wanted? Judging from his current growth rate, it wasn't that he didn't need to make friends with others, but he could choose to make friends with people who were useful and comfortable for him. If he also provided cover for those who committed crimes, how different would he be from the people who led him to a dead end in his previous life? After sending the 2 of them away impolitely, the trouble he needed to solve today was gone. The next step was to do his own thing. Su Yang got up from his seat and walked toward the street. If he wanted to make use of the spirit body medicinal bath, he would need an alchemist to refine the medicinal bath for him. Otherwise, if he did it himself, it would be easy for something to happen. However, Su Yang had also asked. Although the medicinal bath was poisonous, it was not very toxic. It was just that the skin would itch for 3 days, and it was very uncomfortable. In this way, there wouldn't be any problems, even if it was handed over to an outsider to refine. The reason why this medicinal effect could strengthen the body was because it was extremely effective. It would destroy the skin and damage the body, which would then be repaired quickly. Therefore, he needed to go to Rejuvenation Hall to find someone to refine the medicine for him. The old master of Rejuvenation Hall had a good reputation. Not only was the medicine he refined good, but he was also a good person with true medical ethics. He quickly arrived at Rejuvenation Hall. When he entered the hall, it was still the same woman who received him last time. Her small face was round and moist with some baby fat. Her skin was fair, her eyes were bright, her lips were red, and her teeth were white. Standing, there was a beautiful scene that was pleasing to the eye. It was truly beautiful, especially when this person could smile. He looked even better when he smiled. At this time, Lu Yuro welcomed Su Yang with a smile. "Lord Su, I wonder why you're here this time? Isn't the rejuvenation powder good?" Lu Yuro seemed to be worried that something was wrong with the medicine. Su Yang hurriedly explained, "No, it is very useful. It's just that I have other requests." I wonder if Dr. Lu is here. Lu Yuro quickly said, "Looking for my grandfather? He's here. I'll go get him now." Before Su Yang could reply, Lu Yuro had already rushed in. Su Yang touched his nose. Why was she so anxious? Grandpa! Lu Tsongshan was refining medicine in the courtyard when he heard his granddaughter shouting from afar. He could not help but feel a headache coming on. This girl was not like this before. Grandpa, Lord Su is looking for you. Why are you so excited when Lord Su is looking for me? Lu Tsongshan teased. I just want to hurry up and not delay things. Grandpa, hurry up. Ha ha! All right. Su Yang waited for a moment before Lu Tsongshan walked out of the inner courtyard. When he saw Su Yang, Lu Tsongshan bowed respectfully. With his status, there was no need, but Su Yang was worth it. Dr. Lu, you don't have to do this. Su Yang quickly went forward to help him. Lu Tsongshan didn't care much and accepted it after bowing. May I know why Lord Su is looking for me? I have a prescription here that I need Dr. Lu to help me refine. Su Yang took out the prescription from his pocket. Lu Tsongshan had an idea after reading it once. No problem, but some of the medicinal herbs may need Lord Su to go to the Chinese medicine workshop to purchase. This result was also expected by Su Yang. All right, you don't have to worry about the medicinal ingredients. I'll make the necessary arrangements. This is a month's remuneration. I'll need to soak in a medicinal bath every day for the next month. Lord Su, take this back. Lu Tsongshan pushed the silver back to Su Yang without thinking. Dr. Lu, you have to accept this silver. You have worked hard, so you naturally have to be rewarded. After Su Yang finished speaking, he pushed the silver to Lu Tsongshan again. Then, he turned around and left. He was indeed a good official that was rare in 100 years. Lu Tsongshan watched as Su Yang gradually walked away and could not help but praise him. Just as Lu Tsongshan was sighing, Lu Yuro came out from behind. Grandpa, what prescription is this? Let me see. This isn't a prescription, it's a medicinal bath recipe. Medicinal bath, wouldn't he have to take off his clothes and soak in it? Yes. I also want to learn this medicinal bath recipe. No, this is Lord Su's thing. If you want to learn it, you have to ask Lord Su first. However, my Lu family also has a medicinal bath recipe. The effect is better than this one. Do you want to learn it? Yes. Back at Spring Wind Hall, Su Yang immediately called Zhang Hu over. He asked him to go to the Chinese medicine workshop to buy medicinal herbs for him. Buy according to the prescription. The more the better. You need a month's supply. If it's not enough, you can communicate with the herb gatherer and pay more attention when you enter the mountain to pick herbs. After buying it, send it to Rejuvenation Hall. Understood. Zhang Hu took the list of herbs that he needed to buy and left. If it was just the list of medicinal ingredients, the prescription would not be revealed. Any prescription required a long period of research, and one had to constantly ponder over the medicinal properties, the time to refine it, the time to add which medicinal ingredients, and so on. It was extremely complicated. Zhang Hu led a group of people from Spring Breeze Street to the Chinese medicine workshop. It was very easy for him to purchase most of the medicinal ingredients. However, he encountered a problem when purchasing the last commonly used Chinese medicine called white moon grass. How about this? I don't need too many. How about giving me 10? It shouldn't affect you much if you lose 10 stocks. I'll buy the rest later. No, since I've already promised someone else, how can I go back on my word? Wait a minute. Are you a soldier of Spring Wind Hall? The herb gatherer noticed the symbol on Zhang Hu's clothes. Yes. Zhang Hu was confused. Then you bought these herbs for Lord Su Yang? The herb gatherer continued to ask. That's right. Zhang Hu nodded. All right. Here are 10 white moon grass. You need a total of 30, right? Come and get it tomorrow. After Zhang Hu confirmed it, the herb gatherer, who had been unwilling to give in, immediately changed his attitude. He even took the initiative to ask Zhang Hu to come and get it tomorrow. Zhang Hu didn't know what to do, but he quickly understood. Su Yang helped a lot of people in Pingshan City, including the Chinese medicine workshop. How much? I won't charge you. I can't help Lord Su Yang much, but I can still help you with this white moon grass. The herb gatherer shook his head. Zhang Hu took out 10 taels of silver. White moon grass was indeed a commonly used medicinal herb, but it also had great medicinal value. The normal price of one stalk was 10 taels of silver. Lord Su said that if we take a single cent from the people, we, as subordinates, must listen to orders. Zhang Hu handed the money to the herb gatherer sincerely. The herb gatherer's heart suddenly warmed. It was not for the money, but Su Yang's words made him feel like he had never felt before. All right, I'll take this money. In the future, if you need any medicinal herbs, just look for me. I'll definitely do my best, the herb gatherer said solemnly. If it wasn't for the fact that the white moon grass had indeed been reserved by a medicine hall today, he would have given all the white moon grass in his hand to Zhang Hu. Then, Zhang Hu brought all the herbs he had bought and left happily. After a while, Zhang Hu sent all the herbs to Rejuvenation Hall and went back to report the progress. Tianqin's sword. Sword Intent Lv.12 5431/12,000. Sword technique, none. Will of all life beings, 9. After a busy day, Su Yang put away his sword and went to Rejuvenation Hall according to the agreed time. Just as he arrived outside Rejuvenation Hall, a female voice was heard. Lord Su, you're here. Grandfather has already prepared the medicinal bath. All right. Su Yang looked at Lu Yuro. Seeing that she was smiling, he smiled back. He entered the inner court and immediately saw Lu Tsongshan. Then, under Lu Tsongshan's guidance, they entered a pharmacy. It was very small, but it was fully equipped. Because when soaking in the medicinal bath, he needed to constantly add firewood to ensure the temperature of the medicinal bath in order to let the medicinal effects fully play out. So Su Yang did not soak in his own home. Under Lu Tsongshan's guidance, he took off his clothes and entered the medicine barrel. Lord Su, there will be a sharp pain and itching when you soak in it. This is the feeling when the medicine takes effect. You need to endure it. Understood. When he got the prescription, Su Yang had already memorized this information. Next, Lu Tsongshan added the half-finished medicinal herbs into the medicinal buckets one by one. It was a medicinal ingredient that had already been refined once. Next, as long as the temperature of the water was raised, the medicinal effects of these semi-finished medicinal herbs would be activated. After adding all the semi-finished medicinal ingredients, about 10 minutes passed. The temperature in the medicine barrel had risen completely, and the medicinal effects of the medicinal herbs were also taking effect. Su Yang could clearly feel a sharp pain on the surface of his skin. After a while, it became very comfortable again. Then, it felt very itchy and he wanted to scratch it. At this moment, the Li residence was still wrapped in white silk. 2 figures stood in front of a coffin. Third brother, don't worry, we will definitely avenge. At night, Su Yang got up from the medicine bucket. Drops of pale green liquid dripped from his body. As an hour passed, he had absorbed most of the medicinal power contained in the barrel of medicinal liquid. The remaining residue did not have much effect. After stretching his muscles and bones, a series of explosions sounded. Awesome. It was a very straightforward feeling. This wasn't just the feeling of having bones cracking. There was also the pleasure of enduring for an hour before completely releasing it. This hour was not easy for Su Yang. The skin was constantly damaged and repaired, which would bring about 3 strange feelings of pain, itch, and comfort. Cultivation is really not easy. However, the feeling of strengthening one's physique is also very addictive. The feeling brought about by the strengthening of his physique was more obvious than the strengthening of his sword essence. With just one medicinal bath, his body had strengthened by at least 1/3. Although he was still an ordinary person, at least he could see the way forward. After sighing slightly, Su Yang put on his clothes and walked out of the small pharmacy. In the inner court, Lu Tsongshan and Lu Yuro were both present. Glancing around, he saw Lu Tsongshan guiding Lu Yuro in refining medicine. It's over. Yes, it's over. Thank you, Dr. Lu. I might have to trouble you later. Lord Su, there's no need to be so polite. After Su Yang thanked Lu Tsongshan, he walked out of Huichun Hall. When they returned to the main street, the sky had already darkened. It was about 9 o'clock in the evening. Su Yang returned to Spring Wind Hall. Although it was already midnight, Zhang Hu and the others had not finished their cultivation. The soldiers of Pingshan City's Martial Suppression Division all cultivated the iron body technique, which was only a 7th grade cultivation technique. During the day, they would use equipment to beat their bodies to strengthen their physique. At night, if they soaked in bone-strengthening powder for 2 hours, they would get twice the results with half the effort. This was an external cultivation technique, and its effects were extremely slow. It would take at least a year to reach 9th grade, 5 years to reach 8th grade, and 10 years to reach 7th grade. This still required a little talent. Those without talent could not even enter the entry level. With the help of some cultivation resources, the speed of cultivation would increase. After returning to his courtyard, Su-Yang washed up and went to sleep. 4 figures slowly appeared in the outer courtyard of Spring Wind Hall. 2 of them were muscular and wore loose martial arts clothes, and the other 2 were slender, wearing green Taoist robes. Disciple, do you want him alive or dead? Du Yunzi asked his disciple, the eldest son of the Li family, Li Qingyun. Master, he has to live. We can't let him die so easily, Li Qingyun said calmly. All right, Du Yunzi continued. However, I'll have to trouble fellow Taoist Pang Chun. Pang Chun was the second son of the Li family, Li Pingshan's master. His martial arts skills were superb. His qi had reached the liquid stage, placing him in the 6th grade. It's fine. Just do it. If your disciple is in trouble, as masters, we naturally have to help, Pang Chun said in a muffled voice. Du Yunzi nodded, and then he cast a spell. Wisps of pale green gas floated out of his body. In just a moment, the entire Spring Breeze Hall courtyard was enveloped by a pale green gas. One by one, the soldiers fell unconscious. After waiting for a while more, he felt that it was about time. He once again formed a seal with both hands, and a dark green eyeball was condensed by him. Go! With a low shout, his eyes were about to fly toward the courtyard of Spring Wind Hall. At this moment, a gust of wind suddenly erupted from the courtyard, and countless pale green gases were blown away. Another sharp sword intent instantly slashed at the dark green eyeball. With a crack, the dark green eyeball was cut in half and exploded in midair. Du Yunzi covered his left eye as the dark green eyeball exploded. He let out a blood-curdling scream, and drops of blood spurted out from the gaps in his hand. Master, are you all right? Li Qingyun was anxious. How could this be? Who in Pingshan City could hurt his master? Could it be that someone from above came down? Li Qingyun suddenly thought of a possibility. Hurry up, let's go, it's terrifying. Du Yunzi forced himself to speak despite the pain. The sword strike just now had made him feel that the endless sword will in the courtyard had awakened. If he didn't leave now, he probably wouldn't be able to. Creak. Su-Yang pushed open the door and walked out of the courtyard. Sword intent surrounded him like a celestial being in the mortal realm. He did not have any cultivation, so after he discovered that the sword intent had a warning effect, his body would never lack sword intent. Since everyone has come to visit so late at night, it's best not to leave in such a hurry. After all, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Disperse. With a low shout, the sword intent was like a tide, instantly forming a sword intent domain that enveloped everyone. Pang Chun cultivated martial arts, so he naturally knew the reason. However, because he could see the reason, he was even more frightened. Sword intent, such a powerful sword intent. How is that possible? Pang Chun felt a chill run down his spine. He felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. The sword intent before him had already surpassed the 6th grade. Fellow Taoist Pang, don't panic. Use your full strength to break through the sword intent, and we'll live. I don't see any cultivation base on this person. Du Yunzi's words gave Pang Chun hope. Good. In the next moment, Pang Chun and Du Yunzi's auras changed. Du Yunzi endured the pain in his body and activated his spell technique. Wisps of dark green aura emitted from his body. Pang Chun infused his martial intent and drew the large blade from his back. However, in the next second, Su-Yang put his fingers together and waved them gently. He shouted slash. The sword intent gathered and transformed into flying swords, easily severing the tendons in both of their hands and feet, destroying their dantians, and scattering their cultivation entirely. The aura that the two of them had gathered suddenly dissipated. "What are you doing? Why don't you just surrender?" Su Yang shook his head. He stood there and looked at the two people who had fallen. Giving the enemy a chance was not in his character. If he could finish them off directly, why did he have to wait for the enemy to make a move? Su Yang looked at Li Qingyun and Li Pingshan, two young masters of the Li family. "I've finally waited for you." "What do you mean?" Li Qingyun looked at the smiling Su Yang and instantly felt that something was wrong. According to the Xia law, murdering an official appointed by the court is a crime of extermination. From the beginning, when Su Yang decided to attack the Li family, everything was already within his calculations. By killing Li Ming, if Li Yijiang revealed any suspicious activities, he could directly annihilate the entire family. Unfortunately, Li Yijiang, that old fox, was cautious in his actions. Then, since the Li family's backing was Li Qingyun and Li Pingshan, Su Yang might as well wait for the two of them to return. When they made their move, everything would be over. "No, you can't. You can't do this. I didn't murder you. You can't produce any evidence." Li Qingyun panicked and denied it repeatedly. Evidence? There were many times in this world where evidence was not needed. If I want to destroy the Li family, I can just find a reason. Su Yang's words made Li Qingyun and Li Pingshan hold their breaths. They looked at Su Yang with fear in their eyes. They wanted to resist and escape. However, after a few sword intents tore through the air, Li Qingyun and Li Pingshan followed in their master's footsteps. At the entrance of Spring Wind Hall, four figures lay limply on the ground. Then a wisp of sword intent swept across their bodies. All the valuable things and cultivation techniques were put away by Su Yang. Poison cloud technique, wind slashing saber technique. Plap. Ouch, what the? Hoo-hoo. A bucket of cold water was poured over Zhang Hu's head, instantly jolting him awake. He couldn't help but feel furious. Who was so wicked as to disturb someone's sleep in the middle of the night? A Lord Su, rubbing his eyes. Zhang Hu's aura dissipated when he saw the person at the door. Did something happen again? Zhang Hu couldn't help but think of the scene in the prison cell. Wake everyone up. Go to the door and lock the person lying on the ground in the cell. Then gather in the courtyard and wait for me. Su Yang instructed and turned to leave. Zhang Hu stood up and rubbed his head. Why do I always fall asleep every time something happens? Get up, get up. They were still sleeping soundly, even though something had happened. As buckets of water were poured down, the soldiers who had been knocked out by the poisonous smoke woke up one by one. Zhang Hu brought his men to the entrance of the courtyard. When he saw the four of them, he couldn't help but gasp and widen his eyes. Li Qingyun, Li Pingshan, and their master. In his early years, he had seen their disciple recruitment ceremony, so he naturally knew their identities. This is a 6th grade martial artist and cultivator. Zhang Hu was extremely shocked. Su Yang being able to deal with a 7th grade was already beyond his expectations. Now, he could even easily deal with a 6th grade. There were not many traces of a fight at all. Judging from the situation at the scene, it was definitely a one-sided suppression. How strong was their divine weapon master? Take them away. Lock them all in the cells. In the courtyard, all the soldiers of Spring Breeze Wind had gathered. Do you know what happened tonight? Yes. Very good. Those who murder officials of the imperial court will have their families confiscated and their entire clans exterminated. Are you all willing to follow me to the Li family? Su Yang's words made the scene silent, and they were stunned on the spot. It was too sudden and violent, making them unable to react in time. I'm willing to listen to your orders. Zhang, who was the first to react, followed by the rest of the soldiers. Good. Move out immediately. Su Yang waved his hand and walked in front, and hundreds of soldiers followed behind. Each of them stood tall and straight, like a sword that had been unsheathed. These soldiers who had been abandoned in the past finally had some indomitable momentum now. Surround the Li mansion. Hurried footsteps could be heard on the street. A fire dragon quickly spread out and covered the entire Li mansion, and all the escape routes were blocked. Bang! The door of the Li residence was kicked open, and the two guards with sleepy eyes were taken down before they could understand what was going on. Li Qingyun and Li Pingshan have been arrested for murdering an official of the imperial court. According to the laws of Xia, the Li family will be exterminated. Those who resist will be killed without mercy. Zhang Hu took the lead, and Su Yang followed behind unhurriedly. However, the moment he entered the Li family, the soaring sword Intent emerged from his body, and the entire Li family was already wrapped in the sword Intent. When the escapees came into contact with the sword Intent, they would naturally feel the terror of it. The Li family was indeed the #1 clan in Pingshan City. The defense force was sufficient, and the Li family guards quickly appeared. Everyone, what is the meaning of this? The leader of the guards, 8th grade martial artist Li Yunsheng, blocked the way with his sword. Behind him were dozens of guards. Zhang, who was not afraid at all, he scoffed. Li Qingyun, Li Pingshan murdered Lord Su and has been captured. The Li family should be exterminated. Are you going to stop him? Li Yunsheng's heart skipped a beat. This was a serious crime. However, if they retreated just like that, he would also face severe consequences. What evidence do you have? My words are evidence. Do you think I'll just spout nonsense? I'll ask again. Are you going to let me go or not? Zhang Hu's voice sank, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Li Yunsheng was only a servant of the Li family. If they really wanted to confiscate and exterminate the family, it would not fall on him. Judging from the current situation, the martial suppression squad was serious. Li Yunsheng waved his hand and had the guards retreat to the side with him. Zhang Hu quickly rushed inside. This time, there were quite a lot of people who needed to be captured, and they could not delay. The most important targets were Li Yijiang, the head of the Li family, and his 3 wives. Then there were Li Yijiang's 2 younger brothers and their wives, as well as their descendants. Without the guards to stop them, Zhang Hu and his men rushed in. However, he was soon stopped by the Li family's loyal followers. A group of loyal disciples that the Li family had nurtured since young charged out from the inner court. All of them had a cultivation base of the 9th grade. Zhang Hu thought that it would take some time. However, after a few sword Intents descended from the sky and instantly killed this group of loyalists, he understood that they would not have anything to do tonight. They would only have to deal with some miscellaneous matters. Zhang Hu couldn't help but look back when he ordered the guards to arrest him. He saw Su Yang strolling behind them. It was only a matter of time before he killed the enemy. At this time, Zhang Hu could also clearly sense Su Yang's terror. However, the more terrifying it was, the more confident he would be as a subordinate. Charge in. Don't let anyone escape. Soon, all the members of the Li family were captured. Finally, Su Yang came to Li Yijiang. He stayed in his courtyard and did not escape. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but as a 7th grade martial artist, he had long felt the sword Intent that enveloped the entire Li family. He also knew that there was nowhere to retreat and escape. You've been waiting for my other 2 sons to come back, right? Li Yijiang stared at Su Yang and said his speculation. In the courtyard, Zhang Hu led his soldiers and surrounded them. Su Yang was at the front. Yes. Although he had already guessed it, Li Yijiang was still so angry that he wanted to vomit blood when he heard the answer. When dealing with an enemy, we must eliminate the root of the problem. When dealing with evil people, we must eliminate all of them. You were a villain from the beginning. From the moment I attacked, you became my enemy. Tell me, can I not exterminate them all? Su Yang spoke slowly. He was calm and ruthless, making people's hair and bones turn cold. Have I ever offended you? Or did my Li family offend you? Li Yijiang seemed to have accepted his fate and asked unwillingly. I only want to seek justice for the people. After Su Yang finished speaking, the sword Intent in the sky fell, destroying Li Yijiang's limbs and dantian. Ha! What a good way to seek justice for the people. You won't succeed. In the end, you'll only perish in the face of a greater evil. The people may need someone like you, but people like you don't live long. Perhaps. Su Yang waved his hand indifferently and asked Zhang Hu to suppress him. Send someone to find the county magistrate and ask him to send someone to help investigate the Li family's accounts. Follow the procedure. Understood. Pingshan City was only a county according to its level. The county magistrate and other civil officials were responsible for managing household registration, money, and other trivial matters in Pingshan City, while the Marshal Suppression Division was a military organization that managed all public security. The civil officials in this world were not weak scholars. What they cultivated was the power of words, and the manifestation of various word concepts was still very powerful. There were countless kinds of literary power. Sometimes, in special situations, the power of literary power far surpassed the power of martial arts. Among these powers, martial arts were the easiest to learn, but if one wanted to reach a higher level, one also needed comprehension. The only difference was the difficulty of getting started. Therefore, this world had the most martial artists. Literary power called Confucianism, and most of the Confucian scholars are officials. After a few minutes, Su Yang saw the county magistrate, Liu Yue, who had rushed over with his men. He was thin and had a refined temperament. The aura of a scholar assaulted his senses. Even though he was walking in a hurry, his posture was still dignified. "Lord Su, you've done something big without saying anything." Liu Yue looked calm on the surface, but his heart was already in turmoil. When Su Yu was in power, he did not do anything and did not have a temper. However, his son, Su Yang, he has the appearance of a hidden dragon. He had been paying attention to the whole thing from the beginning. Originally, he thought that Su Yang was just a simple hothead in the end. The entire family was toppled in less than 7 days. To put it frankly, Li Ming's 7th-day memorial hadn't even passed yet. What made him most curious was how Su Yang's strength came about. Without making a sound, he was already standing at the top of Pingshan City. "Lord Liu, I still need your help next." Su Yang smiled faintly. "Of course," Liu Yue said with a smile. The next step was to seize the entire Li family. All accounts, properties, and valuable things were temporarily sealed. After all the statistics were completed, the first place would be the capital. In the end, the remaining properties of the Li family would be confiscated. Of course, there had to be a reasonable reason for this kind of extermination, and there would be people from above to verify it. The Li family's assets were huge, and it would take 1 or 2 days to calculate them. Su Yang also let Zhang Hu keep an eye on it. He didn't plan to care about it himself. He would just wait for the final result. So he said goodbye and left, ready to go back to sleep. Su Yang walked back onto the street. Halfway through the journey, a voice suddenly sounded. "Lord Su is in such a good mood. With such a leisurely posture, you can't tell that you just went to confiscate and exterminate the Li family." At the corner ahead, a figure stood tall. "Oh, what brings you here?" Su Yang narrowed his eyes, observing the person before him. This person's aura was very familiar. A few days ago, when Li Hei came to assassinate him, this person was outside his courtyard. These few days, he would also feel a sense of pride from time to time. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Lang, the inspector of Tianfeng County." Zhang Lang walked in from afar and said, "My duty is to search for talents who are suitable to become inspectors." In Tianfeng Prefecture, Pingshan City was the upper level. It managed 18 county-level cities of various sizes, and Pingshan City was one of them. "Then may I know why Lord Zhang blocked my way in the middle of the night?" Su Yang was still calm. "Naturally, I have taken an interest in you, Lord Su." Su Yang's expression was strange, but Zhang Lang didn't care and continued. "I've seen the entire process of Lord Su's management of the Li family. The patrol inspector needs an upright and powerful person like Lord Su to take on the role. This is the recommendation letter from the patrol inspector of Tianfeng County. With this letter, you can go to Tianfeng County on the 15th of June to take the patrol inspector assessment at the Martial Suppression Division. After passing the test, you can become the inspector of Tianfeng County." Su Yang held the letter in his hand and said, "What power does an inspector have? I've never heard of this position before." This position sounded impressive, but Su Yang recalled that his predecessor did not have any memories of this at all. This position was newly created and hasn't been perfected yet. Otherwise, the Li family in Pingshan City wouldn't have happened. Each county will recruit 30 to 50 inspectors. Only those above the 5th rank are eligible. There is a first-grade chief inspector, second-grade inspectors for the East, West, South, and North regions, and third-grade inspectors for supervision and management. They are stationed in the county cities, inspecting all directions, receiving reports from the people, and being subject to public scrutiny. From the county city to the town city, they can issue orders for cooperation with the Martial Suppression Division in handling cases. Zhang Lang meticulously explained the powers and responsibilities of an inspector. After Su Yang heard this, he was even tempted. For him, the identity of a patrol inspector would be very beneficial to him. Let's first talk about the will of all living beings. It seemed that the higher the rank, the larger the area it could cover. He was only an official of Pingshan City, so he could only see the will of the people there. If his authority covered the entire Tianfeng County, then perhaps he could see the will of all living beings in the entire Tianfeng County. The higher his status, the better he could fulfill his beliefs. The inspector's identity required him to do the same thing as he did. If that was the case, how could he refuse? Very good. I wonder how I could be the chief inspector. Su Yang expressed that he was very satisfied with the position. Zhang Lang was speechless. Lord Su, you're so bold. The chief inspector of the prefecture capital must be a third-grade official. Since his status is above the Martial Suppression Division, his martial strength must be high enough. Su Yang nodded calmly to show that he understood. Zhang Lang's eyebrows twitched as he looked at him. For a moment, his emotions were complicated. So the patrol inspector needs to be in the 4th grade? That's right. If Lord Su's strength is sufficient, there's nothing wrong with it. There are many vacancies in the position of patrol inspector. The mission is more important, so I'll leave first, Zhang Lang said and left quietly. His figure was strange, and he had mastered a good movement technique. He was not in the sword intent domain, so Su Yang could not sense his depth. Only a 3rd-grade cultivator can be the chief patrol inspector. The assessment will begin on the 15th of June. It is now the 3rd of June. There are still 12 days left. Su Yang put the letter in his arms and set off on his way back again. No matter what, he was definitely going to be the patrol inspector. That night, the Li mansion was brightly lit. At first, the people living in the surroundings did not understand what was going on. They thought that it was dawn. They grumbled about the audacity of the Li mansion, creating such a commotion in the middle of the night. As they gradually understood the situation, their sleepiness receded like a tide. The Li mansion has been raided. The news of the Li family's raid spread through Pingshan City like a spring wind. Before morning had even arrived, the entire city was already aware of the incident. The Li family had too many properties all over Pingshan City, and many of them had been seized. One only needed to understand a little to understand what had happened. It could be said that Su Yang's reputation had reached its peak. He was loved by the people of Pingshan City. If it wasn't for the soldiers of Spring Wind Hall blocking the way, the threshold would have been broken by the grateful people. As for the person who had done such a great thing that had caused the entire Pingshan City to boil and cheer for him, at this moment, he was waving his sword in the courtyard. 90% of the white gas in the sky above Pingshan City has been reduced. After what he did last night was exposed, things developed as he had expected. The white gas in the sky above Pingshan City was reduced, and he obtained 6 wisps of living beings' will again. Now, he had 15 wisps of living beings' will. Therefore, he could already forge his own sword moves. He had already studied the process of using the will of all living beings to create sword moves. For example, the sword moves he forged were limited by the level of his sword intent. His level 12 sword intent could only consume 12 wisps of the will of all living beings to forge a level 12 sword move. However, when his sword intent reached level 13, he could also add a wisp of the will of all living beings to raise his sword technique to level 13. He didn't have to worry about wasting the sword moves he created now if he couldn't use them in the future. This was a very good thing for him. The sword moves created by sword intent were extremely malleable. It could be said that Su Yang could create whatever he wanted. To put it simply, Su Yang's sword move would be what he thought. However, the more functions a sword move had, the weaker its power would be. Therefore, if wanted a powerful sword move, he shouldn't do anything fancy. While thinking, Su Yang already had an idea. Could he come up with a sword move that could strengthen his body? After all, sword intent was so malleable. Su Yang tried to think about it, and soon he got the result. No way. The sword intent was not the issue. It was the insufficient will of sentient beings, and his body was lacking. To achieve that kind of sword technique, he needed more will of sentient beings. All right, it seemed that he had failed to find a sword technique that could strengthen his body. Then, he would follow the normal train of thought. His first sword move would definitely be powerful. If he needed any special functions, he would think about it later. He came to this world like a shooting star, wanting to use his weak flame to dispel the darkness that enveloped the people of this world. For this first technique, the sword would take the form of starlight, with a fiery glow as its tip. It was forged with 12 wisps of living beings' will. He named it Starfire. With his eyes closed, Su Yang thought of the appearance and name of his first sword move. In the next moment, the will of all living beings in his mind began to decrease. The will of all living beings transformed into the sword move that Su Yang wanted. The sword's body resembled the dark universe of the sky, with stars flickering within, and the fiery glow at the forefront was the most dazzling. The sword technique, Starfire, completed. In a few moments, the sword move was condensed. Su Yang's 2 fingers were like swords, and the sword intent around his body burst out. The sword intent from his dantian followed the flow. Buzz! In Spring Wind Hall, a loud and clear sword cry resounded. The sound waves spread like water. Zhang Hu, the guards, and the visiting townsfolk all halted in their tracks, turning their heads toward the direction of the sword hum. That's where Lord Su Yang is. Is it the sound of a sword hum? No doubt, but why is the commotion so intense? Don't you know? It's none other than Lord Su Yang. In the courtyard, Su Yang had long been wrapped in sword intent, and an even stronger sword intent gathered at his fingertips. The sword move had already taken shape and had to be executed. He pointed 2 fingers at the sky and slashed. The sword essence that had been compressed to the extreme found a breakthrough at this moment. Beginning of the sword, Starfire. A huge sword formed by sword intent soared into the sky from the courtyard. The tip of the sword burned with a fiery glow, while the sword body was pitch black with traces of starlight. This sword, with unstoppable momentum, sliced through the air, tearing apart the clouds. Thousands of meters of clouds were split in half by this sword. As the clouds parted, a glimpse of the azure sky could be seen through the rift. The sword intent dispersed, and sunlight shone through. Su Yang slowly exhaled a breath, releasing the suppressed stagnation in his heart. After exhaling, it seemed that his whole being became much lighter. It felt as if he was bidding farewell to the past, letting go of his previous life. It felt as if he was embracing the new beginning of this world. The impact of Su Yang's sword was immense. It was so significant that the entire populace of Pingshan City witnessed it. Logically speaking, those who saw this sword that was so powerful that it could change the weather would not tremble in fear, but they would also be in awe. However, the citizens of Pingshan City did not feel this way. They only felt someone holding a torch high in the darkness, and someone tearing the darkness apart with a sword. This sword, it must have been wielded by Su Yang. No one saw that this sword was slashed out by Su Yang. However, the citizens of Pingshan City seemed to have seen it. Zhang Lang, who had left Pingshan City a long time ago, seemed to have sensed something. He looked at Pingshan City from a small mountain path. With just a glance, he was stunned by what he saw. What an excellent sword! Using one's body as fire to tear through the darkness, this kind of intense sword technique required a lot of determination to comprehend. This is the hidden dragon that the commoners need. What a great talent! When we meet in the future, I will treat him with respect. Zhang Lang stopped in the mountains and bowed his head. He raised his hands in front of his chest and solemnly performed a half-body salute. Then, he turned around and set off again to complete his mission. Su Yang was not disturbed by the outside world. After waving his sword, he once again devoted himself to his daily sword practice. There was no noise in the inner courtyard, only the sound of sword after sword breaking through the air. He, Su Yang, was doing what a beginner sword practitioner should do. Many of the guards in the outer court were still immersed in the power of that sword. It was only when they heard the sound of swords being swung in the inner courtyard that they pulled their thoughts back to reality. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. For 3 days, Su-Yang waved his sword every day and went to Rejuvenation Hall to take a medicinal bath. With the improvement of his physique, the number of times he could swing his sword every day had increased to 8,000. Tianqin's sword. Sword Intent Lv.4 2111/14,000. Sword Technique Starfire Lv.14. Will of all life beings 1. His sword Intent had already been upgraded to Lv.14, and his sword moves had also been upgraded. Even he himself could not judge his current strength. This place was too small. He had never seen any experts before, so he naturally could not compare them. In 3 days, the Li family's assets had been tabulated. Zhang Hu and the others were already waiting for him to inspect it. After confirming that there was no mistake, it was time to divide the money. It had to be said that according to Zhang Hu, the silver taels exceeded 300,000. No wonder ancient people were so interested in confiscating the properties of wealthy merchants and corrupt officials. Even if Su-Yang was not very interested in money, he was still looking forward to it. Lord Su, according to the statistics, the Li family's assets are worth 375,320 taels of silver. The chief registrar of Pingshan City reported the statistics. In the courtyard of the Li family, all the important members of Pingshan City gathered. But there was only one protagonist, and that was Su-Yang. His opinion was more important than anyone else in Pingshan City. Yes, no problem. The Li family's properties can undergo an internal auction, with a starting price set at 30% lower than the market price. But only internal competition is allowed. After exhausting internal resources, we can then sell the remaining properties to other merchants. As for the current silver, we'll distribute it according to the rules. What do you all think? After carefully reading the account book and making sure that there were no problems, Su-Yang spoke up. Although it was a suggestion, who had any objections? No problem. Sure, I'll listen to Lord Su's arrangements. He glanced around and found no objections, so the matter was settled. Su-Yang got 20%. After splitting the silver, there were more than 20,000 taels. One had to know that 100 taels of silver were enough for an ordinary family to live comfortably for a year. This 20,000 taels of gold was a huge sum of money in this era. Su-Yang put away first. Later, he planned to take out a portion of it to his subordinates. However, this was just a small portion of the wealth. The major share came from a sale of the Li family's properties. After all of them were sold, there would be a substantial amount of wealth. After the division of assets was completed, the following days were relatively dull. The other streets were affected by Spring Wind Hall and began to deal with cases. After the fall of the Li family, the haze that shrouded the city was dispelled. Zhang Hu successfully broke through to 8th grade after a few days of cultivation. This finally gave Su-Yang a slightly useful person. As for Su-Yang, during this period of time, his life was very regular. During the day, he would practice his swordsmanship, and at night, he would soak in a medicinal bath. In the blink of an eye, it was the night of June 13th. Su-Yang would set off for the county city the next day. The assessment was on the 15th of June, but he had to prepare in advance to avoid delays. Pingshan City was quite a distance away from the county city. Walking for 3 days and riding the wind horse only took 6 hours. The wind horse was a 9th grade demonic beast. In Pingshan City, only the Martial Suppression Division had such equipment. Su-Yang was naturally qualified to ride it. That night, Su-Yang came to Weichun Hall, as usual, and walked into the familiar pharmacy. However, when he habitually prepared to take off his clothes and enter the medicine bucket, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Usually, Lu Tsongshan would be the one preparing in the pharmacy, but today, it was a different person. Su-Yang quickly buttoned up his half-unbuttoned shirt. However, he was still seen by Lu Yuro. Lu Yuro calmly explained, "Lord Su, you don't have to mind. There's no gender in front of doctors." Was that so? Su-Yang complained slightly. "Lady Lu, why are you here today?" Lu Yuro explained, "Someone suddenly fell ill. My grandfather, rushed over to treat him. I also learned how to refine medicine from my grandfather. Therefore, the task of refining a medicinal bath for Lord Su fell on me. So, I'll be responsible for adding firewood along the way. Seeing Lu Yuro's familiar look, Su Yang didn't think too much about it. I see. It's fine. Doctors don't care about gender. They only care about how to improve the body. Since you're also a doctor, I'll start. As he spoke, Su Yang began to undress again. Lu Yuro's heart was pounding as she saw this. She quickly said, Lord Su, the preparation work is completed. You can soak in it first. I'll come back to add firewood later. After saying that, Lu Yuro hurriedly ran out. No matter how much she brainwashed herself, she was still inexperienced. How could she remain calm in this situation? Su Yang took off his clothes and entered the medicine bucket. From then on, Lu Yuro would run in every once in a while to get more firewood. Then, she quickly left, doing her duty. Su Yang saw all of this. He did not think too much about this and absorbed the medicinal power and peace. After the medicinal bath was over, Su Yang thanked him as usual. Thank you, Lady Lu. No. Thank you, Dr. Lu. No need to thank me. Lu Yuro waved her hands. Su Yang smiled and left. Seeing that Su Yang had walked away, Lu Yuro finally stopped suppressing her emotions. She let out a heavy breath, and her flustered heart began to calm down. However, Su Yang's appearance in the medicine bucket would still pop up in her mind from time to time. Girl, what are you doing at the door? Lu Tsongshan leisurely walked out from the side and looked at his granddaughter with a smile. Grandpa, you're back. What a coincidence, Lu Yuro murmured. She seemed to have thought of something and instantly went crazy. Grandpa, did you do it on purpose? You're disrespectful. I'll pull your beard. After nearly half a month of soaking, his physique had been greatly enhanced. The medicinal bath's effect on his body was already very weak. If he were to simply swing his sword, he could already swing 10,000 swords a day without suffering any injuries. It could be said to be a huge improvement. His sword intent had also increased to Lv.18 after this period of time. Tianxin's sword. Sword intent, Lv.18, 12/18,000. Sword technique, Starfire, Lv.15. Will of all living beings, 0. It was a pity that the will of all beings was not enough, so the sword move could only reach Lv.15. When his sword intent reached Lv.12, he could instantly kill a 6th grade. Now that he was level 18, he had no idea what realm it was. In terms of perception, the sword intent in his Dantian would increase by several times with each level of sword intent. A 5th grade was definitely not his match. However, in his heart, he felt that if he included his sword technique, he could still kill a 4th grade. After estimating his own strength, Su Yang muttered, "Forget it. When I was strong enough, I could ask for the chief inspector position. In this world, one's own strength was the real thing. Lord Su, this is the Wind Horse. Also, these 40,000 silver notes belong to you after the Leaf family's assets are converted. Thank you." Beside the magistrate's office, Su Yang took the silver notes and a Qingfeng horse from the main registrar. Usually, only the county magistrate could ride this Wind Horse. However, when Su Yang asked to borrow it, Lu Yue did not refuse and gave it to him enthusiastically. Su Yang took the horse and wanted to step on it, but the horse still had a temper and would not let him on. Lord Su, it has a naughty personality. It's better to tame it before riding it. The registrar quickly said, "Understood. Go ahead and do your work. I can handle it." Yes. When the registrar heard this, he retreated. In his opinion, Su Yang's strength was extraordinary, and a mere horse could naturally be easily tamed. Although Su Yang's physical fitness had been strengthened by the medicinal bath and was a little stronger than ordinary people, he could not compare to the 9th grade demonic beast, the Wind Horse. This made Su Yang feel a little helpless. He did not know how much it would take to create a sword move that could strengthen the body. He had tried before, but due to the special nature of his body, the 15 wisps of living beings will not create a sword move that could strengthen his body. However, as long as the will of all living beings was sufficient, such a sword move could be forged. Also, if he had enough will of all living beings, he could also create a sword kinesis flight technique. That way, he wouldn't need to travel with his legs. Unfortunately, the will of all living beings was not enough. He shook his head to get rid of the messy thoughts in his mind. Then, he looked at the breeze horse. Be good. Su-Yang condensed his sword intent and stroked the wind horse's head. The originally unruly wind horse's body suddenly stiffened. Then it tilted its head intimately and rubbed against Su-Yang. Not bad, not bad. It seems that you know your place. Su-Yang was very satisfied. He jumped again and easily got on the wind horse. Let's go. Su-Yang crossed his legs and rode the breeze horse out of Pingshan City. He rode his horse on the road and felt the breeze. This feeling was very comfortable, making one feel happy and relaxed. Halfway through the journey, a funeral procession suddenly appeared. This made Su-Yang's relaxed and happy mood instantly converge. He still had to maintain his seriousness and respect when he saw such a thing. Su-Yang walked around, but when he walked to the side, he realized that the funeral procession was very long, almost 100 meters long. There were 7 coffins being carried. It was indeed a little strange. Su-Yang frowned and rode away. Other than this incident, they did not encounter anything strange on the way. 6 hours later, he arrived at the gate of Tianfeng County. There were groups of vendors and commoners. It would take a long time to line up. Fortunately, Su-Yang could take the internal passage. He showed the order of the commander and entered the city easily. In this era, no one would make irresponsible remarks. He could enjoy some privileges. It was normal treatment, so why should he avoid suspicion? After entering Tianfeng County, Su-Yang randomly found a restaurant close to the patrol department. Patrol department was the name of the patrol department. He had 50,000 taels of silver on him, so he couldn't spend them all. After he booked the best room to stay in, he gave a waiter a sum of money. It was noon, so Su-Yang simply ordered some food from the shop. There were a lot of people in the shop. Su-Yang sat down and looked around before the food arrived. He had made some discoveries. He didn't care about people who were chatting. However, some of them had a steady aura and were tall and straight. It was obvious at a glance that they had practiced martial arts and had even learned something. There were many people like this. Since this place was so close to the patrol department, it was very likely that they were here to participate in the assessment like him. One of them was noticed by Su-Yang. It was definitely an old man who was over 50 years old. His aura was restrained, and one could not see the depth of his aura, but the traces of his martial arts practice could not be concealed. When Su-Yang looked at him, the man also noticed him. They locked eyes for a brief moment, and then the man smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Su-Yang returned the gesture with a bow. He looked around and realized that the old man was probably the oldest among the competitors. Looking at his appearance, he should be close to 70 years old, right? Is it because he can't be idle, or is the position of patrol inspector attractive enough? However, he did not need to think too much about this matter. He did not care what others chose. He didn't even care if the patrol accepted the old man. Moreover, this was not an ordinary world. It was inappropriate to judge a book by its cover. Su-Yang warned himself. After a meal, Su-Yang walked out of the restaurant and walked towards the patrol department not far away. He had only taken a few steps when a voice came from beside him. Little friend, are you also preparing to join the patrol department? Su-Yang looked back and saw the old man who had just looked at him. Yes. The old man nodded. Not bad. I didn't want to come at first. I couldn't resist the persuasion of the younger generation. Although I'm a little old, I should still be of some use. Su-Yang replied, You must be joking. An elder is a teacher. If we become colleagues in the future, I might need your help. The old man smiled. Let's go. Hand in the recommendation letter first. Tomorrow is the assessment. Don't miss it. What position do you plan to take? Speaking of which, I'm not afraid that you'll laugh at me. Before I came, I was still thinking if I had the chance to be a chief inspector, but now, it was better to do it according to his own strength. The chief inspector would wait until he was strong enough. Su-Yang did not mind communicating with this person. Su-Yang felt very comfortable interacting with this old man. Perhaps some people were born to give others a good impression. All right, there's nothing bad about a young man with lofty aspirations. The old man also seemed to be very much to Su Yang's liking. He did not care about his status when he spoke, and it was more like he was communicating with his peers. The two of them chatted as they walked forward. The old man knew that Su Yang was the weapon master from Pingshan City. Su Yang also knew that the old man's name was Han Xiu, and he came from the Beiwang region. Although the Beiwang region wasn't very far from here, riding the breeze horse would take half a month. Although it was strange, Su Yang did not ask much. They walked into the door of the patrol department. At this moment, there were only a few officials in charge of registration. The current patrol department did not have any official members. After all, this was a brand new organization. The assessment had not even begun, and they had not even recruited anyone. Name: Su Yang. Assessment position: 4 Directions Patrol Inspector. The registration officer looked at Su Yang seriously and said, "Do you know that the 4 Directions Patrol Inspector needs to have the strength of the 4th grade?" Su Yang nodded. The official nodded. Although his expression remained calm, he was a little surprised in his heart. Su Yang was too young and looked only around 18. At this age, he was probably a descendant of some family. After Su Yang finished registering, he went out and Han Xiu walked in. Name: The official was about to speak, but when he saw who it was, he suddenly stopped. Greetings, Lord Han. Han Xiu nodded. What was the assessment that kid registered for? Sir, for Directions Patrol Inspector. The official hurriedly replied. Okay, I'll go in first. You go ahead. Han Xiu looked in the direction Su Yang had left and thought to herself, what an interesting kid. What exactly is he cultivating? No crude manliness, no scholarly aura, no ethereal chi, yet gives me a sense of awe and fear. This patrol inspector's office, truly intriguing. After Su Yang completed the registration, he returned to the restaurant. After a short rest, Su Yang went out and strolled around Tianfeng County. Tianfeng County was very big, and there were many bustling streets. Su Yang strolled on the street like this, feeling this rare moment of relaxation. Ever since he came to this world, Su Yang had not relaxed much. Studying talent, familiarizing himself with the world, wielding his sword day after day. It was as if this was the first time he had relaxed. Since they were in such a lively place, they had to take a stroll. One had to know that he had tens of thousands of silver notes in his hands. If this money was not converted into cultivation resources, it would be useless. What he needed now was a medicinal bath recipe, something that could be absorbed from the outside of his body. There might not be one in Pingshan City, but there might be one in Tianfeng Commandery, since it was so prosperous. The spirit body medicinal bath was gradually losing its effect, and he needed a brand new medicinal bath to replace it. Su Yang strolled from afternoon to night. He had also done some research on the delicacies of this era. It had to be said that in this era of craftsmanship, those who were not good at craftsmanship would not be popular. In this era, all the famous delicacies were real delicacies. The feeling of eating until the end of the street could only be described in one word. Awesome. Of course, he didn't forget about the important matter. He had already visited all kinds of commercial buildings, including the most high-class shop in Tianfeng Prefecture, the Sky Treasure Pavilion. However, there were no medicinal bath recipes or spiritual items that he needed. According to Su Yang's requirements, it was the kind that could directly strengthen the body without paying any price. However, the medicinal bath recipes in this world were basically recipes that complemented body tempering techniques. For example, the skin tempering medicinal bath required one to cultivate the iron skin technique. One would actively wear and tear the skin during cultivation. After cultivating for a day until one's entire body was covered in injuries, the skin tempering medicinal bath would only be effective. Soaking it directly would not be effective. There were many body refining techniques in the Sky Treasure Pavilion, and there were also medicinal bath recipes for them. But the key was if Su Yang had the time to refine his body, it would be better to swing his sword a few more times. He needed a strong body, mainly, so that he could swing more swords every day. Therefore, after walking around, he did not find any useful medicinal bath recipes. From the looks of it, the spirit body medicinal bath recipe that Zhang Jiwu gave him was rather precious. When he returned to the restaurant, He habitually glanced around the guest hall, but he didn't find the old man he had bumped into today. Su-Yang did not mind. He went back to rest and waited for the assessment tomorrow. On the second day, Su-Yang arrived at the patrol inspector's office at the designated time. Today was different from yesterday. There were many people in the patrol department, and all the important figures of Tianfeng County were present. Commander of the Martial Suppression Division, Prefect of Tianfeng Prefecture, Commander of the Wind Wolf Army. The Wind Wolf Army was the garrison stationed on one side of Tianfeng County. Su-Yang followed the instructions. When he came, he paid attention, but he still did not see Han Xiu. This surprised Su-Yang. Wasn't Han Xiu also here to participate in the patrol examiner assessment? Shaking his head, Su-Yang did not think too much about it. He might have gone in long ago, or he might not have come yet. There were 2 venues in total. One was for the assessment of the four-direction inspector. The other was for the assessment of the patrol inspector. Su-Yang looked at the 2 examination halls and blinked. So, the chief inspector doesn't need to be assessed. Suddenly, Su-Yang thought of something. That's right, the position of the chief inspector was equivalent to the commander of the Tianfeng Prefecture's Martial Suppression Division and the commander of the Wind Wolf Army. Even if there was a test, it wouldn't be for these people from Tianfeng County. It is likely that the assessments are conducted by higher authorities, and once passed, one can be appointed to the position. Therefore, even if he has the cultivation level of the 3rd grade, it is impossible for him to directly become the chief inspector. All right then, I was thinking too much. Shaking his head, Su-Yang walked into the four-direction inspector's assessment field. There were already 5 people inside. When he entered, he was greeted by a sweeping gaze. The four-direction inspector only needed 4 people, and now there were more than 4 people here, so they were all competitors. When everyone looked at him, Su-Yang was also looking at everyone. Among the 5 people, 4 of them were about 40 years old. From this point, it could be seen that it was not easy to cultivate the 4th grade. However, there was one person who was about the same age as him, about 20. The assessment had not started yet. After Su-Yang came in, he found a seat and stood waiting. In the next few minutes, a few more people came in one after another. The number of people in the examination hall reached 8. 2 of the 3 people who came later were middle-aged, and one was from the younger generation. The young man who came later gave Su-Yang a very arrogant and proud feeling. He clearly did not speak, but he carried an arrogant aura, as if he did not put everyone in his eyes at all. The position of four-direction inspector was within reach. There were a total of 8 people, but Han Xiu was not among them. It seemed like he had gone to the patrol inspector examination hall. When the time was up, Ma Wu, the commander of the Wind Wolf Army, opened his eyes. Time's up. The soldiers guarding the door immediately closed the door. Ma Wu swept his gaze around, and a 3rd grade aura spread out. Very good. There are 2 steps to the four-direction inspector test. The first step is to verify if you have the strength of a 4th grade. I have a piece of purple goldstone here. Those who are not in the 4th grade cannot leave a mark on it. Everyone needs to try it before the one who leaves a mark can proceed to the next step. Ma Wu pointed at a purple goldstone on the ground. First, Yi Jiang. The young man who was in the room at the beginning stood up and stretched his back. Then I'll give you a demonstration first. Yi Jiang came to the purple gold color with a relaxed expression. He gathered his qi and waved it, and the qi force in his body jumped out and hit the purple gold color with a bang. Then, a fingernail-sized mark appeared on the purple gold color. If one did not look carefully, one would not be able to tell. Everyone was shocked. Wasn't this the power of 4th grade? They were all in 4th grade. How could they not see the depth? Only Su-Yang felt that this purple gold color was too hard. He had to use more strength later. "Tis," the arrogant youth sighed. "Lord, did I pass?" Yi Jiang glanced at the other party and said nonchalantly, "You passed." Ma Wu's face darkened. Yi Jiang returned to his seat smugly. Next, Feng Yi. Next, Zhou Bai. Next, Yin Dao. Next, Wei Chuan. Next, Ding Ziwu. 5 people passed the test in a row, and they all left obvious marks on the amethyst. In the end, only the arrogant young man and Su-Yang were left. Next, Sun Tianpeng. This person looked at Yi Jiang provocatively, then stepped forward and punched the spot where Yi Jiang had left a mark, forcefully leaving a fist mark. He was so pleased with himself. Childish. Just Yi Jiang's light and light, two words made Sun Tianping's hair stand on end. If Ma Wu wasn't here, these two guys would probably have a live martial arts competition. From the looks of it, these two fellows should know each other. Next, Su Yang. In the end, only Su Yang was left. Everyone looked at him curiously. They were very curious about Su Yang's strength and identity. Those who had reached this level of strength at this age basically had the backing of a large faction. The name of a genius should have long spread. However, they had no impression of Su Yang at all. Su Yang had already arrived in front of the purple gold stone. He thought for a moment, and a casual strike should be enough. It wasn't the chief patrol inspector's assessment, so there was no need for it. In the examination venue, everyone's eyes gathered on Su Yang. The sword intent around Su Yang burst out. With a wave of his hand, a sword slash formed by sword intent was launched. He tore through the void and instantly arrived in front of the purple gold stone. Whoosh! There was a soft sound, but there was not much movement. However, the stone shattered into two halves. Everyone was shocked. Shattering a purple gold stone with a single move was something that could only be done by someone at the peak of the 4th grade. Where did this young man come from? You passed. Even Ma Wu couldn't help but size Su Yang up seriously. He really couldn't recognize him before giving up. Su Yang returned to his seat and touched his chin. He felt that he was still a little high profile. No, the main reason was that this purple gold stone wasn't that hard. He had only casually attacked. The first assessment ended here, and everyone at the scene remembered Su Yang. This first test is only to prevent people who don't know their place from entering. It's a kind of test. The next test is whether you can become the 4-direction inspector. Ma Wu looked around and continued. Assessment mission. Investigate the robbery in the Iron Ring Mountain. The assessment time is 1 month or the case is over. If you discover anything along the way, you can communicate with the Martial Suppression Division. At the same time, the members of the Martial Suppression Division over there will also cooperate with you. After the assessment, the victor will be decided based on your contributions. The top 4 will be the 4-direction inspector. As he spoke, Ma Wu waved his hand, and the members of the Martial Suppression Division began to move, and information was distributed to the 8 of them. This is the information about the robbery at the Iron Ring Mountain. You can take a look, including the list of looted items. The case's words are currently locked on a rough range. A portion of the looted items appeared in Yonghe City. At present, the surroundings of Yonghe City have been sealed off. You can start your investigation from Yonghe City. The assessment officially begins now. After Ma Wu gave a simple explanation, he announced that the assessment had begun, allowing everyone to move. No one was in a hurry. They all looked at the information on the spot, including Su Yang. Originally, Su Yang thought that he only needed to have enough martial strength, but now it seemed that this was not the case. That's right. If the patrol inspector did not have the ability to judge, he would not be able to do it even if he was just a boorish man. Iron Ring Mountain Robbery. Location: Iron Ring Mountain Official Road. Clue: 3 to 10 people. The strongest among them is at least 5th grade. He is extremely strong and is suspected to be a body-refining martial artist. He is very tall and has robbed goods worth millions of taels of silver. All 16 people escorting the goods are dead. The goods are suspected to be sold in Yonghe City recently. Currently, Yonghe City has been sealed off. Item list: Tier 5 Bone Forming Pill, Tier 5 Spirit Purple Pill, Star Iron Sand. There was not much information. After reading it once, Su Yang put away the list first. It was not like he had a photographic memory, so he could take it out and take a look if he needed it. The rest of them had also finished reading and were ready to leave. Yonghe City was 200 miles away from Tianfeng County. With the speed of the wind horses, 1.5 hours was enough. Su Yang returned to the restaurant, took back the wind horse, and set off after leaving the city gate. He was the first to leave Tianfeng County, but he was soon overtaken by the other candidates. The horses that the other examinees rode were better than his. It could be seen that Su Yang was far inferior to an ordinary 4th grade martial artist. His strength came too quickly, and some of the additional things had not caught up. At this time, whoever reached Yonghe City first will be able to obtain first-hand information and might even win the assessment. Therefore, no one would wait for Su Yang. When he saw that Su Yang was riding a horse that was only a wind horse, he was secretly happy. However, not everyone was like this. Brother Su. Su Yang turned his head in confusion and found that it was Yi Jiang who was the first to take the test. Yi Jiang was riding a scarlet blood horse, a 7th grade demonic beast. A demonic beast of this rank could easily travel 10,000 miles a day. However, this person slowed down after standing beside him. Brother Yi, what are you doing? Yi Jiang laughed and said, Oh, it's okay. It's just a companion. It's a bit lonely on the road. Su Yang smiled and said, Brother Yi is right, but this assessment is for the top 4. If you go early, you might be able to obtain more beneficial information. Su Yang did not believe Yi Jiang's words, but the others did not show any malice. I'm not in a hurry. If this case was so easy to solve, the Martial Suppression Division would have solved it long ago. Yi Jiang said nonchalantly. Seeing that Su Yang was silent, Yi Jiang did not mind and followed Su Yang. After a while, the two of them arrived at Yonghe City. At this moment, the entire Yonghe City was under martial law. They could enter and exit, but the checks were extremely strict. The two of them entered and soon arrived at the Martial Suppression Division, and there also had a person to receive them. Firstly, it was convenient for them to connect with the local Martial Suppression Division, and secondly, it was to lead the way for them. The person who received Su Yang was a young man named Li Mingyuan. Any new discoveries? Su Yang asked Li Mingyuan. A little. Yesterday, we caught some villagers selling goods, but they only took the goods and were responsible for selling them. The silver notes they obtained were all taken away by birds and beasts, and no one knows where they went. These villagers didn't see the other party's appearance, nor did they have any information about the other party. I think the perpetrator must have some special means. Li Mingyuan answered truthfully. Taken away by bird beasts? Where could they fly to? Su Yang thought for a moment and said, Is there anyone in Yonghe City who is good at this? Yes, we've already conducted an investigation, but we didn't find any problems. Li Mingyuan replied. Did you send someone to keep an eye on them? Su Yang continued to ask. This? No, I didn't. Give me the information of those who are good at this. Su Yang instructed. Yes. Under Su Yang's arrangement, Li Mingyuan immediately took action. He found a copy of the record and handed it to Su Yang. Li Hongyun, 45 years old, has a flock of yellow birds. Li Kaiji, 37 years old. He has bird control skills. Li Chong, 24 years old, has beast controlling skills. There were a total of 7 people, which was not a lot. Su Yang looked through them and planned to start investigating them. Since this incident happened in Yonghe City and was related to beast control, then the direction of the investigation would definitely be here. Perhaps there was another point, and that was that the culprit was in the mountains outside. But if that was really the case, there was no way to investigate. Was he going to search the mountain? How many soldiers can I mobilize? After thinking for a while, Su Yang spoke again. Normally, if there is a major discovery, we can apply for more. Li Mingyuan quickly replied to the question. Okay, then get some people here. From now on, collect all the information about these 7 people. We have to investigate them thoroughly. Remember, just keep an eye on them. Don't alert the enemy. Report to me every day. Su Yang was not in a hurry after giving the instructions. He planned to walk around Yonghe City while waiting for information and see if he could find anything useful. Yes. Li Mingyuan immediately acted according to the instructions. Although the young man in front of him looked younger than him, he felt more pressure than facing his boss. After making the arrangements, Su Yang came out of the Martial Suppression Division and planned to take a walk around Yonghe City. He would investigate them one by one after he got more information about them. Because he was not familiar with the terrain, Li Mingyuan followed him. As soon as he stepped out of the door, he found Yi Jiang sitting in Martial Suppression Division's main hall, bored out of his mind. He would change his posture from time to time. When he saw him come out, he immediately perked up and stood up. This seemed to be waiting for him. Su Yang's expression was a little strange. What was the meaning of this guy? Brother Su, what a coincidence. You haven't left yet. Yi Jiang seemed very surprised. Su Yang was speechless. Yeah, I was just about to leave. Su Yang replied, and then left with Li Mingyuan, and Yi Jiang also followed along with his receptionist. Su Yang ignored this guy. Anyway, he was at a walk around Yonghe City. If the other party wanted to follow him, so be it. Su Yang walked on the street, strolling around while learning useful information from Li Mingyuan. For example, the biggest force in Yonghe City was called the Big River Gang. The gang leader was a perfected 5th grade. He cultivated an external cultivation technique. Not only was his brute force extremely strong, but his physical defense was also extremely strong. The disciples of the Big River Gang were mostly external refiners. This reminded Su Yang of the clues mentioned in the information. The robbers were likely martial artists who practiced external techniques. Have you investigated the Big River Gang? I've investigated. The other party is not a suspect. What? On the day of the incident, the Big River Gang's leader came to the Martial Suppression Division. With an alibi, there were no other 5th grade martial artists in the Big River Gang other than their leader. There were 2 5th grades among the people escorting the goods, but they were all dead. All right then. Then, Su Yang strolled around Yonghe City, and Yi Jiang followed him like stalker. From time to time, they would even chat. Su Yang didn't know what this fellow wanted to do, but his ability to be friendly was not weak. Soon, almost a day had passed, and the sky gradually darkened. On the street, Yi Jiang was a little depressed. Brother Su, you've been wandering around for a day. Aren't you going to look for clues? There's no hurry. Let's take a look around first. Su Yang smiled. Brother Yi, if you're in a hurry, hurry up and look for clues. I'm not in a hurry. Since Brother Su wants to shop, I'll accompany you. Yi Jiang said nonchalantly. Yi Jiang did not care so much and made up his mind to follow Su Yang. Li Mingyuan, who was standing beside Su Yang, twitched his mouth slightly. He wanted to laugh, but did not dare to, afraid that he would delay things. He knew that Su Yang had already made arrangements. After walking for a while, Yi Jiang suddenly sensed that something was wrong. Brother Su, are you going back? The Martial Suppression Division was just ahead, and Su Yang was also heading toward the Martial Suppression Division. Yes, I'm tired after shopping for a day. I plan to go back and rest. Su Yang nodded and replied. Yi Jiang was a little dumbfounded, but he still followed his principles and followed Su Yang. Since Su Yang had gone back to rest, he should rest too. Su Yang wondered if the others had found any clues. It seemed that he had not seen any other candidates since he came here. Just like that, Su Yang returned to the courtyard prepared for him by the martial arts department of Yonghe Town in front of Yi Jiang. Yi Jiang rubbed his nose. It was not good for him to follow them. You stay here and guard him. We'll get someone to guard him. If he comes out, tell me. If he couldn't go in, couldn't he guard it? Yes. The receptionist who followed Yi Jiang agreed. Yi Jiang nodded in satisfaction and returned to his courtyard. He was really going back to rest. Sir, this is the information of the 7 people. According to our investigation, there are indeed some problems with 2 of them. After a day of tracking and surveillance, there were indeed new clues. Tell me in detail. According to our investigation, Li Hongyun's mother has a black spot disease. If he wants to cure her, he must use a 6th grade adversity clearing pill. With Li Hongyun's strength as an 8th grade, he won't be able to buy a 6th grade pill even if he sold all his assets. However, according to the investigation of the soldiers, Li Hongyun's mother's symptoms have disappeared today. She is moving around at home, but has no intention of going out. In the past, Li Hongyun's mother would never stay idle at home. This is one of the suspicious points. Other than this, Li Hongyun doesn't seem to have any other abnormalities. The second one is Li Chong. According to the guard's interviews, he is a gambler. 7 days ago, he lost 3,000 taels of silver at Yonghe Casino and owed a huge debt that he was unable to repay. With Li Chang's strength in the 8th grade, it's impossible for him to gather 3,000 silver taels in a short time. But yesterday, when the debt collectors from Yonghe Casino came to visit, Li Chong took out the money. Sir, this is the information we have gathered so far. Li Mingyuan reported one by one. At the same time, he admired Su Yang's sharp eyes for locking the target so quickly. Yes, Let's not delay any longer. I'll go out now. Have Wuzu continue to keep an eye on the other 5 people. Even if we didn't find them today, it doesn't mean that they're safe. Su Yang ordered. Yes. Su Yang naturally sensed the guy guarding outside. He did not have a follower following him. He might as well not go out through the main entrance. However, Su Yang looked at the courtyard. He really couldn't climb over the 3-meter-tall wall. After all, his physical fitness was too weak. He could only find a chair to use as leverage to flip over. Li Mingyuan was a little dumbfounded when he saw Su Yang's actions. Why did this lord do this? Conversely, Su Yang was secretly preparing to leave the Martial Suppression Division. Just as he reached the door, a voice reached his ears. Brother Su, that's not right. Aren't you resting? Yi Jiang walked out from the side, his tone somewhat resentful. Su Yang was speechless. Brother Yi, what do you mean? We're competitors now. Su Yang felt a headache. Why did this guy stick to him? Brother Su, I've discovered your secret. Yi Jiang chuckled. Secret? What secret did he have? Why didn't he know about it? If I'm not wrong, Brother Su, your movements over the wall just now were not agile enough. Although I don't know what cultivation path you're walking on, Brother Su, you're definitely not walking on martial arts. You're not agile, so even if you find a criminal, you might not be able to catch him. It's inconvenient if you don't have good skills during the investigation. Yi Jiang said with a smile. Let me recommend myself. I, Yi Jiang, have the best movement technique among the younger generation in Tianfeng County. One of us is responsible for attacking, and the other is responsible for pursuing. Only by joining forces like this can we play a greater role. If we join forces, I'll suffer a loss and take half of the credit. How about it? Yi Jiang looked at Su Yang confidently. Don't go. I'll give you 40% and you get 60%. Brother Su, let's discuss. I'll take 30%. You take 70%. All right. Brother Su, the corners of your mouth are curled up so high. You tricked me. You can't slander me with empty words. Did I say anything? Yi Jiang was speechless. In fact, he was already tempted when Yi Jiang first mentioned it. Techniques were indeed his shortcoming. When the will of all living beings was sufficient, he could create some special sword moves to make up for this problem. Therefore, he pretended to reject him on purpose. If Yi Jiang didn't fall for his tricks and continue to stick to him, he could only split the profits 50-50. Based on his performance today, he probably wouldn't leave angrily. Yi Jiang looked at Su Yang resentfully. However, he quickly restrained his emotions. He did not care too much about these things. As long as the direction was correct, even if the first half of the loot was only 30%, the first half of the loot would definitely surpass everyone else. Brother Su, what are you going to do now? Any new clues? Yi Jiang immediately changed his expression and asked Su Yang excitedly. Since he had already joined hands with this guy, Su Yang also told him his clue. Then what should we do next? Yi Jiang was a little excited. It could be seen that this fellow was very interested in such things. Capture him directly and interrogate him. So direct. What else do you have in mind? No, your idea is not bad. Let's go. Wait a minute. Yi Jiang excitedly urged Su Yang to move faster. He was a little puzzled when he heard Su Yang's rejection. What's wrong? Are you not ready? I'll call Li Mingyuan. You don't know the way, do you? Yi Jiang asked. This guy was right. Su Yang couldn't see through Yi Jiang. On the surface, he was stubborn, but in fact he was not. Yi Jiang had his own plans. But Su Yang did not care about this. As long as he did not cheat him, did not harm his interests, and could help him, Su Yang would not care too much. If there was really a problem, he would naturally kill him with a sword. Su Yang didn't care about what Yi Jiang thought. It was better to say that Su Yang believed in the sword in his hand. After a while, Li Mingyuan followed Su Yang out. When he saw Yi Jiang standing at the door, Li Mingyuan also understood why Su Yang had returned. Greetings, Lord Yi. Quickly lead the way. Yi Jiang didn't mind and waved his hand. Right now, he just wanted to catch someone. The 3 of them walked forward. After about 10 minutes, the 3 of them arrived at Li Hongyan's house. Let's go in and arrest them. All right, Yi Jiang responded enthusiastically. He went up and gave the door a kick, wanted to kick it open. At this moment, the door opened automatically. Yi Jiang's kick missed, and his body couldn't help but lean forward. Just as he was about to make a fool of himself, Yi Jiang pulled his foot back in an extremely strange state. "Brother Su, you tricked me again. You're wrong. I'm just opening the door." Just as Yi Jiang was about to kick the door open, Su Yang used his sword intent to open the door bolt and push it open. This caused the door to open automatically. "Hurry up and catch him. I'll go then," Yi Jiang mumbled to himself before rushing inside. This was because there was not much movement when he opened the door. Li Hongyun was still sleeping soundly in the room when Yi Jiang casually brought him up. What are you doing?" Li Hongyun struggled in panic, but he was carried out like a little chick. Su Yang took out the token from the Martial Suppression Division and showed it to Li Hongyun. Li Hongyun, who was still struggling, suddenly quieted down. "Sir, I wonder why. I heard that your mother has recovered." Su Yang's words made Li Hongyun pause. He understood that the matter had been exposed, but he still refused to give up and said stubbornly, "Sir, this is also a coincidence." "Is that so? Tell me the process," Su Yang said indifferently. Li Hongyun's face was full of distress. After thinking for a while, he finally spoke. "Sir, the recent bird-beast incident was indeed my doing, but I was also forced to do so. I can't just watch my mother die in front of me. And I'm just following his instructions and moving the banknotes. This isn't a big crime, right?" The Martial Suppression Division had already investigated him. If he could not come up with a reasonable explanation and continued to quibble, he would only die a miserable death. What crime it is will naturally be decided by the person who judges you. Now, you just need to tell me what you know. "I don't know much either," Li Hongyun said, as if he had accepted his fate. "He was the one who took the initiative to contact me. I didn't even see what he looked like when he was wearing a black robe. I only took the silver notes that the villagers sold according to his instructions and placed them at the location he specified. To be more specific, where did you put it?" "On the biggest peach tree in the peach forest outside the city." "Is that all?" Su Yang's gaze was deep, calm, and oppressive. This little clue was useless. The matter had already happened for so long. There would not be any clues at all from just the trading location. Without waiting for Li Hongyun to speak, Su Yang continued, "Because you're involved in this matter, you have to come with us. Lock him in the cell until the case is solved. Even if your crime is a small one, if this case can't be solved for a long time, you'll have to pay for it. Of course, if you can provide clues and let us solve the case as soon as possible. A small crime can be forgiven." Li Hongyun fell silent. After a moment, he finally spoke. "I only have one useful clue. Everyone only knows that my emerald yellow bird can recognize things and obey orders. Actually, that's because I've mastered a technique. I can add my vision to the emerald yellow bird's body and construct a divine soul connection to perfectly control the emerald yellow bird. Thus, I found some clues. The other party has made a deal with the Big River Gang. I'm not too sure about the exact deal, but the third young master of the Big River Gang was born paralyzed. After the deal, he can move freely." Li Hongyun told him everything he knew. The man in black didn't know about these things. If he told them now, the man in black wouldn't know that he was the one who told them. Then, Su Yang continued to ask for a while. After confirming that Li Hongyun only knew this information, Su Yang asked Li Mingyuan to lock this person in the cell first. Without a doubt, this was a very important clue. As long as it was confirmed, they would be one step closer to the truth. Yi Jiang was a little excited. "Shall we go to Big River Gang right now and capture someone?" "Yes, let's go now to avoid any more trouble." Su Yang had the same idea. Since he already had conclusive evidence, he would go straight to the door. Sometimes, in the face of absolute strength, some processes and some obstacles would turn into nothingness. If they were only in 5th grade, they would not dare to rush to the door. However, they were in 4th grade and above. Some of the more difficult things would become extremely easy. This was a world where the strong were respected. Li Mingyuan, send someone to investigate Li Chang's problem. "Yes, let's go to the Big River Gang." The three of them changed their direction and rushed toward the Big River Gang. At night, 3 figures arrived at the Big River Gang. As soon as they reached the door, the 3 of them were stopped by 2 guards. Li Mingyuan took out their identity token. "Take us to Master Zhao." The token of the Martial Suppression Division was still very effective. After Li Mingyuan took out his token, the two of them immediately changed their attitudes. "Please wait a moment, gentlemen. I will go and inform the steward," one of the guards said. Soon, a steward walked out of the middle. "Gentlemen, please follow me." The steward led the three of them inside. Just as the three of them walked in, Yi Jiang noticed that Su Yang's mood was fluctuating. He said worriedly, "What's wrong?" "I'm fine." Su Yang shook his head on the surface, but his heart was not calm. The reason was that there was something above the head of the steward who led the way that only he could see. Sin, level 12. What was the meaning of this? No matter what, this steward was definitely not a good person. In Pingshan City, even Li Ming and Li Yijiang, who had committed many crimes, did not have such a thing. However, it appeared on this person. Su Yang did not know if this LV-12 represented the other party's strength or something else. There were two possibilities. This person's evil has reached level 12, or this person's strength has reached level 12. Also, this frame appeared above this person's head. What did it need Su Yang to do? The last time he killed Li Ming, it was because the mission was clear. Right now, the information was not clear. They only knew that this guy was not a good person. Su Yang calmed down. No matter what, he had to do what he had to do now. After walking for a while, they came to a hall. "Please wait for a moment. I'll go invite the master," the manager said and left. Su Yang paid attention to this person. He had a kind face and spoke politely. He looked completely harmless. The first impression he gave others was that he was an honest man. However, the current Su Yang would not judge a book by its cover. Zhao De quickly walked in from outside, and the steward followed behind him obediently. "May I know why the three of you are looking for me?" After Zhao De entered, he took the main seat and did not show much respect to the three of them. After all, this was his territory. "We came here to find you about the robbery at the Iron Ring Mountain." Su Yang spoke first. "Didn't we already understand this matter before? I've already said what I need to say. Did I not cooperate?" Zhao De was a little impatient when he heard that. If the commander of the Yonghe town's martial department came, he would be slightly respectful. But what are these three guys in front of him? Zhao De sized up the three of them when he entered. Other than Li Mingyuan, who looked familiar, he had no impression of the other two. But without exception, he did not recognize any of them. A small character whose name he couldn't even remember dared to question him in the name of the Martial Suppression Division. "Is that so? I'm afraid there are some things that you haven't made clear." Su Yang said calmly, "I heard that the third young master of the Big River Gang was born paralyzed. How is he now? Can you let us meet him?" Zhao De's expression darkened as he said coldly, "It's not convenient." "Is it inconvenient or shameful?" Su Yang was tit for tat, not giving in. The smell of gunpowder instantly filled the air. A slight spark would detonate. "Kid, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're from Martial Suppression Division," Zhao De said unhappily. "Send the guests out." Su Yang could not help but shake his head when he saw this. Is it hard to cooperate? Meanwhile, a terrifying sword intent surged from Su Yang's body and headed straight for Zhao De. Zhao De turned pale with fright. He quickly circulated his martial arts chi to protect his body. At the same time, he struck out with his palm. The chi gathered and blasted toward the sword will from afar. Unfortunately, these were like bubbles in front of Su Yang's powerful sword intent. The palm print and the sword intent collided and exploded instantly. The momentum of the sword intent did not decrease as it pressed down on Zhao De, and Zhao De's protective chi was instantly shattered. With a loud bang, Zhao De was pinned to the ground. The chair he was sitting on shattered into pieces. Zhao De, who was on the ground, struggled to get up, but he could only make his face turn red. The terrifying sword will pressed down on Zhao De, rendering him immobile. Upon closer inspection, the bluestone bricks on the ground had already shattered. Li Mingyuan's eyes were already wide open. What kind of big shot did he follow? The steward on the other side turned pale with fright and quickly went forward to plead for mercy. "Sir, what do you mean? Did our master offend you? Stand aside. It's not your turn yet." Su Yang glanced at him indifferently. Then, He calmly took a sip of tea on the table. As for the sword will's pressure, it had yet to dissipate and was still pressing down on Zhao De. The steward's neck shrunk when he heard that. He did not dare to say anything and could only worry for Zhao De. Just like that, 3 minutes passed. When Zhao De's face turned purple, Su Yang finally withdrew his sword intent. Zhao De got up from the ground and panted heavily. Beneath him was a pit that he had created. After recovering a little, Zhao De immediately apologized to Su Yang. "Please forgive me." In just 3 minutes, Zhao De had a taste of life and death. He had never experienced this kind of feeling of being held down like an ant. At this moment, his body was still trembling. He knew that if he didn't satisfy the person in front of him, he wouldn't live long. In this world, the strong were respected. Entering the martial world and stepping on the path of cultivation, life and death was determined by fate. It was easy for Su Yang to kill him. "Tell me what you know," Su Yang said calmly. At this moment, Zhao De was no longer as arrogant as before. He was extremely obedient. The other party came to me on his own accord. He said that he had bone regeneration pills that could allow my paralyzed third son to live a normal life. That guy's name is Hai Wuya, and he has mastered the puppet refining technique. He used the bone-forming pill to take a piece of black-yellow mother, or for me. The black-yellow mother, or can absorb black iron to produce qi. Qi is an excellent material for refining puppets. If there are enough, given that fellow's abilities, he could even refine a 4th-grade puppet. He helped my son and allowed him to live a normal life. I, Zhao De, am not an ungrateful person. Secondly, because this guy was also a pitiful person. Zhao De paused for a moment before continuing. 10 years ago, Hai Wuya was considered a young talent in our Tianfeng County. Unfortunately, he fell in love with a female disciple of the Willow Leaf Sword sect while he was training in the martial world. Willow Leaf Sword sect cultivates the heartless sword, and disciples within the sect are forbidden from forming emotional attachments. If the sect finds out, they will be wiped out and immediately issue a killing order. Hai Wuya wanted to protect Gu Shui and leave Tianfeng County, but he was caught by Willow Leaf Sword sect. Willow Leaf Sword sect said that if Hai Wuya jumped off the cliff, they would let Gu Shui go. But when he jumped down, he saw Gu Shui being stabbed through the heart. At that time, this matter was quite big in Tianfeng County. Originally, everyone thought that Hai Wuya was dead. We didn't expect him to still be alive. However, this time, he is determined to die. If you want to find him, go to Willow Leaf Sword sect. At first, Zhao De did not intend to say it out of gratitude. Now, he didn't want to die. Moreover, Hai Wuya was already determined to die. It didn't matter if he said it out loud. According to that fellow's plan, he should be about to succeed now. In fact, there was something he didn't say. He had a deep friendship with Hai Wuya. When Hai Wuya came to him, he agreed to help without hesitation. He even gave it to the black-yellow mother, but Hai Wuya was unwilling. He said, "I'm someone who's about to die. I can't possibly owe a debt that I can't repay. Let me help Brother Zhao, too." In the hall, Su Yang and the others listened to Zhao De's explanation. They had obtained a complete clue from Zhao De. However, they did not expect it to involve an old matter from 10 years ago. Yi Jiang was already grinning from ear to ear. He knew that following Su Yang would definitely give him more benefits. They were about to solve the case. Su Yang knocked on the table. "Thank you for your cooperation, Master Zhao. What's your steward's name?" "Sir, his name is Zhang Bao." "Did he offend you?" Zhao De's lips twitched. How could he not cooperate? "No, he's not bad." Su Yang stood up to leave. Willow Leaf Sword sect sat on a small mountain 15 miles away from Yonghe City. The strongest person in the sect was a 4th-grade swordsman. According to Zhao De, Hai Wuya had most likely gone to seek revenge. Li Mingyuan, gather the members of the Martial Suppression Division and head to the Willow Leaf Sword sect. Brother Yi will go first. Su Yang and Yi Jiang returned to the Martial Suppression Division to get their horses and prepare to go first. "Brother Su, isn't your wind horse a little slow?" Yi Jiang reminded. Su Yang froze and then tied the rope back. "You're right." "Brother Su, why are you looking at my horse?" "It's fine." Didn't you call yourself the best in Tianfeng County? I want to take a look. Brother Su, I think the wind horse is not slow either. A man and a horse galloped past. Yi Jiang already wished he could slap himself twice. Why did he say such nonsense for no reason? This was great. He was racing against the horse. Su Yang was also secretly shocked. Yi Jiang was not lying. With his movement technique, he might not even be the fastest among the younger generation in Tianfeng County. Even the older generation might not surpass him. It could be seen that Yi Jiang was not struggling at all at this moment. The Scarlet Horse's speed was far inferior to Yi Jiang's. In the blink of an eye, the two of them arrived at the foot of Willow Leaf Sword Sect. When they arrived, they suddenly discovered that Willow Leaf Sword Sect had already been attacked. Shouts of battle shook the sky from the mountain gate. After placing the horse at the foot of the mountain, the two of them quickly went up the mountain. Brother Su, your speed is too slow. Let me help you. Seeing Su Yang's speed, Yi Jiang couldn't help but step forward and bring Su Yang along. At first, Yi Jiang wanted to pick Su Yang up directly. However, after being glared at by Su Yang, she obediently carried Su Yang on her back. Zhao Dai's ending was still fresh in his mind. It was better for him to be honest. Yi Jiang's figure was like a ghost. Even if he carried a person on his back, it did not affect him at all. With his full strength, he was even faster than when he was traveling. Within a few breaths, they had arrived at the top of the mountain. At this moment, Willow Leaf Sword Sect was currently being attacked by a large number of puppets. These puppets were like external refiners, with extremely strong defense and great strength. They were able to fight against the Liuye Sword Sect disciples with just their iron bodies. A pair of iron palms whistled out. If the Liuye Sword Sect disciple couldn't dodge in time, he would be sent flying. The disciples of the Willow Leaf Sword Sect were all women. However, these iron puppets would not show mercy. Seeing this, Su Yang and Yi Jiang did not make a move. It was stated on the first page of the Martial Suppression Division's rules. It's a matter of the martial world. From a moment, he stepped into the martial world and stepped into this cultivation world. The official forces would not interfere in the grudges between martial artists or the matters of the cultivation world. It was the duty of the Warrior Suppression Division to protect the people and not let martial artists do whatever they wanted. However, the grudges between martial artists were for them to settle by themselves. Just like the Willow Leaf Sword Sect in front of him, who could tell the difference between this grudge and hatred in detail? Should they help Hai Wuya or Willow Leaf Sword Sect? Obviously, they couldn't help them. They had come here to do one thing, and that was to capture Hai Wuya. Now that Hai Wuya had yet to appear, there was no need for them to get involved. Upon closer inspection, the battle had just begun. Willow Leaf Sword Sect seemed to be retreating, but they were all disciples who had not cultivated for long, and the strong ones had yet to come out. There were about 50 iron puppets in total. Most of them were in 7th grade, 10 were in 6th grade, and 3 were in 5th grade. Soon, Willow Leaf Sword Sect also reacted, and more powerful figures began to appear. The appearance of the 5th grade swordsman began to stabilize the situation. Green sword chi burst forth, and countless sword chi crisscrossed within the Willow Leaf Sword Gate. The iron puppets are starting to show casualties. What kind of demon dares come to my Willow Leaf Sword Sect to cause trouble? Someone shouted angrily from Willow Leaf Sword Sect. You cowardly and elusive person, dare you show yourself? Ha ha! Accompanied by loud laughter, a bear-like burly man descended from the sky and smashed into the Willow Leaf Sword Gate, causing dust to rise. Why would I need to hide myself? Today, I came only to destroy your Willow Leaf Sword Sect. The person was more than 2 meters tall. He was even 2.5 meters tall. The muscles on his body were like pieces of steel with dark yellow patterns on them. Lu Rushuang looked at the tragic scene behind the door and couldn't contain her anger. She pointed her sword at the person who had come. Today, no matter who you are, since you dare to oppress my Willow Leaf Sword Sect, I will definitely kill you. Ha ha! Have you forgotten who I am? Hai Wuya laughed out loud, but there seemed to be some sadness in his voice. 10 years ago, Sky Cliff, do you remember anything? Lu Rushuang furrowed her brows in thought. Then she thought of something, and her pupils dilated. she said in surprise. Hai Wuya. Hai Wuya's smile disappeared. 10 years ago, you forced me to jump off the cliff, but you went back on your word and killed Shuer with one sword strike. I didn't expect that a slut like you could still become the sect master of Willow Leaf Sword Sect 10 years later. Perhaps the reason why I survived 10 years ago was so that I could personally kill my enemy today. Huh? Lu Rushuang sneered. That slut Gu Shui ignored the sect rules and fell in love with you. She deserved to die. The disciples of my sect cultivate the heartless sword, and touching feelings will only affect our cultivation speed. You despicable bastard, you seduced Gu Shui and destroyed her cultivation path. Years ago, I was able to force you to jump off the cliff. Today, I can also kill you. Hai Wuya snorted coldly. No matter what you say today, I will definitely destroy this Willow Leaf Sword sect. With that, Hai Wuya rushed out. As he took a step forward, the entire ground shook and a small pit was left on the ground. Lu Rushuang struck out with her sword. Sword chi poured out, and a green aura rushed out with incomparable sharpness. Hai Wuya acted as if nothing had happened. He stepped forward and struck out with his palm. It collided with the sword chi, making the sound of metal clashing. The sword chi was easily shattered. Lu Rushuang was shocked. You refined yourself into a human puppet? You're crazy. You'll definitely die. Hai Wuya laughed out loud. I'm living for revenge. Today, I can fulfill my wish. It's worth it to die. The two of them instantly engaged in a fierce battle. Hai Wuya fought with no regard for his life, suppressing Lu Rushuang's frantic attacks. Lu Rushuang didn't dare to fight him head-on, so she could only retreat as she fought. However, Hai Wuya's reckless fighting style soon turned half of the Willow Leaf Sword sect into ruins. Yijiang couldn't help but sigh. It's really like a human-shaped demonic beast. Brother Su, why don't you go up and save the damsel in distress? It's a matter of the martial world. Su Yang stood where he was and watched everything calmly. As time passed, half of the prosperous Willow Leaf Sword sect had already been reduced to ruins. The battle between the Iron Puppet and the Willow Leaf Sword sect disciples and elders had already retreated to the edge. Only the battle in the center was the most eye-catching. Smoke and dust rose into the sky, and the sword light was like a shadow. Hai Wuya, you deserve to die. In the arena, Lu Rushuang's hair danced in the wind, and her face was hideous. Her clothes were slightly torn, and fresh blood seeped into them. She held the sword in front of her chest, and the green light instantly enveloped the sword. In the next instant, a majestic sword aura rushed out from behind her. The sword chi transformed into a sword and stood upright behind Lu Rushuang. Heartless sword, severing fate. With a shout, the giant sword slashed toward Hai Wuya. Hai Wuya took a step forward. His eyes were so calm that he didn't seem to be afraid. He grabbed the huge sword. It could be seen that Hai Wuya's body was covered in a layer of black and yellow chi, including his palm. Lu Rushuang's sword chi couldn't break through this layer of black and yellow chi at all. In the next second, the black and yellow patterns on Hai Wuya's body flickered, and the black and yellow chi suddenly erupted. Bang! The sword chi shattered. Hai Wuya pushed forward against the sword chi. The sword chi shattered inch by inch and finally reached Lu Rushuang. The sword chi shattered and the impact backfired. Lu Rushuang spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Hai Wuya looked down at Lu Rushuang. The grudges from 10 years ago should be settled today. Lu Rushuang's heart was like dead ashes. At this moment, her meridians were in excruciating pain. Forcefully using the sword technique, severing fate had already made her meridians unable to withstand it. She didn't even have the ability to dodge. Bang! As Hai Wuya's fist landed, blood splattered everywhere. When he raised his fist again, half of Lu Rushuang's body had already turned into a mincemeat, mixed with the crushed rocks. Hai Wuya was like a coal machine. After killing Lu Rushuang, he turned to look at the other Willow Leaf Sword Sect disciples. However, the other disciples of the Willow Leaf Sword Sect did not dare to stay there. The moment they saw Lu Rushuang being beaten to death, the smarter ones had already fled. Only a few foolish ones were still fighting with the iron puppets. Hai Wuya's eyes had already turned red from the killing. He had even lost his humanity. He rushed out and punched Liuya's sword sect disciples. Soon, the entire Willow Leaf sword sect fell silent. The buildings were in ruins and stained red with blood. The air was filled with the strong smell of blood. Hai Wuya stood in the center of the Willow Leaf sword gate in a daze. Schwer, did you see that? I helped you take revenge. Hai Wuya stretched out his hand and took out a tombstone from the void. Hai Wuya and Gu Shue's grave. The gravestone was huge and long. It was stabbed into the center of the Willow Leaf sword gate by Hai Wuya. Two figures appeared behind Hai Wuya. Hai Wuya, you were the one who did the robbery at the Iron Ring Mountain. Su Yang and the other man landed. The matter of the martial arts world had ended. It was their turn. Why ask when you already know the answer? It's impossible for me to obediently follow you. I was originally a person who was about to die. If you want to capture me, then take my head and leave. Hai Wuya said indifferently. After fusing with a large amount of black-yellow qi and refining himself into a human puppet, his life had already entered the countdown. If the people from Martial Suppression Division did not come, he would be finished after a while. All right, Su Yang calmly said one word, and the sword intent on his body soared into the sky. This move of mine is called Spark. Since its birth, it has never drawn blood. I shall take your life today. In the next moment, the entire Willow Leaf sword gate was covered by Su Yang's sword intent. At the foot of the mountain, the hundreds of guards of the Martial Suppression Division who had already arrived suddenly stopped in their tracks. Looking up at the sky, the Willow Leaf sword sect's towering sword intent shocked the mind. The sword chime that resounded throughout the entire mountain made them subconsciously swallow their saliva. In the next moment, boundless sword intent gathered, and a sword appeared in the sky. The sword's body was pitch black, and there was starlight in it. The sword's tip was glowing with fire. Willow Leaf sword sect. When did such a person appear? The commander and weapon master of Yonghe Town's martial department were shocked. The commander was no more than a 5th grade, and the weapon master was no more than a 6th grade. In front of this sword intent, they were like a lone boat on the sea. If there were any waves, they would sink. Only Li Mingyuan guessed that this was probably caused by Lord Su Yang. At this moment, there were not only the members of Yonghe Town's martial department, but also the other 6 people who were participating in the assessment. Of course, they also saw the soaring sword intent, so they quickly rushed up the mountain. At the top of the mountain, Yi Zhang's pupils dilated more than twice. Good heavens, what kind of monster was this? Yi Zhang looked ahead and only saw Hai Wuya's steel-like body beheaded with a single sword. Su Yang's terrifying sword did not fade away. It extended all the way and flattened the entire mountain where the Willow Leaf Sword sect was located. At such a young age, and with such strength, could their Tianfeng County produce a Hidden Dragon rank genius? The Hidden Dragon rankings covered all 108 counties of the 9 prefectures of Xia. Only geniuses under the age of 30 could enter the list. The current lowest realm to enter the list was the 3rd grade. Although the 108 counties had 100 spots, most of them were occupied by state cities and some sections. It would be good if there were 10 Hidden Dragon rank geniuses in the 108 counties. It had been 10 years since a genius from Tianfeng Prefecture had made it onto the Hidden Dragon rank. Su Yang stepped forward and took a ring from Hai Wuya's finger. He had seen it just now. This fellow was taking things out of the void. Didn't that mean that he had storage equipment? This was a world with immortals, so it was normal for such things to exist. When he took the ring, Su Yang could clearly feel that there was another layer of space in the ring. As long as he focused, he could see it. There were many things in the ring, including the black-yellow mother, or the entire ring was about 3 cubic meters. Not bad. The harvest this time was not bad. He naturally put the ring on his finger. Then, he lifted Hai Wuya's head and prepared to leave. As for the Willow Leaf Sword sect, Su Yang was not prepared to move. All the cultivators in the world sought resources and cultivation techniques, but he only needed one sword. Brother Yi, let's go back and report. Brother Su, I didn't do anything. I just followed you all the way. I feel a little ashamed to receive 30% of the credit. Since Brother Yi has this resolution, How about helping me do something later? Su Yang said with a smile. He was still thinking about the sin mark on Zhang Bao's head. It would be difficult for him to figure out what was going on by himself. After all, he was not good at fighting and could not investigate Zhang Bao secretly. Just as they wanted to go down, the members of the Martial Suppression Division and other examiners also rushed here. Looking at the tragic scene and the mountain peak that had a corner cut off, they were somewhat shocked. Was the fight that intense? Were the people from Willow Leaf Sword sect dead? In the end, everyone's gaze fell on Su Yang, who was holding the head. Under everyone's gaze, Su Yang also explained the ins and outs of the matter. This person is the robber from the Taihuan mountain robbery. When the truth was revealed to everyone, the Martial Suppression Division was naturally happy. With the case over, they finally did not have to run around. Su Yang also received compliments. However, this was not a good thing for the other 6 examinees. Sun Tianpeng and the others looked gloomy as they stared at Su Yang. They had arrived here less than a day ago, and the case was solved? Today, they were still investigating the bird-beast incident everywhere, but they had no leads after investigating for an entire day. In the end, the case was already over when he was preparing to rest at night. How could they accept this? Moreover, in the whole matter, they did not provide any useful information, which meant that they had nothing to do with it. In that case, what would happen to their next assessment? When they returned to this question, everyone was at a loss. Since it had already happened, they could only wait for the outcome. Stop looking. You don't have a share. I told you, it's useless to rely on brute force to enter the patrol department. Yi Jiang looked at Sun Tianpeng proudly. Just wait and see. Sun Tianpeng gritted his teeth and left. Sun Tianpeng wanted to beat Yi Jiang up, but the problem was that Yi Jiang's movement technique was too good. No matter how powerful he was, it would be useless if he couldn't beat Yi Jiang. Unlike Sun Tianpeng, the other 5 candidates were all middle-aged warriors. At their age, they had become very tactful in handling things. Congratulations in advance for passing the test. The younger generation is truly formidable. No, I was just lucky. After some pleasantries, this matter came to an end. After the examiner confirmed that there were no problems, it was time to announce the results of the assessment. Ma Wu had arrived at Yonghe City long ago, but he didn't expect that this case would be solved in just one day. He couldn't help but feel dissatisfied. How useless was Martial Suppression Division? They had been investigating for 7 days and had not found anything. In the end, someone found out everything in one day. The Martial Suppression Division was already corrupt, and the people inside had long lost their original intention of establishing the Martial Suppression Division. The initial intention of supporting the people had long died out under the corrosion of money. Therefore, the appearance of the patrol department was inevitable and necessary. The assessment is basically over now. We just need to wait for the clues to be confirmed. From the results, Su Yang and Yi Jiang are firmly in the position of 4 directions inspectors. However, the other 6 of you, I'm afraid we'll have to fight another round. Do you have any objections? After thinking for a moment, Ma Wu came to a conclusion. From the information that had been reported so far, the entire matter was only completed by Su Yang and Yi Jiang. The others naturally did not contribute. The 6 of them shook their heads, indicating that they had no objections. Yes, Ma Wu nodded. The second round of the competition will be decided by the Inspector General when we return to the county capital. That's all for now. Go back and rest. After Ma Wu finished making the arrangements, he let everyone rest. Su Yang and Yi Jiang walked together. Soon, Su Yang found Li Mingyuan. How's the investigation on Zhang Bao going? After leaving the Big River Gang, Su Yang asked Li Mingyuan to investigate this matter. Sir, this is Zhang Bao's information. It's all here. There's nothing unusual about him. He's a subordinate that Zhao Dai took in his early years. Li Mingyuan told the truth and handed over the information at the same time. After Su Yang looked at it, it was indeed normal. There was nothing wrong with it. But what did the sin on that guy's head represent? All right, you can leave first. Su Yang waved his hand to dismiss Li Mingyuan. There must be something wrong with Zhang Bao. Now it seemed that he had to investigate it personally. Let's go, Brother Yi. By the way, Why are you investigating this guy? Yi Jiang was somewhat puzzled and curious. Let's go and take a look first. Remember, be extremely careful and don't give yourself away. Su Yang did not explain too much. He could not explain it clearly either. Yi Jiang saw that Su Yang did not say anything, so he did not continue to ask. Now, he owed Su Yang a favor. No matter what Su Yang wanted, as long as it was not against his principles, he had to help. The two of them left the Martial Suppression Division and headed toward Zhang Bao's residence, according to the information. After the time for an incense stick to burn, the two of them quietly arrived at Zhang Bao's residence. You have good skills. Go and investigate. Don't let go of any abnormalities. Su Yang did not intend to go in together. It was better to wait outside. All right. Yi Jiang nodded and agreed. In the dark night, Yi Jiang jumped up and disappeared in front of Su Yang without making a sound. Seeing this, Su Yang simply found a suitable place to rest. Yi Jiang stood on the roof, not revealing the slightest aura. There was a layer of special energy around his body that allowed him to fuse with his surroundings. I don't know why Su Yang wants to investigate this guy. I want to see what's special about him. Zhang Bao's residence was not very big, but it was not small either. There were one main courtyard and 3 auxiliary courtyards. Yi Jiang came to the main courtyard and silently made a crack on the roof to observe the environment inside. He looked around but didn't find Zhang Bao. He's not back yet. Something's wrong. The oil lamps in the room were all lit. How could he not have returned? Yi Jiang noticed that something was wrong and immediately began to observe it more carefully. He looked around carefully again, but he still didn't find any problems. After waiting for a while, just as he was about to go down to the room to investigate, something unexpected happened. In a hidden corner of the room, a secret passage slowly opened, then Zhang Bao walked out. At this moment, Zhang Bao had a cold expression on his face. He was no longer as obedient as he was in the Big River Gang. Strands of faint red floated around him. The smell of blood rushed out of the secret chamber and filled the entire room. Yi Jiang, who was peeping from the roof, widened his eyes. Zhang Bao was the evil blood cultivation sect cultivator. With just a glance, Yi Jiang recognized Zhang Bao as the evil blood cultivation sect cultivator who had wreaked havoc in the entire Spirit Mountain province. It was because the evil blood cultivation sect's cultivation method was extremely vicious and easy to distinguish. It used a human as a pill to refine and absorb blood essence to cultivate. This method of cultivation was extremely fast. Ordinary martial artists could only reach 9th grade after 3 to 5 years of cultivation. However, the evil blood cultivation sect's cultivation method only needed 3 days if they had enough mortal pills. Why would the evil blood cultivation sect cultivator appear here? How did Su Yang recognize her? Yi Jiang was alarmed. The appearance of the evil blood cultivation sect cultivators was not a good sign. Every time they appeared, it would cause a great disaster. In serious cases, people in a county would turn into bones. No, I have to inform Brother Su to come in and arrest him. Yi Jiang didn't act rashly, afraid that he wasn't strong enough to alert the enemy and let them escape. Yi Jiang stabilized his aura and left the place quickly. Brother Su. Yi Jiang appeared like a ghost. How is it? Su Yang asked calmly. The person inside isn't simple. This Zhang Bao is a heretic cultivator from the evil blood cultivation sect. We have to capture him. Yi Jiang said solemnly. Evil blood cultivation sect. Su Yang did not understand the meaning behind it, but he also knew that evil cultivators were not good things. You don't know. Yi Jiang blinked. Now is not the time to talk about this. Let's capture Zhang Bao first. All right. Su Yang noticed that Yi Jiang seemed to be a little flustered. It seemed that Zhang Bao was not a simple person. Su Yang became serious. Under Yi Jiang's guidance, they easily arrived at Zhang Baofeng's room. The sword intent around Su Yang was released, and the door was shattered with a thought. The scene in the room was unobstructed. Zhang Bao was drinking tea. The sudden change did not make him panic. Instead, he reacted instantly and got up to run. How could Su Yang, who had long been prepared, let him go? Currently, his sword intent could cover a radius of 100 meters. The current environment was within the range of his sword intent. Su-Yang only had to think about it, and the sword intent rushed out of his body and pressed down on Zhang Bao in the blink of an eye, bringing this person down on the spot, and then having him pass the test. After that, Su-Yang and Yi Jiang stepped in. Zhang Bao suppressed his anger when he saw the person who had come. "Sir, did I offend you?" Zhang Bao looked puzzled. "You don't have to pretend with us. Evil blood cultivation sect cultivator." Yi Jiang exposed Zhang Bao's identity. Zhang Bao held his breath and stared at the two of them. Since Yi Jiang exposed his identity, he must have solid evidence. "How did you find out?" He thought that he was cautious and there was no possibility of him being exposed. Moreover, the two of them had only arrived today and had only met once. Zhang Bao recalled what happened today. When Su-Yang asked Zhao Dai for his name, he might have already been exposed. But how was it exposed? "Brother Su, don't waste your breath on him." Yi Jiang didn't intend to communicate with him. He wanted to cripple this person. "Yes." Su-Yang nodded. He thought so too. Zhang Bao's expression changed drastically. He couldn't care less, and a circle of red gas appeared around him. A wave of energy erupted from Zhang Bao's body, trying to break free from Su-Yang's control. Unfortunately, Zhang Bao's strength was only in 6th grade. He was pitifully weak in front of Su-Yang, who had fully unleashed his sword intent. No matter how he struggled, it was meaningless. Accompanied by a few piercing sounds, Zhang Bao's dantian was forced, and his blood and qi overflowed. When his dantian was shattered, an extremely thick smell of blood permeated the air. His appearance was also changing. It was no longer Zhang Bao's honest and dutiful appearance. Instead, it became a vicious and mean appearance. Obviously, the real Zhang Bao had already been killed. Yi Jiang heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. "Brother Su, watch him. I'll inform Commander Ma." "Yes." Su-Yang nodded to show that he understood. Yi Jiang quickly left. Su-Yang stared at Zhang Bao and kept sizing him up. There was a hint of eagerness in his eyes, but he restrained himself. Su-Yang really wanted to kill this guy and see what was going on with Intent Lv.12. Zhang Bao was only a 6th grade when he resisted with all his might. This also meant that Intent Lv.12 definitely did not represent strength. What could it be? Was it mean the will of all living beings? Judging from Yi Jiang's reaction, this person should be more important and couldn't be killed yet. Evil blood cultivation sect, it should be a force. Could it be that everyone in this sect had the word sent above their heads? The cultivator from the evil blood cultivation sect collapsed to the ground with lifeless eyes. He could not run away. With the sins he had committed, death was the only destination. After a while, Yi Jiang returned with a large group of people, and Ma Wu was among them. Locked down the scene. Ma Wu waved his hand and sealed off the entire area. "Su-Yang, you did well. I will report this matter to the commander of the patrol department. When the assessment is settled, it will be distributed together with your reward." "Thank you, Commander Ma. However, I want to know how this heretic cultivator will be dealt with." Su-Yang thanked him and asked the question he was concerned about. Generally speaking, there will be routine interrogation first, and if nothing substantial is obtained, they will be executed. Ma Wu thought for a moment and said, "However, there is a blood seed in the body of the cultivator from the evil blood cultivation sect. If any secrets are involved, they will immediately be triggered and turn into a pool of blood. Therefore, we can't get anything out of him. The most valuable thing about the cultivator from the evil blood cultivation sect is not their bodies, but the places where they lived. Through some clues, we might discover some of their schemes. Even if we can't find anything, we have to conduct a thorough investigation of this area. I wonder if you can let me kill this person?" Su-Yang asked in a deep voice. Ma Wu looked at Su-Yang curiously and was silent for a moment. Then he said, "If you want to do it yourself, do it now." After interrogating him, he might become a pool of blood. "Thank you, sir." Su-Yang thanked him. He was really curious about what this Intent Lv.12 was. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to do this. You captured him, so you naturally have the right to punish him. A rare smile appeared on Ma Wu's stern face. "You can't take this person's things with you. But don't worry, everything will be converted into contribution points for you. If you need anything, You can exchange it in the Martial Suppression Division's treasury. Suyang naturally had no objections to this and agreed. The sword Intent moved, and the head of Zhang Bao, who had lost his strength, flew away. At this moment, a large amount of white gas came out of Zhang Bao's body and dissipated. Finally, it turned into pure, transparent white gas and flew into Su Yang's mind. Will of all beings plus 12. Su Yang was delighted. This in level 12 seemed to represent the will of all living beings, and level 12 represented the 12 wisps. But why would the will of all living beings appear on the other party's body? Next, the soldiers of the Martial Suppression Division began to collect all the useful things on the scene. Under Yi Zhang's guidance, everyone gathered in a secret room. Let's go and take a look together, Ma Wu said, but his expression was not good. Yi Zhang seemed to know something and said to Su Yang with a dark face, "Next, you have to be mentally prepared." What do you mean? Su Yang was puzzled. Yi Zhang gave Su Yang a general explanation of the evil blood cultivation sect. After a simple understanding, Su Yang also understood why Yi Zhang clearly knew about this secret chamber but did not investigate it first. Then, the so-called Sin Lv.12 was the life that this person bore? Was it 120 or 1200? Su Yang had a guess in his heart. He was just guessing a number, even if it represented a life. Su Yang did not have any special feelings in his heart. There was no so-called anger. After all, it would be too ridiculous to feel the same way just by guessing a number. However, Su Yang had a thought. This person should be killed. The cultivator of the evil blood cultivation sect should be killed. The secret chamber opened. There were not many people who went in. There were 4 guards with relatively strong reconnaissance abilities: Ma Wu, Su Yang, Yi Jiang, and Zhao Wenbin, the commander of Yonghe Town's martial department. There were a total of 8 people. As soon as the secret chamber was opened, a stream of blood smell seeped out from inside. Su Yang frowned and quickly used his sword Intent to protect himself and hold his breath. Su Yang observed Yi Jiang and the others. Their expressions were as usual. He did not know if they were the same as him or if they were really used to it. The secret chamber was not very big, and at most 2 people could walk at the entrance. After walking for a while, they suddenly saw the light. Upon closer inspection, they had arrived at a spacious cellar. Here, the smell of blood was even stronger. As soon as they entered, they could see skeletons wrapped in skin in the center. Other than the corpse, there was a table with some blueprints on it. The guards quickly conducted a thorough search, and all the useful information was gathered. 93 skeletons. When he received this number, Ma Wu could no longer suppress his anger. A murderous aura erupted from his body and pressed down on the commander of the Martial Suppression Division. How does the Martial Suppression Division handle things? Zhao Wenbin, if you can't give me an explanation for this matter, your position will come to an end. 93 people had died. It was impossible for them to have died at the same time. This meant that the evil blood cultivation sect had been here for some time. This was only what they saw. In fact, there were far more than 93 people. However, people kept disappearing, but the martial department of Yonghe Town didn't find any problems. If Su Yang had not broken through this time, how long would Zhang Bao have hidden? Ma Wu couldn't imagine the consequences. It was said that Martial Suppression Division had become deeply corrupt, and the people mocked them with people mocking them as the too ignorant division. Ignorant if you give them money, and ignorant if you don't. Ma Wu had never seen it before, so he didn't think that the Martial Suppression Division would be as pathetic as the rumors said. But now, it seemed that what he had heard was even an understatement. Zhao Wenbin's legs went weak. When Ma Wu's aura pressed down on him, it was like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood pressing down on him. The terrifying killing intent made his entire body tremble. He quickly said, "Sir, please calm down. I don't know about this either. Someone must be hiding it from me. I'll go back and investigate immediately. I'll give you an explanation." Ma Wu snorted coldly and retracted his aura. It better be so. In addition, organize people to thoroughly investigate the entire Yonghe city and the surrounding towns. When they discover a heretic cultivator, it means that countless heretic cultivators have infiltrated this place. In addition, This person is from the Big River Gang, right? That's right. Seal off the Big River Gang. Before we investigate thoroughly, kill anyone who dares to do anything. Ma Wu did not dare to be careless in the face of such a terrifying existence, so the execution standard was the highest. He would rather kill 1,000 wrongly than let one go. Unlike the others, Ma Wu was more aware of the terror of the evil blood cultivation sect. 12 years ago, he was a young general in the Green Bamboo Army of Bamboo Willow County. That year, the blood sect had set up a massive array in Bamboo Willow County to offer blood sacrifices for the entire county. In just 3 days, Bamboo Willow County, which had a population of over 1 million, had lost 70% of its population. That was a total of 700,000 people. The originally prosperous Bamboo Willow County changed after that incident. As far as the eye could see, they were all corpses without flesh and blood. He had martial arts and was lucky enough to survive, but he had seen countless people being sucked dry by the blood sacrifice array in front of him. Those who lost their vitality were in so much pain that their faces were distorted. They would rather commit suicide than live for another second. Every time news about the evil blood cultivator sect appeared in his ears, the painful expressions of those people from back then would unconsciously appear in his mind. Over the years, it had become a knot in his heart. He only wanted to destroy them one day. With his strength, it was a fool's dream. Just 12 years ago, 700,000 people were sacrificed, and someone from the blood refinement sect broke through to the realm of martial arts grandmaster. Above first grade was grandmaster, and above grandmaster was great grandmaster. He was just a mere third grade. What could be done is not much, but that didn't mean he wouldn't do it. At night, Ma Wu sent a letter to the prefect of Tianfeng County to inform him in advance and make arrangements. Meanwhile, the Martial Suppression Division was shaken that night. They first investigated who was hiding the fact that Zhang Bao had remained silent for many years. After the investigation, it was found that a weapon master had accepted bribes. In addition, Zhang Bao was the manager of the Big River Gang, so some of the exposed problems were settled for him. The weapon master didn't know how serious the matter was, so he just did what everyone else was doing. Once the internal problems were resolved, the Martial Suppression Division would move out overnight to take control of the entire Big River Gang. Because they didn't have enough manpower, Su Yang, Yi Jiang, and the other 6 candidates did not rest and followed suit. That night, Zhao Dai, the leader of the Big River Gang, was awe-inspiring in Yonghe City. He stood obediently in front of Ma Wu and didn't dare to say anything. Those who were close to Zhang Bao were all arrested and interrogated overnight, and the place where they lived was also investigated overnight. In just one night, they found 6 more evil cultivators. However, they were not very strong. 2 of them were in 7th grade, and 4 were in 8th grade. Su Yang noticed that these people all had sin levels above their heads. The sky had yet to brighten when the sound of horse hooves came from outside. The Wind Wolf army rushed overnight to take over Yonghe City, and the commander of Tianfeng Commandery's Martial Suppression Division and some experts who specialized in reconnaissance had also rushed over. At this point, Su Yang and the others could finally rest. With Su Yang's mortal body, it was really tiring to work for an entire night. However, he was thinking about how to get the heads of the 6 evil cultivators. Without waiting for Su Yang to speak, a soldier came to inform him that Commander Ma wanted to see him. When they arrived at the Big River Gang's hall, it was completely different from the last time. Zhao Dai stood obediently in the lobby while Ma Wu sat on the main seat. When Ma Wu saw Su Yang arrive, he squeezed out a stiff smile. This was very strange for a person who had not smiled all year round to suddenly want to smile and appear kind. Su Yang, this time, I found out that you have made great contributions. I will ask the commander of the patrol department for your merit. In addition, I see that you seem to want to kill the evil cultivators. How about you kill these 6 people? Ma Wu did not know the reason, but Su Yang's thoughts had never been hidden, so he could see it. Since that was the case, he might as well do her a favor. Su Yang was delighted. Thank you, sir. I do hate these cultivators for using humans as pills. When I heard about it, I want to kill them all. However, This is not purely to vent my anger. The cultivation technique I cultivate is more special. Killing evil cultivators to understand my heart will make my progress faster. Su Yang said the excuse he had long thought of. Ma Wu nodded his head secretly. This was right, but it couldn't change Su Yang's righteousness. Xia needed such a righteous person. This was the backbone of Xia. Will of all beings plus 25. Tianqin's sword. Sword Intent Lv.18 12/18,000. Sword Technique Starfire Lv.15. Will of all beings 37. After killing 6 evil cultivators, Su Yang had 37 wisps of the will of all living beings in his hand. During this trip, his gains were not small. With this will of all living beings, Su Yang tried to create a sword technique that could temper his body. He received a response. After his sword intent reached level 30, he could use the will of all living beings to create body-tempering sword moves. In other words, it was enough to retain 30 wisps of living beings' will. He could also use the will of all living beings to forge some special sword moves. After killing 6 evil cultivators, Su Yang could finally return to the Martial Suppression Division to rest. He naturally did not need to worry about what happened next. In the blink of an eye, it was the second day. At 9 in the morning, Ma Wu sent someone to inform him that their assessment had ended and they could return to the prefecture capital's inspection department to report. As the matter in Yonghe City was not over yet, Ma Wu needed to stay here. However, he had already written a letter to the commander of the patrol department to let him rest assured. After Su Yang found out, he packed up and prepared to leave. Just as he reached the door, a familiar voice and figure appeared. "Good morning, Brother Su." Yi Jiang waited at the entrance with a smile. "Brother Yi." The assessment had ended, so what did it mean? Su Yang was a little helpless. "Brother Su, that's not right. It's as if I'm using you. I treat Brother Su as a friend." Yi Jiang said unhappily. "That's my fault. Let's go, Brother Yi. Let's return to the county city." Su Yang thought about it and agreed. In life, one had to have some friends. Since the other party took the initiative to befriend him and was not an unpardonable person, he did not have to be too wary. Let's go." The two of them mounted their horses and rushed towards the county city. In less than 4 hours, he had returned to the county city. After returning to the county capital, they immediately reported to the patrol department. When they arrived, guards also asked them to gather at the examination hall. The other examinees had already returned. This was normal. Among everyone, Su Yang was the slowest. The others would not wait for Su Yang like Yi Jiang, so they naturally arrived first. "Everyone, wait a moment. I'll go inform the chief inspector now." The official informed him and left in a hurry. Everyone waited in the examination hall. The atmosphere was silent. Su Yang and Yi Jiang were the most relaxed in the arena. The more Sun Tianpeng looked at Yi Jiang, the angrier he became. He already knew what had happened. Seeing Yi Jiang's smug look, he couldn't help but say, "What are you so proud of?" "I'm just a lackey who got a bargain." Yi Jiang said slowly, "Your brain is not good enough, but you still insist that others are not good enough. People who are not good are just unwilling to admit that they are not good enough. Don't you think so, Brother Su?" Su Yang remained silent. He was not sure about the relationship between these two guys, but they should be very familiar. It was a little like they were enemies. "You said I can't?" Sun Tianpeng said angrily. "Then do you dare to compete with me? I told you that your brain is not good, but you didn't believe me. Did I say that your martial arts skills are not good enough?" Yi Jiang said slowly, "Brother Sun, what's the difference between you and Barbaric Bull? We both know how to make the best use of our strengths and avoid our weaknesses, but you want me to attack you with my weaknesses. Do you think my brain is the same as yours?" Yi Jiang wasn't afraid of him at all. Although Sun Tianpeng had a fiery temper, there was one thing that Sun Tianpeng couldn't do to him. No means no. Some people just don't want to admit that they can't do it. Sun Tianpeng also learned to be smart and used Yi Jiang's words to refute him. Then, he shut his mouth. He wasn't good with words, so it was better to speak less. Sun Tianpeng glared at Yi Jiang before turning his head. Yi Jiang was about to say something when footsteps came from outside. When he appeared in front of everyone, everyone restrained their thoughts and expressed their respect. He was wearing the uniform of a chief inspector. When Su Yang saw this person, his eyes widened. Han Xiu. That's right. This person was Han Xiu, who had interacted with Su Yang during the registration assessment. When Su Yang was shocked, he clearly saw the corners of Han Xiu's mouth curl up slightly. It was obvious that she was satisfied to see him shocked. This is Han Xiu, the current chief inspector. I already know about the assessment. Su Yang and Yi Jiang have done well. They can be 4 directions inspector. The 6 of you will need to take the test again. This time, it will be simpler. In the martial arts test, the strong will stay behind. If you want to be the 4 directions inspector, you can't do it without enough martial arts. Sometimes, the best thing to talk about is your fists. Does anyone have any objections? Han Xiu glanced at everyone. No, I haven't. The 6 of them shook their heads. This assessment was considered fair. In that case, let's go to the martial arts practice field. Han Xiu said firmly. Then, everyone came to the martial arts field. There were a total of 4 duels in a group of 3. In just an hour, the battle ended. The people who stayed behind were Sun Tianpeng and Ding Ziwu. Sun Tianpeng had fought 2 rounds. This guy's strength was not bad. He had already been holding back his anger, and both matches were settled by him in 2 or 3 moves. Of course, for Su Yang, it was still a matter of 1 sword. Ding Ziwu's strength was not overwhelming, but his battle experience and movement techniques were not bad. He also won very easily. There was no dispute about the 2 of them being selected as the 4 directions inspector. This assessment ends here. From now on, the 4 of you are the 4 directions inspector. Su Yang, Yi Jiang took the main credit for the assessment. In addition, he also discovered the evil cultivators hidden in Yonghe City. Su Yang, you will be rewarded with 30,000 merit points and a top-grade treasure trove token. Yi Jiang, you will be rewarded with 6,000 merit points and a middle 3-grade treasure trove token. Thank you, sir. Su Yang and Yi Jiang thanked him. When Han Xiu announced the reward, Sun Tianpeng, Yi Jiang, and Ding Ziwu were all shocked. Putting Ding Ziwu aside, Sun Tianpeng and Yi Jiang were obviously from extraordinary families, but they were still shocked. It was enough to know how generous the reward was. Only Su Yang didn't feel anything. He just thought that it was good to have a reward. At least it wasn't a compliment. Han Xiu continued. Next, you'll have to take on the responsibility of monitoring the actions of the Tianfeng Prefecture's Martial Suppression Division, corruption, bribery, and even living like a prince. The Tianfeng County is in charge of the 16 cities. Each of you will be in charge of 4 cities. The first task I'll give you is to lead people to supervise the 4 cities' Martial Suppression Division, deal with all the accumulated cases, and resolve all the grievances of the people. If there's anything you can't solve, you can tell me. But it must be completely resolved. Do you understand? Understood. The next step was to divide the cities. Because the 3 of them came from the county cities, they did not care which cities they managed. However, Su Yang was different. He chose Pingshan City, Huangshan City, Linjiang City, and Kaiyang City. After making his choice, Su Yang's eyes suddenly had a vision. Tianqin Sword. Sword Intent Lv.18 12/18,000. Sword Technique Starfire Lv.18. Will of All Life 34. Range Pingshan City, Huangshan City, Linjiang City, Kaiyang City. The new changes in the interface. At this moment, he was in the county city, but he could sense a thick layer of white gas above the 4 cities, so that the sky above the 4 cities could not see the sun. This was Su Yang's perspective, but he understood that this meant that many people were in a sea of suffering and had nowhere to seek justice. Su Yang looked up at the sky with a firm gaze. People say that swords are too hard and easy to break. I don't believe you. I want to try. I have a sword that will open the sky for all living beings. After Han Xiu finished announcing everything, the 4 directions inspector's assessment was considered to be over. However, the Patrol Inspection Division could not operate normally for the time being. This was because the assessment for the next level of Invigilator had not ended yet. Before the examiner's assessment ended, they could move freely. In the following period, Su Yang and the others would need to reside in the inspectorate, with each four directions inspector having their own large courtyard. Even the inspectorate supervisor had a smaller courtyard. Su Yang then learned about the salary of the four directions inspector and the benefits of this identity. Salary: 1. 1,000 taels of silver per month. 2. 100 merit points per month. 3. 1 middle 3 grade treasure trove token every year. Fight. 1. Able to mobilize all the soldiers of the Martial Garrison Division in Tianfeng Prefecture. 2. Able to mobilize all the soldiers of the Martial Garrison Division. 3. Able to directly dismiss the commander of the Combat Suppression Division outside the prefecture city. Able to lead 10 inspection envoys. Merit points were extremely precious. If 1 point was converted to silver, it would be 100 taels. The most important thing was that he could exchange for the items on the Martial Suppression Division's resource register. Even if it was just the items on the resource register, many of them were difficult to obtain in the outside world. After all, the Martial Suppression Division was backed by the entire Xia. They had more resources than any other faction. The treasure trove token was even more precious. Some treasures that were extremely precious, special, and difficult to obtain would be placed in the treasury. High-level cultivation techniques, secret recipes, pills, weapons, and all sorts of good things would also be placed in the treasure vault. Those who hold the token can directly take one item. Su Yang had a middle 3rd grade token. If he sold it, it would be worth 100,000 contribution points. This indirectly showed how precious this token was. After understanding the preciousness of this treasure trove token, the first thing Su Yang thought of was to find a medicinal bath recipe that could refine his body unconditionally. With the token in hand, Su Yang went straight to the Martial Suppression Division's treasure vault. The person guarding the treasure vault was an old man who was leisurely lying on a chair. One could not see his aura, but he had the intention of returning to his original state. Su Yang did not think that the person guarding the entrance of the treasure vault would be an old man without strength. Any normal person would know that the ones guarding the treasures were definitely the strongest. I'm Su Yang. Greetings, Senior. I'm here to retrieve a top-grade treasure. Su Yang bowed and handed over the token. The old man stood up and glanced at Su Yang. His originally calm eyes became more and more puzzled. You can only take one item from the 3rd floor. Thank you, Senior. Su Yang bowed again and entered the treasure vault. When Su Yang was far away, the old man could not help but say, "Strange kid, I can't see through him. I am really old." After sighing, the old man lay down again. After Su Yang entered the treasure vault, he also went straight to the 3rd floor. As soon as he entered, he saw a dazzling array of precious treasures. Su Yang went straight to the prescription area and looked at them one by one. At first, Su Yang was a little disappointed. Many prescriptions that could increase one's strength required a body tempering technique. One needed to devote one's entire body to body tempering, and then use medicinal liquid to supplement it. He didn't need these things. Fortunately, the Martial Suppression Division's treasury was worthy of being called the Xia's treasury. Very quickly, he discovered a few medicinal bath recipes. 5 poison body tempering medicinal bath recipe. Vajra treasure body medicinal bath recipe. 100 spirit stained body medicinal bath recipe. The 3 medicinal bath recipes were of the 3rd grade, 2nd grade, and 1st grade. Different levels had different medicinal effects, but the difficulty of collecting medicinal herbs was also different. It was easier to collect the medicinal ingredients for the 5 poisons body tempering medicinal bath. The 5 poisons had to be demonic beasts of the 5th stage or above. The higher the realm of the demonic beast, the better the medicinal effect. In addition, a kind of 3rd grade spiritual medicine could neutralize it. The Vajra treasure body medicinal bath was slightly more difficult, requiring many precious 3rd grade spirit medicines and a 2nd grade earth core fluid. The 100 spirit stained body medicinal bathing recipe was the most difficult. It required hundreds of spirit herbs to neutralize, ranging from 9th grade spirit herbs to 1st grade spirit herbs. Apart from the difficulty of collecting spirit herbs, The difficulty of refining this medicinal bath recipe was also very high. If one was not careful, they would fail. There is no doubt that the 3 medicinal bath recipes were the most precious. However, Su Yang had to consider practicality. How long would it take for him to collect all the ingredients after he got the prescription? Moreover, there were restrictions on the use of these prescriptions. This was because the medicinal bath was too full of energy. For people without any cultivation, overnourishment was poison, and they would die from overnourishment. 5 Poisons Body Tempering Medicinal Bath Recipe requires at least an external refinement of the 8th grade. Treasure Body Medicinal Bath Recipe required a minimum of 6th grade. 100 Spirit Stained Body Medicinal Bath Recipe required a minimum of 4th grade external refinement. After understanding it clearly, Su Yang also understood that he had no choice now. Or rather, the 5 Poison Body Tempering Medicinal Bath was his best choice. He would soon be able to reach the 8th grade of external refinement when he condensed a body-tempering sword move. During this process, he could first collect the resources to make the medicinal bath. As for the other 2 medicinal bath recipes, they were placed in the Martial Suppression Division's treasure vault. He could exchange for them when he needed them. Now that he could obtain the authority to enter, could he not do it in the future? After some thought, Su Yang also calmed down and reached out to take the 5 Poison Body Tempering Medicinal Bath. When he reached out, he clearly felt that a layer of air shield was broken by him. Every treasure here was wrapped in an air shield. If the people who came and took more, the guards outside would immediately know. Of course, Su Yang took away the copy that he had already copied. When he left, he would replenish it. He walked out of the treasury. "Senior, I will take this." The old man waved his hand and gestured for Su Yang to leave. Su Yang turned around and left. Soon, he returned to his courtyard. He had no use for the formula for the time being, so he kept it in his storage ring. At the same time, he began to examine the contents of his storage ring. He had been busy before, but he had only taken a few glances. Su Yang had already handed over some of the items from the robbery, but he would not hand over some of the items that he had seized. Adamant and Puppet Refinement Technique. Mountains and Rivers Path Cultivation Technique. Spirit Root Testing Stone. Adamant and Body. Black Yellow Mother or... There were many miscellaneous items in the storage ring. There were also many ores, which should be the puppet refining materials prepared by Hai Wu Ya. Apart from that, these 3 items should be relatively precious. The Adamant and Puppet Refinement Technique was a first-grade spell technique. If one had enough materials, one could refine a first-grade puppet. Mountains and Rivers Path Cultivation Technique was a cultivation technique that absorbed the chi of mountains and rivers to cultivate. The higher, more beautiful, and more famous the mountain peak, the faster the cultivation speed would be. This was a foundation establishment cultivation technique. On the path of immortal cultivation, the first grade and above was the foundation establishment. The spiritual root testing stone was used to test one's spiritual roots. A drop of blood would be enough to explain. Adamant Body, 3rd grade external skill, used for external refinement. Su Yang also understood the function of the Black Yellow Mother Oregon absorbing black iron would produce chi, which could be used to create high-level puppets. After sorting out all the gains, Su Yang planned to prepare for the next step. From now on, he would live in the county capital. Then, he had to make proper arrangements for his matters in Pingshan City. He needed to return to Pingshan City before the patrol department officially started its operation. After Su Yang packed up, he planned to set off for Pingshan City. Just as he was about to leave, Yi Jiang came looking for him. "Brother Su, do you want to celebrate tonight?" "No, I need to go back for a while. Since I'm going to settle down in the prefecture city, I have to make some arrangements." Su Yang refused. "Oh." Yi Jiang nodded and said, "All right, since Brother Su has something to do, I won't disturb you anymore." This time, Yi Jiang didn't pester him. He was an understanding person. Sometimes he could pester her, but sometimes he could not be overly entangled. That wouldn't make her feel good. It would only make her feel disgusted. Su Yang then rode on the wind horse and quickly returned to Pingshan City. From when he came to when he left, it had only been less than 3 days. The sun was setting, and Su Yang rushed back to the official road of Pingshan City when the sun was setting. The city gate was not far ahead. This was the time when the people who had gone out to farm carried their farm tools and drove the yellow cattle back. When the commoners saw the wind horse, they only thought that it was an official who had come and did not care. When they saw the person on the horse, the fatigue on their faces that had been working hard for a day was swept away, and they were filled with smiles from the bottom of their hearts. "Greetings, Lord Su. Lord Su, this is a wild fruit I picked on the mountain." No. Thank you, everyone. It's getting late. Everyone, return to the city as soon as possible. These commoners were very enthusiastic. It was the kind of enthusiasm that came from the bottom of their hearts. A little wild fruit was nothing to Su Yang. However, to these farmers, it was also a precious item. They couldn't bear to eat it. At this moment, they were still holding it. If they didn't want to sell it, they wanted to take it back to satisfy their children's cravings. How could Su Yang accept it? He did not like being the center of attention, so he rode away. After he left, the people on the road did not calm down. They all spoke excitedly and talked about Su Yang. "Zhang Hu welcomes your return." "Welcome back, sir." When Su Yang returned to Spring Wind Hall, he saw Zhang Hu and the other soldiers whose temperament had completely changed. Before this, these soldiers were very lazy, but now their essence, spirit, and soul had completely transformed. They had a certain firm belief and were firmly executing it. He had to admit that this group of soldiers was really good. Perhaps not everyone was a hothead. They might be like this because Su Yang gave them more resources and better treatment. But so what? As long as they did something practical. So what if they got the benefits they deserved? Su Yang was not a brainwashing expert. With just a few words, he would make his subordinates work hard and not get any benefits in the end. Not bad. Zhang Hu, you've already broken through to 8th grade, right? Su Yang used his sword intent and understood the strength of everyone in the courtyard. All of them had pretty decent promotions, so the resources he had obtained were not wasted. Zhang Hu had also broken through the 8th grade and reached the 7th grade, which was more advantageous for his subsequent arrangements. "Yes, my lord." Zhang Hu agreed. "Not bad. You can become a permanent employee." Su Yang smiled. "Sir." Zhang Hu was puzzled. Before he could speak, Su Yang continued. "I went to the provincial capital this time to participate in the inspection examination. From now on, I will be the 4 directions inspector and will be in charge of the 4 military divisions of the prefecture. From now on, I will still be your superior, but I won't be in charge of you. Later, I will propose to Commander Zhang to appoint Zhang, who is the new weapon master of Spring Wind Hall. Congratulations on your promotion." The soldiers shouted again. Su Yang waved his hand. "Zhang Hu, come with me." Everyone dispersed, and Zhang Hu followed Su Yang into the inner courtyard. Su Yang sat on the main seat and took out a stone first. "Come here, squeeze out a drop of blood from your fingertip and drip it on the stone." Zhang Hu stepped forward and bit his fingertip without hesitation. After a drop of blood flowed out, he used his qi to seal the wound. The blood dripped onto the stone, and an earthen yellow light rose up. Soon, it reached the height of 2 fingers. "Not bad. You have a spiritual root, and it's an earth-type middle-grade spiritual root." Su Yang was very satisfied with this. Zhang Hu's pupils dilated in shock. Spiritual roots? Wasn't that something only immortal cultivators had? Su Yang took out 3 cultivation techniques and handed them to Zhang Hu. "Take these 3 cultivation methods and this spirit root testing stone." The mountain and river path formation technique is a cultivation technique for immortality, leading directly to foundation building. The diamond puppet refining art, if you can learn it, would be beneficial to you and provide decent assistance. As for this last one, it is an external cultivation technique called the diamond body, a 3rd grade external technique. Study hard. If there are talents worth nurturing, you can bestow them to them. Don't disappoint me. Su Yang would not lose anything if he made a copy of these martial arts techniques for Zhang Hu. Up until now, Zhang Hu was a person worth nurturing. If he could invest now and grow, he would have a capable subordinate in the future. It was like planting a seed. Zhang Hu's eyes gradually turned from confusion to passion. Kneeling on one knee, he received the manual. "Thank you, sir. In the future, I will go through fire and water for you. Practice diligently, but your current strength is not enough to go through fire and water, Su Yang said with a smile, before dismissing Zhang Hu. After making arrangements for Spring Wind Hall, it was time to make a trip to Rejuvenation Hall. The sky is not completely dark yet. Su Yang came to Rejuvenation Hall. The moment Su Yang entered, Lu Yuro, who was standing next to the counter, saw him. Lord Su, you're back? Lu Yuro greeted him. Su Yang had told her before he left. Yes, I'm here to bid farewell to the two of you. Su Yang spoke and then briefly explained what had happened over the past few days. Congratulations on your promotion, Lord Su. Lu Yuro said sincerely, then continued. Lord Su, don't you need this spirit body medicinal bath? This medicinal bath has little effect on me, so I don't need it for the time being. Su Yang thought for a moment and said, Lord Su, if you still want to temper your body, I still have a 9th grade medicinal bath recipe that can help you. Lu Yuro's eyes were filled with determination. Initially, because Su Yang had dealt with Li Ming and saved her and her grandfather from being bullied, she had a good impression of Su Yang. Now, after a period of understanding and Su Yang's actions during this period of time, she had already firmly established this good impression in her heart. Oh, Su Yang was pleasantly surprised. This medicinal bath recipe is called the Boiling Blood Medicinal Bath Recipe. Because it's a family heirloom, I can't give you the prescription directly. If Lord Su provides the materials, Grandpa and I will help you refine it. This medicinal bath can be refined in advance and poured into the water when it is used. Lu Yuro explained in detail. Her family's traditional medicinal bath recipe could raise a person's physique to the 9th grade. She did not soak in a medicinal bath, and Grandpa did not want her to soak in the medicinal bath either. Su Yang thought to himself, as you sow, so shall you reap. There must be a cause for every effect. Although he didn't understand the reason for Lu Yuro's actions, it was probably because of what he had done in Pingshan City. Su Yang left Rejuvenation Hall. He had already obtained the list of ingredients required for the boiling blood medicinal bath. There were 2 main ingredients, the 9th grade blood spirit grass and the heart blood of a 9th grade demonic beast. The other secondary ingredients were not considered precious. Of course, these 2 main herbs were not too precious to Su Yang now. Then, Su Yang went to the Martial Suppression Division to find Zhang Zhiwu. Congratulations on your promotion, Lord Su. Zhang Zhiwu had a complicated expression on his face. In the blink of an eye, Su Yang had become his superior. Commander Zhang, how about Zhang Hu take the position of Weapon Master of Spring Wind Hall? Su Yang sat in the main seat and spoke without hiding anything. It's up to you, sir. Zhang Zhiwu had no right to refuse. I still need 10 more copies of the things recorded on this list. Zhang Zhiwu took a look and agreed. I'll get someone to take it now. How many contribution points do I need? You don't have to worry about these contribution points. I'll do it. Sometimes, when you become stronger, things that you couldn't touch when you were weak would automatically come to you. Soon, 10 portions of the boiling blood medicinal bath recipe were carried up and placed in a large box. I'll take this. Su Yang did not reject Zhang Zhiwu's goodwill. Human relations were like a pyramid. Some were at the top, while others were at the bottom. The more stable the cornerstone at the bottom, the higher it could be. Su Yang did not promise anything. He only said that he would accept this thing. Zhang Zhiwu clearly lost something, but he still sent Su Yang away with a smile. This smile was not faked. If Su Yang did not accept it, he might not be as happy as he was now. The trip went smoothly. Su Yang brought the things back to Rejuvenation Hall and handed them to Lu Yuro. Lord Su, so fast. Lu Yuro was a little surprised. He had only left for a short while, and he had already gathered all of them? Yes. I took it from the Martial Suppression Division. Lu Yuro understood. But Lord Su, these herbs might take 3 days to refine. You can come back 3 days later to get them. All right. Su Yang nodded and then took out 1,000 taels of silver and placed it on the counter. This is the money for the medicine. Don't refuse, or else I won't come to collect the medicine. Su Yang also paid according to the market price. It might be a little more, but not too much. This was the value of the pill formula, the value of the other party refining it. Compared to the pill formula and alchemy skills, The medicinal ingredients were simply nothing. Lu Yuro saw that Su Yang was determined, so she didn't refuse and accepted the money with a smile. Lord Su is so generous. I will thank you on behalf of the people of Pingshan City. What do you mean? My grandfather will always treat some people who can't afford to see a doctor, but the medicinal herbs also have a cost. With your money, we can treat many people. Lu Yuro naturally told the truth. This was what the grandfather and grandson did, so what was there to say? After hearing this, Su Yang took out another 10,000 taels of silver and said respectfully, Dr. Lu is a benevolent doctor and cannot be forced by money. I have been respectfully addressed by the people, so I should also do my part. After making all the necessary arrangements, Su Yang returned to the inner courtyard of Spring Wind Hall. It was already late and it was time to rest. The next day, Su Yang packed up some things he needed and left. With the storage ring, it was very convenient to bring anything. It was already noon when they returned to the county capital. After doing everything, Su Yang began to swing his sword. Since he could create body-tempering sword moves after sword Intent Lv.30, he had to quickly improve it. Every time the sword intent increased by 1 level, the proficiency would increase by 1,000 on top of the previous level. He could swing 10,000 swords every day, so it would take some time for him to reach level 30. If he could obtain the boiling blood medicinal bathing powder 3 days later and improve his physique, this time could be shortened. After soaking in the boiling blood medicinal bathing powder for 10 days, his body strength would rise to the 9th grade of external refinement. The strength of his body increased, and the time he could swing his sword could be extended, and his speed would also increase. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. For the past few days, Su Yang had been waving his sword in his courtyard, and his sword intent was already halfway to level 19. Previously, his sword intent covered a range of 100 meters, but now it covered a full 300 meters. Yi Jiang came a few times and was very puzzled when he saw Su Yang's actions. At first, it was just a casual chat, but the last time, Yi Jiang brought a piece of news. A 3rd-grade evil cultivator appeared in Yonghe City. Ma Wu was injured, and the other party seemed to have taken something away. However, after this situation appeared, the situation in Tianfeng County became even more tense. The surroundings of Yonghe City had been turned upside down. However, after this incident, there was no trace of the evil cultivator. Su Yang did not have much opinion on this. Strength was everything. After feeling the emergence of a higher level of combat strength, Su Yang only wanted to increase the level of his sword intent as soon as possible. At that time, no matter if they were a 3rd-grade evil cultivator or a grandmaster evil cultivator, they would all be killed with a sword. After 3 days, Yang returned to Pingshan City as promised and took the boiling blood medicinal bath powder. This time, he didn't stay in Pingshan City. He rode on the Scarlet Blood Horse given by the patrol department and returned to the county city within 2 hours. That night, Su Yang took out a wooden bucket, put boiling water in it, and then poured a bowl of medicine into it. After waiting for a while, the water in the wooden bucket turned red, and a scorching aura spread like a volcanic crater. Su Yang did not hesitate and took off his clothes to enter. As soon as he entered, the extremely hot medicinal effect made him grimace uncontrollably. It was too hot. His entire body felt like it was being soaked in boiling water. His skin was burning, and even his flesh was burning. Even though Su Yang's physique had been strengthened, he still couldn't take it for a moment. Fortunately, in the next moment, he felt a warm and comfortable feeling. The strengthening of one's constitution was a process of destruction and repair. After enduring it, there would not be much of a problem. After an hour, the effect of the medicine was completely gone. Su Yang got up from the wooden bucket and moved a little. Then his bones exploded. Now his physique was very close to 9th grade. Su Yang estimated that after soaking in the medicinal bath for another 1 or 2 times, he would definitely become a 9th grade external refiner. Su Yang was more satisfied. Unfortunately, this kind of medicinal bath could only be soaked once a day and needed time for the body to recover. The next day, Su Yang was waving his sword in the courtyard when a guard came to inform him that the examiner assessment had ended yesterday. He was immediately instructed to gather at the martial arts arena to organize manpower and officially commence the inspection. When Su Yang went to the martial arts field, there was already a crowd. At a glance, there were only several people, but they were all in the 5th grade. In some small cities, such as Pingshan City, this level of cultivation was enough to dominate them. After greeting Yi Jiang, Su Yang also waited in front. Han Xiu glanced around and said after confirming that everyone was there, "Next, 20 of you will be assigned to the 4 directions inspector, while the other 8 will remain in the patrol division." I'm sure you know the purpose of the patrol division. To put it simply, investigate everything. Everyone here, I don't want to see you bow to your desires and greed. I don't want my sword to fall on your heads one day. Hancho was no longer as friendly as before. A murderous aura emanated from his body, and it was unknown how many lives he had taken. Under the impact of such an aura, Su Yang and the others were fine, but the 5th grade inspectors all turned pale. After Han Xiu finished her speech, he began to divide the people. As the 4 directions inspector, Su Yang was assigned 5 people. His position allowed him to manage 10 people, but that was just a rule. Everything still depended on the actual situation, and he had to listen to Han Xiu's arrangements. 5 people were enough. With the invigilator in place, the patrol division was on the right track. The first thing Su Yang did when he officially took office was to let his subordinates inform the commanders of the 4 towns of Pingshan City, Huangshan City, Linjiang City, and Kaiyang City to come and see him. It was time for the smog above the 4 cities to dissipate. There was a huge difference in the strength of a county city, and the size of each county city was also very different. Among the 4 cities under Su Yang's jurisdiction, Pingshan City was the weakest. The strongest was Kaiyang City. The commander of the Martial Suppression Division was a 4th grade expert. If he took another step forward, he would be considered an expert in the entire Tianfeng Prefecture. At most, there were about 30,000 people living in Pingshan City, while there were 100,000 people living in Kaiyang City. Previously, when Su Yang took over the 4 cities, he saw the smog above the 4 cities, and there were 6 quests in his hand. 3 were in Kaiyang City, 2 were in Linjiang City, and 1 was in Huangshan City. As for Pingshan City, it had already been taken care of by Su Yang, so there was no mission. The 4 letters left the county capital and spread out in all directions. Soon, they reached the hands of the 4 Martial Suppression Division commanders. After receiving the letter, they did not cause any trouble. They packed up and rushed to the county capital. Su Yang had just taken office, and the patrol division had just been established. It was used to control the Martial Suppression Division. At this time, if they dared to go against the patrol division in the open, then their positions would be over. The commanders of the 4 cities entered the city one by one and waited in the patrol division. After everyone arrived, Su Yang put away his sword and walked out of the courtyard. In the hall, the 4 of them chose their seats according to their positions. The commander of Kaiyang City's Martial Suppression Division sat closest to the main seat, followed by Linjiang City, Huangshan City, and finally Zhang Zhuwu of Pingshan City. After Su Yang came in, 3 of them did not get up and did not react. Only Zhang Zhuwu stood up to welcome him. "Greetings, sir." The other 3 were shocked. Such a young man was the 4 directions inspector. "Greetings, sir." Even though he was puzzled, this was not the time to think about it. Su Yang sat down at the main seat without hesitation, his eyes burning. "I'm very happy that everyone has arrived so quickly." They had already sat down. Except for Zhang Zhuwu, the other 3 were carefully sizing up Su Yang. They wanted to know which family successor this was. "To summon you all here, other than meeting you, I also have some things I want to tell you." Su Yang paused and continued, "Don't say that I didn't give you a chance." As soon as Su Yang finished speaking, the scene was extremely quiet. Among the 4 people, except for Zhang Zhuwu, the other 3 people's hearts sank and they had bad feelings. "I'm sure you know better than me what the purpose of the patrol division is. I'll give you 2 weeks to clear the cases that have accumulated in your area. If you can't, you can tell me the reason. The Martial Suppression Division is the foundation of the Xia. It is the only organization that the commoners can rely on. I hope you understand your duty. So, do you have any questions?" There was a moment of silence. We will remember your words, sir. But if we follow your instructions and handle all the cases, what about the deeply rooted, influential families? What about the martial sects and government officials involved? Zhang Baishan, the head of Huangshan City, expressed his concerns. Those who resist arrest with force should be dealt with immediately, without waiting for permission. If you feel hesitant and reluctant to take action due to concerns of retaliation or if your strength is insufficient, then I will handle it. I'm curious to see what kind of influential families, martial sects, and government officials are involved. Suyang was not afraid at all and said word by word. His sword wanted to see how hard the people who bullied the people were. Good. With your words, I will definitely respect you. Zhang Baishan's eyes lit up. What about everyone? Su Yang's satisfied gaze softened a little before he looked at the other three. I will obey your orders. No matter what the three of them thought, they all expressed their obedience. After saying a few simple words to the four of them, he let them leave. Zhang Zhiwu didn't leave immediately. After the three of them left, he took the initiative to say, Sir, I'm afraid this is a little inappropriate. Why? Su Yang frowned. He also handled it according to the way he thought it was better. Sometimes, the quickest way to solve an unjust case is to solve the person who is complaining. Zhang Zhiwu's words sent a chill down Su Yang's spine. That's right. Solving a person who was crying injustice was faster than solving a case. The case needed to be investigated, and it might involve some families or people that they could not afford to offend. Would the people of the Martial Suppression Division not even participate in some unjust cases? If a case was not solved quickly, it would either be unsolved or involve a lot of people. It was very troublesome to solve, or even impossible to solve. However, it was too easy to deal with the people who were crying injustice. With a clear goal, clear information, and clear price, what he needed to do was to silently make the person who cried out for injustice disappear. Understand. I'll get someone to keep an eye on them. After Su Yang reacted, he was also a little afraid. Then, I'll go back first. Zhang Zhiwu then stood up and left. Su Yang was left alone in the living room. After a while, Su Yang's 5 inspectors arrived. Zhao Jin, Sun Cheng, Zhou Hua, Gu Tingyin, and Lei Zhe. The 5 of them were all in the 5th grade. Zhao Jin, Sun Cheng, you two form a team and keep an eye on Kaiyang City's Martial Suppression Division. Zhou Hua, Gu Tingyin, you two form a team and keep an eye on Linjiang City's Martial Department. Lei Zhe, you'll have to work hard. 1 person and 1 team. Keep an eye on the Martial Suppression Division of Huangshan City. Just keep an eye on them. Don't let them do anything. On the surface, you said you are going to assist. Understood. Go ahead. Su Yang did not let them keep an eye on him in the dark. If some things happened, what was the use of not being able to stop them in time to settle the score afterward? With the inspector keeping an eye on them, at least they wouldn't act too recklessly. Of course, this was just a precaution. When Su Yang thought of this, he smiled. If the world was shrouded in light, then he would enjoy the sunlight. If the world was shrouded in darkness, then he would just shatter the darkness. Of course, he did not think that he could shatter all the darkness in the world. However, it was always possible to shatter the darkness in front of him and make himself feel more comfortable. In the courtyard, the crisp sound of Su Yang swinging his sword rang out again. The commander of the 3 cities martial arts division was about to leave when Luo Hongsheng spoke. Everyone, what do you think of the 4 directions inspector? Very young. I still have to go back to deal with some matters, so I won't talk to the 2 of you anymore. Zhang Baishan smiled. After saying that, he left. Luo Hongsheng was a little displeased. He looked at Qin Lei, the commander of Linjiang City. Now that the patrol department has just been established, it's better to regulate it. However, Qin Lei understood that Luo Hongsheng had a hidden meaning in his words. He simply replied and left with cupped fists. Everyone had their own choices. What Luo Hongsheng did was his own business. Ah, Luo Hongsheng sighed. Turn back. I want to turn back too, Lord Su. Will you give me a chance? Luo Hongsheng's expression was complicated. There was greed, regret, and finally determination. As long as he wasn't discovered, nothing would happen, right? In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Su Yang's sword intent level had reached Lv. 21. As the level increased, the improvement Su Yang received for each level increased. After reaching level 21, Su Yang's sword intent could already cover 1,200 meters. This was the range of the sword intent. Within this range, Su Yang could control the sword intent at will. After his sword intent reached Lv.21, Su Yang felt that killing a third-grade martial artist was just a matter of thought. As for the second grade, it was not impossible to use sword techniques. This was the improvement of his sword intent in the past 3 days. Other than that, there were also additional gains. 3 days. His orders were still effective. The martial suppression division of the 4 cities began to spin. The will of all living beings in his hands was increasing, and the fog that enveloped the 4 cities was dissipating. In just 3 days, he had obtained 20 wisps of living beings' will. It meant that they had listened to him. As for how much he listened to, he would know when the half-month period ended. Other than the sword intent and the will of all living beings, there was also the physique. After soaking in the boiling blood medicinal bath, he finally broke through to 9th grade. The muscles, bones, and skin of the entire body have been strengthened. Dealing with 4 or 5 ordinary people was a piece of cake. After entering 9th grade, wielding a sword could no longer have much effect on his body. The next problem was the speed of his sword swing and the time he spent swinging it every day. Su Yang had just tested it. In an hour, he could slash about 1,200 times. In a day, he could slash about 14,400 times. The improvement was not bad. At this speed, he could shorten the time needed to raise his sword intent to Lv.30. Sword intent proficiency +1. Actually, this felt pretty good. In Martial Suppression Division, Linjiang City, Qinlei sat opposite an elder from the largest sect in the area. The wages for the snake breeders in the city must be raised to a normal level. What you're currently paying them is too little. Furthermore, for the families who lost someone due to being forced into snake breeding, you need to provide them with compensation. After returning from the patrol department, Qinlei had been dealing with the cases in Linjiang City. Some of the cases that his subordinates could solve had basically been dealt with. However, in Linjiang City, there was also a problem that could not be shaken off. That was the Snake Gate. Across from him, a middle-aged man with sunken cheeks and a naturally gloomy complexion couldn't help but sneer. "Commander Qin, what kind of benevolence is this? A portion of the silver that was deducted went into your pocket. But what does it matter if some ordinary folks die?" Qinlei frowned. In the past, he had indeed thought this way, but this time was different. The patrol department had been officially established, so they would definitely be serious. It's different this time. The Imperial Court has established a department called the Patrol Department to specifically supervise the Martial Suppression Division. At this stage, we can't act recklessly. Otherwise, I won't be the only one in trouble. "Commander Qin, are you afraid?" Chu Sun asked. "If Commander Qin is afraid, you can choose not to take the money," Chu Sun said coldly. "However, our Snake Gate will definitely not pay more than that. It is already a great favor for us to give these commoners a mouthful of food and not starve them to death. If they want more money, there was no way, let alone any pension. Aren't you afraid that the patrol department will find the Snake Gate?" Qinlei was a little angry. "I'm not sure what will happen then." Actually, before he had discussed this with the other party, Qinlei had already predicted this situation. The difference in strength between him and Snake Sect was too great. Why did he have to ask the other party? In fact, when the other party had asked him to join forces to oppress the people, he had not been too willing to do so. However, after Snake Gate displayed a strength that he could not afford to provoke and threatened him, he had no choice but to cooperate. He even knew that if he was the commander of the Martial Suppression Division, he could save a lot of trouble by roping him in. "Ha ha!" Chu Sun burst into laughter. "Coming after the Snake Sect? Let him come then. Let me tell you, our sect master has already reached the 3rd grade level. Unless they are one of the top experts in Tianfeng County, the inspector won't dare to come after us for the sake of a few commoners. Let's not talk about whether it's worth it or not. Do you think the 4 directions inspector you mentioned dares?" Chu Sun laughed and left. "Pay a higher price to the snake farmers? What a joke. Snakegate's reward was already not bad, but they still dared to ask for more. They were really greedy. Qinlei could only watch as the other party left. He couldn't do anything, and he didn't dare to do anything either. A moment later, he deflated like a balloon losing air. Qinlei sighed helplessly. Lord Su, this is all I can do. The Snakegate's sect master has entered 3rd grade. Without paying the price, who can control Tianfeng County? He admired Su Yang's idea, but more often than not, he needed to look at reality. As officials, who would want to rule a place without any problems. However, against a deep-rooted family and a powerful sect, sometimes they were really powerless. Qinlei sighed and decided to report this matter to the higher-ups. Su Yang would decide how to decide. Other than Qinlei, Yellow Mountain City also faced strong resistance. The darkness in the world had never disappeared. When people wanted to eliminate the darkness, they would inevitably be counterattacked by the darkness. In Huangshan City, Zhang Baishan listened to Su Yang's orders to deal with a pile of cases. He had long wanted to clean up Huangshan City's foul atmosphere, but because of the severe consequences, he had not dared to act rashly. It was different this time. Not only did he have Su Yang backing him up, but he also had the help of an examiner. What was there to be afraid of? Arrest them all. Squeezing the people's industries? Seize them all. Zhang Baishan's violent actions immediately caused him to be boycotted by the 3 great families of Huangshan City. The soldiers who arrested and seized the property were either beaten to the point where they could not get off the bed. Zhang Baishan and Lei Zhe went to ask for an explanation. On the surface, the 3 families were honest and said that they should compensate. It was their subordinates who were not sensible. However, in the blink of an eye, they were ambushed on the way back. At this moment, Zhang Baishan and Lei Zhe were sitting opposite each other. Zhang Baishan couldn't help but smile bitterly. You see, sometimes it's not that I don't want to take care of it. Lei Zhe's eyes were also filled with anger. Don't worry, this matter is not over yet. In Huangshan City, the Zhang, Niu, and Lu families gathered together. Everyone, I heard that the Imperial Court has recently established an inspection department. The people who enter it are not simple. The head of the Zhang family spoke slowly. Not simple. The head of the Niu family snorted coldly. So what if they're not ordinary? Our 3 families haven't done anything that warrants scrutiny. It's just some trivial matters. Yet this Commander Zhang is blowing it out of proportion, arresting our people and seizing our properties. They really think we're easy to bully. The head of the Lu family added. Yes, but to be safe, we should invite someone back. That makes sense. In Snakegate, Chu Sun reported what had happened in the hall. Patrol department? I've already reached 3rd grade. In the entire Tianfeng prefecture, as long as I don't rebel or massacre the city, the other party won't pursue any small matters. However, we can't be too disrespectful to the Imperial Court. Control the death rate for the time being, and don't let too many people die. Understood. The leader of the Snakegate did not take this matter to heart. In Patrol Department, Su Yang waved his sword in the courtyard as usual. After half a day, Lei Zhe came to find him. What's the situation? Su Yang put away his sword and asked. Lei Zhe explained everything that happened in Huangshan City in detail. Zhang clan, Niu clan, and Lu clan controlled the entire Huangshan City and manipulated the wages. A normal commoner's daily wage for physical labor was 10 copper coins. This price was the lowest set by the Imperial Court and was jointly monitored by the local magistrate and the Martial Suppression Division. However, after the Zhang, Niu, and Lu families joined forces to control the entire business of Huangshan City, they began to control the wages. On the contract, it was written that they had to compensate for their mistakes. It was understandable, but the 3 families took advantage of this and began to deduct the workers' wages. Neither the Martial Suppression Division nor the magistrate could say anything, so people could only allow them to be exploited. As for resistance, without strength, how could he resist? This wasn't something that could be resisted with numbers. Any 8th grade martial artist could suppress dozens of people. Moreover, the 3 families all had martial artists in the 5th grade. It was only a matter of time before a 5th grade martial artist massacred a city's people. The 3 families were also very smart. They would not bully martial artists. Their target was only the common people, just ordinary people. Prepare the horse for me. Suyang did not say much. Since some people always seem to need a wake-up call, he would pay them a visit. Yes, sir. Lze was excited. If it wasn't for the fact that he wasn't strong enough, he would have trampled all three of them. Not long after, the two of them left the county city on their horses. After a while, Suyang had already appeared in Huangshan City. As soon as he arrived at Huangshan City, Suyang felt the lethargy that only disaster victims had. It was as if they had no hope in life and were living numbly. The situation here was much more serious than before. Even though the citizens of Pingshan City were resentful, at least they dared to speak out and be angry. However, here, Suyang could not hear the dissatisfaction of the people at all, let alone resist. He opened the mission panel. The most difficult mission that Huangshan City had yet to solve was this. Mission: don't deduct my wage anymore. Level: Lv.12. Requirements: make Huangshan City Zhang Clan, Neo Clan, and Lu Clan promise not to deduct wages. Reward: 12 wisps of living beings will. When he saw the name of the mission, Suyang decided that this mission had to be completed and he had to help. After entering the city, Suyang quickly arrived at Martial Suppression Division. Upon entering, Suyang immediately saw some wounded individuals still wrapped in white cloth. Seeing this, Suyang was a little angry. After Zhang Baishan came out to greet him, Suyang spoke directly. Zhang Baishan, gather your men. Those who are not too seriously injured, follow me. Sir, why don't we talk about it first? Zhang Baishan was a little hesitant. If he attacked right away, it would probably be difficult to deal with the rest. Let's capture all the people who injured us first. Suyang said calmly. Soon, Zhang Baishan gathered all the troops, and the slightly injured soldiers also arrived. These soldiers were still rather confused about this. They were all injured, yet they still wanted to attack. However, Suyang's following speech made them understand what was going on. On the training field, Zhang Baishan and Lze stood on both sides of Suyang. The distinction between primary and secondary is obvious. The hundreds of soldiers present were curious. Did someone come from above? Let me introduce myself first. I am an inspector holding the rank of 4 Directions Enforcer. In terms of cultivation, I am at the 4th grade level, which makes me your superior. I came here today for 2 things. First, I want to help you get justice. Secondly, he had to solve the trouble caused by the 3 families. Suyang glanced around calmly. The soldiers were stunned. Take your weapons and follow me. Find the people who beat you up and beat them back one by one. Suyang's words echoed in the minds of every soldier. Fight back. In the past, when the upper echelons were bribed, no one cared about the lower echelons. If you got beaten up, it was your own fault. Who told you to provoke them? When the grievances of the common people were heard, the upper class would only question how they handled things and why they didn't do a better job. They deserved to offend someone they couldn't afford to offend. They even had to be punished. Why did they cause trouble? If they didn't do anything, the higher-ups would be unhappy and they would be scolded. After enduring all the grievances, they might as well lie down and do nothing. Let those who want to do the work do it. When something happened, the higher-ups did not support them, but came to deal with them instead. This had long made them disheartened. This time, Zhang Baishan suddenly did this, so they had no choice but to listen to his orders. After being beaten, they swallowed their broken teeth. They were already prepared to be beaten up for nothing. But now, things seem to have changed. Did this lord just say that he wanted to support them? Did the appearance of the patrol department mean that they finally had a powerful backer? The soldiers trembled slightly. The scene of them being beaten back like stray dogs was still vivid in their minds. In the past, the grievances were like a broken dam, and the water could no longer be suppressed. Someone shouted, "If there's a lord, I will be there." Why wouldn't I dare? As the first person spoke, the commotion behind him was like a rolling wave. In the Martial Suppression Division, the miserable and helpless atmosphere was swept away. Everyone's momentum was like a rainbow. They were a group of wolves who wanted revenge. Good. Suyang turned around and said coldly, "Let's go." Around the Martial Suppression Division, the commoners looked over curiously. Just now, They seemed to have heard a huge commotion. What were they preparing to do? The commoners knew about the incident yesterday, where the soldiers of the Martial Suppression Bureau were beaten up. They could not blame the soldiers of Huangshan City's Martial Suppression Division for their miserable lives, because they knew that these soldiers had done their best. They were blaming the Imperial Court for not being able to see their situation as if they were blind. Why didn't they send someone stronger to solve the problem? Just as the commoners were curious, hundreds of soldiers from the Martial Suppression Division walked out in an orderly manner. Their steps were in unison, and their auras gathered together. They transformed into the momentum of a long spear and pressed forward. The pace is the same, the weapons and armor are the same, and only tigers and wolves can compare. Accompanied by the sound of a large number of footsteps, the entire Zhang Mansion was surrounded by the soldiers of the Martial Suppression Squad. The two Zhang Mansion guards were a little frightened. If these soldiers rushed up, they would probably be trampled to death without even having to do anything. With such a large formation, a large number of people had already gathered around. They knew about the Martial Suppression Division's actions over the past 2 days. They knew what had happened. However, they also knew that the Martial Suppression Division had been defeated. It had only been a day. Why were they being impulsive again? The commoners of Huangshan City were somewhat worried for the soldiers of the Martial Suppression Division. However, they noticed that something was different today. The soldier's aura was different, and so was the leader. Zhang Baishan, the commander of the Martial Suppression Division, was not at the front. Instead, he was following behind someone. Did someone come from above? A thought appeared in the hearts of the commoners, and their hearts began to beat faster. If it was really someone from above, this might really solve some problems. A large number of people were looking forward to it. Charge in, Su Yang ordered calmly. Just as Zhang Baishan was about to lead his team to attack, the door of the Zhang mansion opened. A large group of servants walked out from inside. The Zhang family's head and a group of high-ranking members of the Zhang family walked out. However, the Zhang family head was not at the front. The two groups of people faced off, and the scene was extremely quiet. "Sir, please come in." The person at the front spoke. Seeing that Su Yang was silent, he continued, "I am Zhang Qian, the chief of the weapon department of the prefecture capital. The Zhang family is at fault in this matter. I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation later." Zhang Qian's voice was not loud, but everyone's eyes were focused on him, and they heard him. Everyone was also waiting for Su Yang's reaction. If Su Yang went in, he would probably go in to receive benefits, and then this matter would be left unsettled. Everyone was looking forward to it and nervous. They did not know what Su Yang would choose. However, they were unwilling to let the hope they had just ignited be destroyed. Therefore, they hoped that Su Yang would refuse. In silence, Su Yang slowly spoke. "I'm not here to discuss anything with your Zhang clan. As for the other matters, let me seek justice for my subordinates first." After Su Yang finished speaking, the sword Intent on his body spread out and instantly enveloped the entire Zhang family. The terrifying sword Intent pressed down on every member of the Zhang family. The faces of the Zhang family members turned pale. They felt as if a 1,000-pound boulder was pressing down on them, and they were unable to move at all. Soldiers of the Martial Suppression Division, listen up. Yes, capture all those who have fought and cripple their arms. Yes. The soldiers obeyed and immediately went forward. "Sir, please wait." Zhang Qian was a little displeased. Wasn't this young man a little too arrogant? However, he also knew that only 4th grade martial artists could take up the post. Su Yang was so young, but he was in 4th grade. He probably had an extraordinary background. Therefore, he endured it and said, "Lord, isn't this inappropriate?" Bang! Zhang Qian had just finished speaking when he was sent flying by the sword Intent. He fell to the side and fainted with a red mark on his face. Su Yang couldn't be bothered to talk to this person. Did he think he could intimidate Su Yang with his status? What a joke. The hearts of the Zhang family members trembled. What kind of ferocious person had come? They looked at their leader, Zhang Tianji, not knowing what to do. Zhang Tianji didn't dare to say anything and gestured for everyone to stay still. Even Zhang Qian, with his cultivation in the 5th grade, was sent flying without any physical contact. Could he be any different? Take action. Su Yang seemed to have done something trivial and then calmly watched the audience. When the soldiers saw this, they instantly became excited. Who was the person Su Yang sent flying just now? The backing of the Zhang family in the county. Then what was there to be afraid of? They would go up and attack. They found the Zhang family guards who had fought against them and broke their arms according to Su Yang's instructions. This did not conform to the rules of the Martial Suppression Division. But to hell with the rules. When they want to talk about rules, where are the rules? Miserable screams sounded one after another at the entrance of the Zhang family. Su Yang stood quietly in place, his sword intent suppressing hundreds of people. The head of Zhang family could only watch helplessly as the guard he had trained with all his heart was broken in both arms. After a moment, the soldiers returned to Su Yang's side in high spirits. They had vented the anger that had accumulated in their heart for a long time. That feeling was not worth mentioning to outsiders. After all the soldiers returned, Su Yang slowly raised his head and looked at the Zhang family head. His sword intent turned corporeal and pressed down on the Zhang family head. Bang! Zhang Tianji's legs became soft, and he knelt on the ground. At this moment, Zhang Tianji's anger instantly surged, but the difference in strength between heaven and earth extinguished his anger. He could only grit his teeth and endure it. Do you know what crime it is to attack an official of the imperial court? Su Yang spoke slowly and answered for him. Death penalty. This time, I'll spare your life. If there's a next time, there's no need for the Zhang clan to exist. In the evening, make a trip to the Martial Suppression Division. Do you understand? Zhang Tianji knelt on the ground, his eyes red. He did not dare to resist and said through gritted teeth, I understand. Let's go to the Niu family. When Su Yang heard this, he took the lead and left, heading towards the Niu family. He originally wanted Zhang Baishan to do it. After all, he was the one who was attacked. However, after thinking about it, if he wanted to keep Zhang Tianji alive, it was better for him to do it. Of course, he could destroy the Zhang clan. However, it would be more troublesome after the incident. Moreover, if anything happened, the entire family would be raided and exterminated. If it was too tyrannical, it would cause a place to lose stability. For example, when Su Yang destroyed the Li family in Pingshan City was shaken for a period of time. If not for the fact that the Martial Suppression Division had been suppressed and was running around everywhere, the negative effects of the subsequent extermination of the family would have been very great. To put it simply, it still depended on the Zhang family's performance. Su Yang gave them a chance, but if the Zhang family recognized the reality, Su Yang raised his hand to destroy the Zhang family. After Su Yang left with the members of the Martial Suppression Division, the people were shocked when they saw this. Who is this person? What powerful strength! He totally ignored the Zhang family's evil words. Do you think this lord will solve the problem of wages? I heard that yesterday, the Martial Suppression Division had a fight with the Zhang, Niu, and Lu families because of the issue of wages. There might really be hope this time. The commoners who saw this scene felt some hope. In the next half a day, all of Niu family and Lu family had their arms crippled by Su Yang and his men. In the face of Su Yang's absolute strength, all problems turned into nothing. All sounds of resistance disappeared. Su Yang only had one thought. When he tried to reason with them peacefully, they wouldn't listen and resort to violence. So he decided to greet them with the techniques he had learned from the Li family. What's the point of showing respect before resorting to force? Why should he endure their provocations? He would skip the formalities and go straight to using force. Now Su Yang was curious to see if these family heads had any objections left. The things that Su Yang had done with the Martial Suppression Division quickly spread throughout Huangshan City within a day. Currently, the commoners of Huangshan City were talking about this the most. Who was this lord? In the evening, under the watchful eyes of the commoners, the head of the three great clans obediently stepped into the Martial Suppression Division. The three of them no longer had that insufferably arrogant aura. Previously, they had come to the Martial Suppression Division with their heads held high. Now, they were shrinking his head and looking sullen. What happened today was to press the faces of the three great families to the ground and stomp on them. Su Yang had humiliated the three great clans. They really wanted to take revenge and tear him. However, when they thought about Su Yang's terrifying strength, they calmed down. Forget it. It's not worth it. They wanted to live a few more years. Their backers had all been whipped by Su Yang. After waking up, the first thing they said was that they would go back and investigate Su Yang's background. During this period of time, they had to listen to the Martial Suppression Division first. Even their backers had temporarily admitted defeat, so they all became obedient. The three of them entered the Martial Suppression Division and waited in the hall. Not long after, Su Yang arrived at the main seat, and Zhang Baishan followed beside him. Glancing at the three of them, Su Yang said indifferently, "From now on, the wages that the three of you give to your workers must reach the minimum of 10 copper coins per day into Xia. Secondly, I don't know how much you've deducted in the past, but I believe it won't be difficult for you to compensate all the workers with a month's salary." The three family heads immediately felt their hearts ache. Originally, they only gave the workers about 5 copper coins a day, but now they wanted them to raise it to 10. They were clearly only following the rules, but it seemed like they had doubled the wages. The second one was even more outrageous. Compensate for a month? When did the Xia have such a thing? Even if they were dissatisfied with the merchants, they would usually be fined by the imperial court and handed over to the imperial court. How could they give it to the workers? Su Yang did not care about their thoughts and continued. The three of you will be responsible for the cost of treating the injured soldiers of the Martial Suppression Division. Does anyone have any objections? The corners of the three clan heads' mouths twitched. They would pay for the soldiers' treatment fees. What about the guards of the three families whose arms were broken? Forget it. Now that the one who lost his arm was a guard, they did not want to experience it yet. I have no objections. I will obey your orders. No objections. The three clan heads all agreed. Su Yang knocked on the table. If you have no objections, then go back. Don't let me hear or see anything bad again. Tomorrow, solve the problem I mentioned completely. I will wait here for you to solve it before leaving. Since it was related to the progress of the mission, Su Yang did not mind waiting another day. No matter what, after completing this mission, there would be 12 wisps of living beings' will. Yes, the three of them could not help but tremble as they thought of Su Yang's terrifying strength during the day. After the three of them left, Zhang Baishan said respectfully, "Sir, it's already late. I've already sent people to Baishang Restaurant to prepare a meal. I think it's already done. Please have a taste of Huangshan City's delicacies. Then let's go." To be honest, Su Yang was quite interested in food, so he was looking forward to the next meal. Other than Zhang Baishan and Su Yang, there was also Lei Zhe, the magistrate of Huangshan City, the chief clerk, and 10 weapon masters. There were a total of 15 people, and they had booked the top floor of the Baishang restaurant. There was definitely enough space, and they could even see the night view of Huangshan City. During this period of time, the night market in Huangshan City had just begun, and it was the most lively. Although the ancients rested early, they would not fall asleep as soon as the sky turned dark. This kind of excitement ended around 9 o'clock. After passing through the streets, Su Yang quickly followed Zhang Baishan to the Baishang restaurant. "Sir, please come in." As soon as Su Yang and the others arrived, the waiter came up to them. As he walked in, he first found the lobby on the first floor. There was a staircase in the middle of the lobby. Just as he entered, Su Yang saw a special existence. Sin, level 27. In the corner of the hall, a cultivator in a Taoist robe had a big sin on his head. The words were bright red. According to Su Yang's speculation, this level was determined by the number of people killed. How many lives had this person taken? Evil cultivator? So far, only the evil cultivators have been labeled as sinners. Su Yang had also studied this sin label recently. There were 2 reasons for this. The first was killing people, and the second was killing ordinary people. For example, Ma Wu, the commander of the Wind Wolf Army, did not have a sin label on his head. Also, their chief inspector did not look like a good person, and there was no sin on his head. Of course, these 2 points were only Su Yang's speculation. Su Yang remained calm and went to the top floor with everyone. "Commander Zhang, I'm afraid we have to eat faster today." Zhang Baishan was stunned. "What do you mean?" Su Yang continued, "Send someone to keep an eye on the person in the Taoist robe in the lobby. If he leaves, inform me immediately." Zhang Baishan was a little confused, but he had to do what his superior ordered him to do and not refute. This was the basic rule of subordinates. Understood. Remember not to alert the enemy. Also, serve the dishes quickly in case he runs away. Su Yang bluntly told him that he didn't like to beat around the bush. He definitely had to keep an eye on this Taoist priest. He hadn't eaten yet, so he didn't want to catch him on an empty stomach. So, the dishes had to be served quickly. Sin Lv.27, this was the highest level he had ever seen. Although level did not represent strength, being able to kill so many people meant that his strength was definitely not too weak. He had to be careful. Chasing someone, he wasn't very good at this either. His movement technique was not good enough. Su Yang quickly thought of the sword Intent and opened the interface to check. Tianqin sword. Sword Intent Lv.21 13002/21000. Sword technique Starfire Lv.21. Will of all living beings 51. Range Pingshan City, Huangshan City, Linjiang City, Kaiyang City. With 30 wisps of living beings will, he could use 21 wisps of living beings will to create the sword control technique. With a thought in Su Yang's mind, the will of all living beings began to forge sword moves according to his instructions. In an instant, he had obtained his second sword move. Sword control Lv.21. This move was even more powerful than the ordinary sword control technique. After using it, sword intent would envelop the entire body. Stepping on the intent flying sword, one could soar into the sky wantonly and fly on the sword. This intent flying sword could be big or small. If it was bigger, he could completely lie on it. Of course, the flying speed was still determined by the sword intent and the strength of the sword technique. However, Su Yang had a vague feeling that the speed of this Lv.21 sword would be very fast. After the sword move was formed, Su Yang pushed open the door and entered the private room. In the private room, the upper echelons of Huangshan City were already waiting. They greeted Su Yang respectfully. Soon, the dishes were served according to Su Yang's instructions. Su Yang didn't bother being polite with these people either. When it came to eating, he simply focused on the food itself. He despised all the table manners and drinking culture associated with it. Moreover, the significance of these customs entirely depended on the will of the most influential person in the room. If he thought it was important, then it was important. If he felt that it was not important, then it was not important. Could it be that if Su Yang said he wanted tea instead and asked to remove all those customs, these people would refuse? Any rules were set by the strong. When the higher-ups of Huangshan City saw Su Yang like this, they also followed suit and ate. A moment later, someone knocked on the door. Someone came to report that the Taoist priest in the hall had already eaten and drunk his fill and left. When Su Yang heard this, he wiped his mouth. "I'll leave first. I have something to do." Everyone was ready to send Su Yang off, but Su Yang didn't go downstairs. Instead, he went straight to the window sill of the private room. Under everyone's shocked gazes, he jumped up. A white sword intent rose under his feet to drag Su Yang's body, and then he floated in the air under everyone's gaze. The inspector's uniform was black, and under the cover of the night, it was even harder to distinguish. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared in front of everyone. This Lord's strength, a true fourth grade? The higher-ups of Huangshan City couldn't help but exclaim. They had never seen a cultivator of the fourth grade capable of flying. It's not impossible unless Lord Su cultivates the immortal path, Huangshan City Magistrate said. However, there was one thing that he did not say. If he really cultivated the orthodox immortal path, he would not have too much contact with the mortal world, not to mention being an official. The high and mighty immortal cultivators would only give an order when they needed mortals, and the entire Xia did not dare to say a single word. How could such an existence become an official of the Xia? Why would they care about mortals? Su Yang left in a way that shocked them, and also left a hot topic for the silent star of the dinner. Su Yang flew in the air, stepping on a white sword and flying wantonly. This feeling not bad. Feeling the cool breeze at night, this scene was somewhat pleasant. However, Suyang did not forget his business. With the cover of the night sky, flying in the air, how could the people below think of it? The key was that no one below the Grandmaster level could fly, except for immortal cultivators. As a result, the cultivators below Grandmaster Realm would not have much of a defense against the sky. The Taoist cultivator didn't stay in the city. He left the Baixiang restaurant and soon left Yellow Mountain City. Suyang flew in the air and followed closely. Although the other party had a sin level 27 on his head, Suyang did not know what the other party had done. Even if they wanted to attack, they should know what this person had done. The Taoist below was very fast. He walked in the mountains and fields with the help of 2 gusts of wind. Not only did he walk on flat ground, but he could also walk as if he was flying. Fortunately, Suyang flew directly into the sky and was not afraid of being shaken off. About 20 minutes later, the man arrived at a village. The village was not big, with about a dozen families. After this Taoist arrived, they all welcomed him warmly. Suyang was puzzled in midair. Could this guy be a good person? Since he was already here, Suyang definitely had to observe for a while before making a decision. Baiyin Village. Village chief Zhao Shi respectfully followed behind Taoist priest Ding Jiayu. Soon, they arrived at Zhao Shi's residence. Exalted immortal, can I really cultivate? After the two of them stopped, Zhao Shi asked uneasily. In his eyes, other than uneasiness, there was also fanaticism towards immortal cultivation. Ding Jiayu smiled strangely. Of course, you can. However, to cultivate immortality, you have to cut off your ties with the world. Do you know what that means? Without waiting for Zhao Shi to reply, Ding Jiayu continued. If you want to step into the path of immortality, you must personally kill all your blood relatives. Can you do that? Zhao Shi's eyes widened when he heard that, feeling extremely incredulous. Was this cultivation? I've already prepared the materials for you today. If you have the determination, I can help you step onto the path of immortality. Consider it your reward for waking me up. Are you ready? Ding Jiayu said slowly. His eyes flickered with a mocking light. He enjoyed looking at Zhao Shi's conflicted expression. It was a choice between power and family. He had helped many people. When there was hesitation and conflict, it seemed that this kind of thing could no longer be changed. Not to mention, he liked to help people who were hesitant and watch them step into the abyss. You seem a little hesitant. It seems that the path of cultivation is not suitable for you. Stepping into immortal cultivation and seeking immortality in the future, there are countless choices to make. Now, you can't even sever your ties with a mortal world. How can you live forever? As Ding Jiayu spoke, he seemed to be a little emotional. He smiled and said, Actually, there's nothing wrong with being an ordinary person. You could just reincarnate when you reach an age. Zhao Shi panicked when he heard this. How could he give up with an immortal encounter in front of him? No, Taoist priest, I want to cultivate. Zhao Shi's eyes instantly became firm. I've severed my ties with the mortal world. I think they're willing to help me step onto the path of cultivation. Longevity. Zhao Shi, wanted to live forever. He was already close to 50 years old, and he didn't have many years left to live. However, the immortal in front of him had already lived for 300 years. Why couldn't he live that long? Zhao Shi's eyes revealed a burning aura. Ha ha! Ding Jiayu laughed loudly. All right, I cultivate the corpse refinement technique. It doesn't care about the root bone or aptitude. As long as you have a spiritual root, you can cultivate it. The most important thing is the refined zombies. The better the quality, the more helpful it will be to our cultivation. It's best to use blood relatives as corpses when you start cultivating. With the addition of the 100 people in Baiyin Village, it's enough for you to take the first step. Sir, can you not kill all the people of Baiyin Village? Zhao Shi's only conscience appeared again. What's wrong? You've helped them for so long. It's time for them to help you, isn't it? Ding Jiayu's expression changed. Besides, don't you want to cultivate? Don't you want to live forever? Don't you want to be high and mighty and be worshipped by all the people? With just one sentence, no one would dare to object. The corners of Ding Jiayu's mouth curled up as he pulled Zhao Shi into the abyss bit by bit. Looking at Zhao Shi's eyes becoming more and more confused and wavering, Ding Jiayu felt a special pleasure in his heart. He liked this feeling. Immortal cultivation was an extravagant hope for a person who had been ordinary all his life. Zhao Shi had never thought of this before. But now, this path was right in front of him. Yes, I've helped them so much, it's their turn to help me. All right, Taoist priest, please help me embark on the path of immortality. At this moment, Zhao Shi's gaze completely changed. The only remaining conscience and good thoughts were crushed by the immortal path in front of him. He dug Ding Jiayu out of the soil half a month ago. At that time, he was shocked. The Ho had hurt him, and his blood had flowed onto Ding Jiayu's body. After Ding Jiayu was stained with blood, he came back to life. At that time, Zhao Shi knew that he might have dug out the legendary immortal. After Ding Jiayu woke up, he said that he could help him fulfill a wish. Zhao Shi said jokingly, "Can he also cultivate?" At that time, Ding Jiayu had cast a spell on him, and his body had a flash of red. Then Ding Jiayu said, "Sure." Zhao Shi's mind was in a mess after hearing this. Ding Jiayu then said that he could help him step into the immortal cultivation stage, but there was a price to pay. That was to use blood relatives as corpses, villagers as support, corpse path immortals, and people as materials. At that time, Zhao Shi's first reaction was to refuse, indicating that he did not want to. He even knelt down and begged Ding Jiayu not to hurt the villagers of blade.When village. At that time, Ding Jiayu asked him to stand up and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I won't hurt your villagers. However, I need to stay in blade.When village for a period of time." Zhao Shi didn't dare to disagree. Ding Jiayu lived in blade.When village. From time to time, he would show his immortal techniques and show his divinity in front of the villagers. At first, Zhao Shi didn't think much of it. He only felt that Shangxian was powerful. However, one day, when a villager had a dispute, he tried to mediate it, and it was not only difficult but also not pleasing. Ding Jiayu came. Without a word, the two of them stopped arguing. He suddenly thought, if he also cultivated immortality, would he be like Ding Jiayu? That's right. He could also cultivate immortality, and he could also be worshipped by others. Ding Jiayu could help him, but he wanted to cultivate blade.When village in Zhao Shi's house. Under Ding Jiayu's guidance, Zhao Shi's obsession with immortal cultivation had already fallen into a state of delusion. In front of him, his son Zhao Gaosheng was bound, with a piece of cloth tightly stuffed in his mouth, and he could only whimper. In Zhao Shi's entire family, only Zhao Gaosheng was accompanying him. He had a son at an old age, and his wife died during childbirth. Zhao Shi's eyes no longer had the affection for his son that he had in the past. Upon closer inspection, there was only hysterical madness. "Gaosheng, I have raised you for so long. It's time for you to show filial piety to me. Don't worry. After stepping on the path of immortality, we will still be together, father and son." Zhao Gaosheng's entire body trembled in fear. He had never seen his father like this. In the past, his father was his god, but now, not only did the sky collapse, but it also wanted to crush him to death. Even though he was tied to the pillar, the immense fear made him tremble uncontrollably. He wanted to struggle. He wanted his father to stop. However, he could not move at all. Only his head could move, and he shook it frantically, begging his father to stop. He did not know what his father was planning to do. Facing his father now, he felt extremely afraid. Zhao Shi did not have any intention of stopping at all. "Ascendant, come. I'm ready." Zhao Shi's eyes were filled with madness as he looked at Ding Jiayu with fanaticism. Ding Jiayu was very satisfied. "Stand here and don't move. I will set up the blood formation next." Zhao Shi obediently did not move. Then Ding Jiayu began to set up. He took out all kinds of materials with a wave of his hand. Soon, the entire room was filled with ink lines. The black and red ink lines were drawn around the two of them by Ding Jiayu with a wave of his hand. A strange aura filled the room. The two opposing sides struggle madly, while the other calmly waits. The black aura was spreading at an accelerated speed, and soon it was getting thicker and thicker as it rushed out of the room. Regarding this, Ding Jiayu did not care. In an ordinary village, with only a few martial artists of mediocre skill, even if they discovered it, it would only hasten their process of becoming nourishment. However, Su Yang, who was hanging in the air, had been paying attention to Ding Jiayu's situation. When a strange black gas came out of the house, he knew that something was wrong. Swoosh! Su Yang quickly fell from the sky and arrived at the top of the house. He used his sword Intent to gently move a tile on top, and the scene inside came into view. The black and red ink lines covered the entire house with tadpole-like patterns. There were 3 people in the house. The 2 of them stood opposite each other. One of them was tied to a pillar against his will. The Taoist priest kept gesturing at the side, and as he did so, the black gas in the room became thicker and thicker. What was going on? Su Yang did not know, but it was definitely not a good thing. In the room, Ding Jiayu kept making hand seals. The black gas in the room was already very dense. Strands of black gas floated and spun, turning into an aura field. At this moment, Ding Jiayu opened his eyes and put his fingers together. He made another hand seal, and a drop of black blood appeared on his fingertip. Go! Ding Jiayu waved his hand and was about to inject this drop of black blood into Zhao Gaosheng's chest. At this moment, Zhao Gaosheng was in despair. He had no strength left to struggle, and he lay limply on the pillar like a dead fish, no longer struggling. Just as the black blood was about to hit Zhao Gaosheng's chest, a transparent longsword suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Gaosheng and slapped black blood away. Ding Jiayu's expression changed as he shouted in a low voice, "Who dares to ruin my good deeds?" From Ding Jiayu's body, a large amount of black aura surged out, and several black skull heads quickly surveyed the area, locking onto the rooftop in the next moment. Before the opponent could make a move, Su Yang had already descended from the sky. Stepping on the transparent sword, he floated down. "Can you tell me what you're doing?" Su Yang asked curiously. Seeing the person who had come, Ding Jiayu calmed his anger and returned to a smiling appearance. "Do you want to try the path of becoming an immortal?" Ding Jiayu said bluntly. It seemed that as long as Su Yang wanted to, he could help Su Yang ascend to the path of immortality. The path to becoming an immortal? Su Yang was surprised and said disdainfully, "You can become immortal with your cultivation method that uses people as materials? You're even worthy of being called an immortal." Ding Jiayu was not angry. He smiled and said, "There are thousands of immortal paths. If you only take one path, you can refine your corpse to become immortal. You can obtain longevity and the great Tao. How can you not be called an immortal? To us, mortals are just ants. If we need them, we will take them. If we don't need them, we will keep them. Fellow Taoist, you have misunderstood." "Ha ha!" Su Yang laughed and said, "What a joke. Mortals are nothing but ants to you. Have you become immortal?" "No, I haven't. But I've already set foot on the path of immortality, so there's still a huge difference between me and mortals," Ding Jiayu said calmly. "Enough," Su Yang shook his head. "I can't reason with someone like you, and there's no point in 1911 talking to someone as wicked as you." Su Yang originally thought this person might be a disciple of the evil blood cultivation sect, but it seemed not. That's right, the evil blood cultivation sect was not the only evil cultivator in the world. Sword Intent rose around Su Yang, and he planned to attack directly. Ding Jiayu felt the terrifying Sword Intent and was shocked. Without saying anything, he turned around and ran out of the house. Su Yang glanced at the other 2 people in the room. One of them stood still as if he had temporarily lost consciousness. One of them was tied up. He did not know what was going on. After thinking about it, he decided to ignore the 2 of them for the time being and kill the evil cultivator first. Attack! Su Yang soared forward on his sword, like a shooting star chasing the moon. In a short moment, he caught up to Ding Jiayu, who had escaped. However, Ding Jiayu didn't go far. He stopped at the center of the village. "Are you really going to meddle in this, fellow Taoist?" Ding Jiayu questioned. His face was already a little more ruthless. Su Yang did not say a word. He raised his hand and activated the Sword Intent. The sword Intent around him rushed out and filled the world. At that moment, the world underwent a sudden change, influenced by the sword Intent. With another wave of his hand, the sword Intent transformed into an actual sword and slashed at Ding Jiayu with a momentum that tore through the air. The moment the sword Intent appeared, Ding Jiayu's expression changed. So powerful! Ding Jiayu cursed in his heart. His strength hadn't fully recovered, and he was incapable of directly facing this attack. Necromancy technique, corpse substitution. Ding Jiayu's hands formed a seal, and he quickly executed his Dao technique. When the sword Intent reached him, he had already turned into a zombie. Ding Jiayu quickly retreated 100 meters away. He thought to himself that the zombie he had refined had a tough body. Although it was only a small toy, ordinary third-grade martial artists could not hurt it. No one in Tianfeng Prefecture could do anything to it, not to mention in this small village. He had great confidence in the zombie he had refined through the power of the stars. Apart from other abilities, its durability was unparalleled. However, just as he was secretly feeling smug, he watched helplessly as the zombie he had refined was cut into two halves. The terrifying sword Intent showed no signs of hesitation, easily cleaving his zombie into two. Ding Jiayu blinked in disbelief. It's impossible. Isn't this supposed to be Tianfeng Prefecture? Isn't this a city under the jurisdiction of Tianfeng Prefecture? Isn't this a small village under the jurisdiction of a city governed by Tianfeng Prefecture? Ding Jiayu's mind was filled with question marks. He vaguely remembered that the strongest person in Tianfeng Prefecture was only a third grade. He should have been sleeping for a year, right? The zombie that was connected to his mind was killed, and Ding Jiayu was hit by the backlash of the Taoist technique. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Su Yang had already realized that he had killed a zombie. With its ugly appearance and fangs, it was difficult not to recognize it. His sword Intent enveloped an area of 1,200 meters. Ding Jiayu was only 100 meters away. How could Su Yang not be aware? With a wave of his hand, he condensed a sword in the air and slashed at Ding Jiayu again. Jiyu's soul trembled, stomping his foot on the ground. A blue light sword and 7 blue dots appeared beneath his feet, forming the shape of 7 stars. 7-star celestial formation. Activate. In an instant, starlight shot up into the sky from under Ding Jiayu's feet, connecting with the starry sky. At the same time, the star meridian under Ding Jiayu's feet extended and connected to 100 meters away in the blink of an eye. The 7 tombs were infused with star power. Translator, Taoist 6 FubBW. Bayan Village. The huge commotion woke up all the villagers. When they saw the scene outside, they were all dumbfounded. What was going on? Isn't that exalted immortal Ding? Who's that opposite him? Don't talk. Hurry back and hide. How can we participate in a battle between exalted immortals? The commoners of this era did not like to watch a show. They would rather hide and live peacefully. Ding Jiayu's move caused a huge commotion. A pillar formed by starlight appeared here. Su Yang's casual sword was dispelled by Ding Jiayu with the help of the power of the stars. In the distance, a series of explosions could be heard. 7 figures jumped out and arrived beside Ding Jiayu, just as the starlight connected the heavens and the earth. These 7 figures were 7 zombies. Although the momentum was huge, in Su Yang's eyes, it was just a faint light. His sword Intent could easily crush them. All the 421 sword Intent emanated from him, shrouding the entire Bayan village. Su Yang simply raised his hand and compressed his sword Intent. The sky underwent a change, as a sword several dozen meters long appeared, standing erect behind Su Yang, emanating a sense of opening the heavens. The sword then quickly compressed until it was only about 3 meters long. Seemingly unsatisfied, Su Yang caused the giant sword behind him to further divide into several dozen 3-foot-long swords. Seeing this, Su Yang finally nodded in satisfaction. With a low shout, dozens of 3-foot swords flew out from behind Su Yang. Whoosh! 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 The sword Intent tore through space and pierced Ding Jiayu. Ding Jiayu cast another spell. The power of the stars split and crashed toward the dozens of 3-foot swords. When the two attacks collided, Ding Jiayu's expression suddenly changed. He couldn't stop them. The starry power was easily broken through. Then, the dozens of 3-foot-long swords were no longer blocked. Ding Jiayu's pupils dilated, and he immediately formed hand seals, no longer allowing the 7 zombies to evolve and stand before him. Unfortunately, it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The 7 zombies were torn apart, and the sword intent rushed forward, with dozens of sword intents piercing Ding Jiayu's body. Blood stained his clothes in an instant, and blood also flowed from the corner of Ding Jiayu's mouth. "No, I've just recovered." There seemed to be great unwillingness and helplessness in his eyes, but he was powerless to change his fate. Another sword tore through the air and easily cut off Ding Jiayu's head. Will of all beings plus 27. With one sword strike, the overwhelming sword intent that enveloped the heavens and earth returned to Su Yang's body. Without Ding Jiayu, the celestial phenomenon also disappeared. The night remained as dark as ever. Only, there were now a few more corpses on the ground. Su Yang went forward to search the corpse and quickly found a storage bag from Ding Jiayu. This thing was different from Su Yang's, but its function was the same. Other than that, Ding Jiayu had nothing else on him. The good stuff must be in the storage bag. At this moment, a woman rushed out of a house near the battlefield. Shaner. The woman rushed to the side of one of the 7 zombies. After seeing the corpse, she immediately burst into tears. Su Yang looked over and found this person familiar. Su Yang recognized her as somewhat familiar. Upon further thought, wasn't she the woman he encountered in the funeral procession on his way to Tianfeng Prefecture? Could these 7 zombies be the 7 coffins from back then? Considering the location, it seemed to be the case. Su Yang did not know what to say. He was not good at words. This person is an evil cultivator of the corpse Tao. He likes to refine the corpses of the dead into zombies and has been killed by me. These 7 corpses were most likely his creations. Since things have come to this, these corpses will be burned. I hope he can be mentally prepared. After Su Yang finished speaking, he did not care about the woman's reaction. There were still 2 people waiting for him in the room in front. After he left, more and more villagers came out. The relatives of the other 6 corpses also noticed the situation. Su Yang returned to the house again. The situation of the 2 individuals inside had changed. The tadpole-like patterns on their bodies had disappeared with Ding Jiayu's death. Zhao Shi had already untied Zhao Gaosheng and was holding him while crying in pain. "My child, I almost harmed you. This senior Ding is a demonic cultivator, and he had control over my mind. It's all my fault. I should have died, causing you to suffer." Zhao Gaosheng hugged Zhao Shi in distress. "Father, don't say that. You're also being controlled. It's not your fault." As they spoke, they also saw Su Yang walk in. The 2 of them knelt on the spot. "Thank you for saving us, sir. If not for you, our buy-in village would have been destroyed." Su Yang hurriedly got the 2 of them up. "It's fine. I've already killed that heretic cultivator. If you find anything wrong in the future, contact the Martial Suppression Bureau as soon as possible." Su Yang checked the 2 of them and found nothing wrong. It seemed that this evil cultivator hadn't succeeded yet. That was also for the best, to avoid further troubles. After confirming that there was no problem here, Su Yang continued, "Who is the village chief?" "The 2 of you, bring me to find him. We need to deal with the bodies outside." Replying to my lord, "I am the village chief of this village." Zhao Shi raised his head. "All right." Su Yang nodded. "Then come out with me. Gather the villagers and get them to prepare firewood." "Yes." Zhao Shi obediently replied, bowing his head. Zhao Shi's current appearance indicated that everything before was caused by Ding Jiayu's control. Moreover, no one understood what was going on. Even Zhao Gaosheng was kidnapped by Ding Jiayu. The 2 of them arrived at the center of the village. Under Su Yang's orders, Zhao Shi quickly organized the villagers to pile up firewood on the vacant land beside the village. When it was almost done, Su Yang used his sword intent to stack all the corpse-transformed bodies onto the firewood, including Ding Jiayu's corpse. Then, he asked Zhao Shi to light the fire. The flames soared into the sky in the dark night, illuminating the entire night. Although the relatives of the 7 bodies felt reluctant, they didn't dare to stop it. Soon, the corpse was burned to ashes. Suyong left after seeing that the matter was resolved. Baiyin village slowly regained its peace as night fell. Everything seemed to have ended. It was midnight. Zhao Shi jumped into the burning pit without hesitation and began searching the ground with his hands, seemingly trying to find something. Cultivation. I want to cultivate. No one can stop me. In his eyes, the madness had disappeared, replaced by an extreme calmness, an unwavering determination. It wasn't a moment of impulse. It was true determination. It wasn't a momentary impulse, but a true conviction. With a wave of his hand, he stirred the stars. With a wave of his hand, he changed the heavens and earth. With a wave of his hand, he controlled life and death. He also wanted to do so. Huangshan City. Suyong had already returned to the Martial Suppression Bureau. After dealing with the corpse immortal cultivator, he had another 27 wisps of the will of all living beings in his hands and had also learned the sword control technique. When the mission in Huangshan City was over tomorrow, he would probably have some income. The night passed quickly. On the second day, the 3 families obediently followed Su Yang's request and distributed a month's worth of wages to all the workers. They also promised that they would never deduct their wages in the future. This matter came to an end amidst the revelry of the people of Huangshan City. During the celebration, they also found out that the person who helped them resolve this matter was the prefecture's patrol officer, the 4 Directions Inspector, Lord Suyong. Suyong also received his reward, 12 wisps of the will of all beings. Tianqin Sword. Sword Intent Lv.21 13002/21000. Sword Techniques. Starfire Lv.21. Sword Control Lv.21. Will of all beings 69. Range Pingshan City, Huangshan City, Linjiang City, Kaiyang City. In Huangshan City. After doing what he should do, Suyong rode his scarlet blood horse and set off on the road back to the county city. The sun shone on Suyong, and Huangshan City was already behind him. His figure kept getting further and further away, and Huangshan City slowly disappeared from his sight. Finally, the sunlight fell upon Huangshan City, seemingly revitalizing the aging city with a vibrant glow. After a while, Suyong returned to the county city. The 3 major families in Huangshan City had already submitted. Even if there was anything else, Zhang Baishan could handle it. He did everything himself, so he didn't need any subordinates. Back at the entrance of the patrol department, Suyong saw a stall selling mountain fruits. Feeling a sudden craving, he approached the stall. When it came to food, Suyong would never deprive himself, regardless of his past or present life. "Uncle, how much is this fruit?" The old man looked up and saw that Suyong was wearing an official robe. He quickly said, "Sir, you can choose whatever you want. If you want to eat, just take it." Suyang's emotions were complicated when he heard this. Such a situation was unavoidable in any era. It was as if it would definitely appear. That's true. They were just ordinary people. What could they do? Just sell it to me normally. Don't tell me that I, an official, can't even afford the fruits. Suyong pretended to be unhappy. "Oh, sir, I was just joking, so I'll do it normally." The stall owner smiled apologetically. Suyong then proceeded to tell him how many fruits he wanted, and the stall owner carefully selected each one, afraid of giving him any spoiled ones. Finally, the old man stuffed 2 more fruits into the bag, even though they had agreed to follow the rules. No matter the era, it seemed that ordinary people were truly powerless. Facing such a superior, they were even more afraid of offending him. Suyong took the mountain fruit. He could not change the situation. This was also how ordinary people lived. He was just an ordinary person with some strength. The world was so big, and there were so many unjust cases. There were countless cases of bullying and bullying. He had never thought that he could change the world or save it. What he wanted to do was to solve the injustice he saw. As for things he couldn't see, he let them be. He took the mountain fruit and walked into the patrol department. As soon as he entered, he bumped into Yi Jiang. This guy seemed a bit distressed. "Brother Yi, what are you doing?" When Yi Jiang heard this voice, the worry on his face faded quite a bit. "Brother Su, it's been a while. You're on patrol as well?" Although Yi Jiang's worries diminished, they were still noticeable. "I guess so." Su Yang nodded. Yi Jiang complained. "How do you deal with those families and sects? Those guys rely on their strength and background to not take me seriously at all. If this goes on, I really don't think I could do anything to them." Yi Jiang is currently a loss. He originally thought that this position was very prestigious, but now it didn't seem like that. In the past, when he was a young master, no matter what he did, these families would give in to him and go along with him. Therefore, he thought that it was easy to make these families not do something. But now, when he really took action, he realized how naive he was. Once he touched the interests of those families and sects, he faced expulsion. They wanted to give him some face and share some of his benefits. Those who didn't give him face simply kicked him out. Taking physical action? There are some he can't defeat, and some he doesn't even dare offend. He might not be afraid of being alone, but he still had the Yi family behind him. If he causes trouble that he can't handle, how can his family clean up the mess? So Yi Jiang is currently very troubled. It just so happened that he bumped into Su Yang, so he wanted to ask him how he handled things. "What's there to be annoyed about?" Su Yang said lightly. "Keep the obedient ones, exterminate the disobedient ones." Yi Jiang suddenly felt that he had found the wrong person. "Brother Su, I'm not as fierce as you. I'd better think of another way," Yi Jiang said helplessly. Then he began to think of other ways. Su Yang's method required sufficient strength, sufficient background, or just sheer strength without any background. But if one lacks both strength and background, Su Yang's method won't work. Yi Jiang left to think of his own way. Su Yang returned to his courtyard and took out Ding Jiayu's storage bag first. Opening it slightly, he could feel the space and items inside. This storage bag was about the same size as his storage ring. There were not many things inside. Other than some miscellaneous items, there were some books and bottles. Su Yang looked at them one by one. Blood corpse refining method, corpse fusion technique, foundation establishment, 7 stars formation, corpse refining technique, spiritual object catalog. The few cultivation techniques were all related to corpse refinement. Su Yang took a few glances and threw them aside. These things were useless to him. The last book was somewhat useful. It recorded how to identify natural treasures, which was not bad. Then, after sorting it out, Su Yang found 3 spirit stones. According to the information in the spiritual object catalog, these 3 were only low-grade spirit stones used by cultivators. After organizing everything, that's all he had. Su Yang did not really need resources. After putting them aside, he could not wait to return to the courtyard to wield his sword. For him, he could increase his experience points by wielding his sword, and he could see how much more he needed to level up. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days passed. After 5 days of sword practice, his sword intent level had reached Lv.24. After reaching this level, the most direct feeling was that his sword intent could cover a radius of 3,000 meters. With a single thought, he could create a scene of countless swords returning to the origin. However, the power of this forcibly created scene of countless swords returning to the origin was not great. The sword intent was too scattered, resulting in limited power. As for the level of power in his full force attack now, it was recorded that a Grandmaster possesses the power to destroy a city. He seems capable of it. It was recorded that a Grandmaster expert could flatten a small mountain. It seemed to work too. It was recorded that a Grandmaster expert could cut off the flow of a river for 3 breaths. It seemed to work too. He could split mountains with 1 sword, cut off rivers with 1 sword, and change the world with 1 sword. In a word, he could do what a Grandmaster could do, and what a Grandmaster could not do, he could still do. As for whether he could defeat a Grandmaster, who cares? If he could not do it today, he could do it in a couple of days. Currently, his strength was undergoing earth-shattering changes every day. In the past 5 days, there were some new changes in the county city. The originally quiet county city welcomed many new faces. The various sects in Tianfeng Prefecture became active, and even the surrounding sects came to join in the excitement. Xinshan Temple, Golden Blade Sect, Fire Sword Sect, and Moon Chasing Pavilion. The disciples of the four sects with grandmasters had already appeared in Tianfeng Prefecture. Some of them were even in the county city. These were only the few sects and forces that he knew of for the time being. There might be more sect disciples who had not shown themselves in the dark. There is only one purpose for these people to gather here: kill evil cultivators and exchange them for merit points from the Martial Suppression Bureau to exchange for cultivation resources. Yes, that was it. Generally, only members of the Martial Suppression Division could obtain merit points. However, in some special circumstances, the rules could be changed when the game's power was needed. For example, if evil cultivators could be captured by the martial world heroes, they could directly go to the Martial Suppression Division to obtain merit points and exchange them for resources. These sects were not hidden sects. They also needed resources to cultivate. Having resources to assist in cultivation and not having them were two completely different things. As for those who seclude themselves on the mountain for decades and emerge as the #1 expert in the world, that's simply unrealistic. Yi Jiang sat around a table. As Su Yang had speculated, Yi Jiang and Sun Tianping's relationship was actually not bad, but they had been enemies since they were young. One has strong martial arts but lacks agility. The other has excellent agility but lacks martial arts. Under the bickering, no one was convinced by the other. But their relationship, it was really not bad. In the past few days, every time Yi Jiang came back, he would drag the two of them to drink and eat. At the same time, they would talk about the grievances of the people in the cities under his management. After a while, they became familiar with each other. Although Sun Tianpeng was frivolous, he was a good person. His frivolous attitude was basically directed at Yi Jiang or those who made him unhappy. It was normal for him to interact with others. In the past few days, they had been discussing how to address the grievances of the people and put an end to the oppression inflicted by certain influential families. Su Yang simply said, "If they don't listen, we fight them. If we can't defeat them, we eliminate them." The two of them admired Su Yang's actions, but they did not agree. Even the frivolous Sun Tianpeng did not dare to act like Su Yang. He might be bold, but he wasn't foolish. Offending so many people, how could he continue to survive? How could his family continue to thrive? After chatting for a few days without any results, they changed the topic today. They discussed how many disciples from various sects had gathered in Tianfeng Prefecture. In that case, the disciples of the various sects are gathering in Tianfeng Prefecture for resources? After some understanding, Su Yang spoke softly. "Not entirely," Sun Tianpeng explained. "Some are here for reputation, for experience. When it comes to reputation, it's self-explanatory. After practicing for more than 10 years, it's not just for one's own benefit. People want to establish a name for themselves and have an impressive title to share when they gather with other martial artists. Otherwise, when a group of martial artists gather and everyone has a resounding title, it shows what great things they have done, who they have defeated. When it's their turn and no one recognizes their name, it's quite embarrassing. At the same time, experience is also important. Just like me and that guy, entering the patrol inspectorate is also for gaining experience. At this stage of cultivation, it's useless to keep cultivating in seclusion. You must have actual combat and constantly fight. Only after you have new insights can you cultivate in seclusion to make progress." Sun Tianpeng also explained the reason in a few sentences. Su Yang nodded in agreement. After all, isn't wandering the martial world all about establishing a name for oneself? As for cultivation, he didn't feel much about it. His swordsmanship had no bottlenecks. Recently, Tianfeng Prefecture has become more and more restless. Yi Jiang raised his cup and took a sip. The evil cultivators keep appearing to cause trouble. We don't even know how many evil cultivators have gathered in the entire Tianfeng Prefecture. The current situation, there were already signs of what had happened in Bamboo Willow Prefecture 12 years ago. I originally thought that the evil blood cultivation sect had been completely wiped out. I didn't expect that it would make a comeback 12 years later. The higher-ups have already issued an order for Tianfeng Prefecture to closely monitor the situation. If they discover the evil cultivators, they will deal with them immediately. At the same time, they will issue a martial arts world order. It is also because of the issuing of the martial world order that these martial world sects gathered in Tianfeng Prefecture. Upon hearing this, Su Yang couldn't help but wonder, are there many evil cultivators in Tianfeng Prefecture now? Why haven't I heard about it? Yi Jiang explained, it's not something that's openly announced. Brother Su, you might not have the habit of paying attention to cases. Many villages in Tianfeng Prefecture have been attacked. Not a single one of them was left. This kind of situation is quite common. In this kind of situation, you should have noticed that something was wrong long ago. However, the Martial Suppression Division is already corrupt. They can even ignore such a big case. It's really infuriating. As he spoke, Yi Jiang became somewhat angry. After the last time the evil cultivators were discovered in Yonghe City, these cases were dug up again. They were probably done by evil cultivators. After hearing this, Su Yang immediately thought about whether similar cases had occurred within the territories he managed. If they did, then there might also be evil cultivators among them. It was actually quite easy for him to discover the cultivators of the evil blood cultivation sect. After all, the evil cultivators had a title in front of them. Unless there were evil cultivators who hadn't killed ordinary people, he might not be able to detect them. Once the half-month given to those commanding officers in Martial Suppression Division was over, he would thoroughly investigate. All right, since many of these martial artists are here for the Martial Suppression Division's contribution points, Su Yang said, what do you think if I spread the word that I'm willing to pay a higher price for live evil cultivators? Su Yang suddenly remembered that he still had 30,000 merit points in his hand that he had not spent. He originally planned to exchange for the materials for the 5-poison body tempering medicinal bath recipe later, but now that there was a new use in front of him, he could consider it. Well, Jiang didn't understand. It's possible, but the price would definitely have to exceed what the Martial Suppression Division. That's not a problem. Su Yang understood that those who died in the Martial Suppression Division could be exchanged for merit points, so it would be more difficult to obtain live ones, and the price would naturally increase. Su Yang immediately decided to study this matter. Exchanging some merit points for the heads of evil cultivators wouldn't be a loss. Brother Su, even if you hate the evil cultivators, there's no need to do this, right? What's the point of using your own merit points to offer a reward for their capture? Sun Tianpeng couldn't stand it anymore and said it was inappropriate. In his opinion, Su Yang was doing this to vent his anger. It was completely unnecessary. You don't understand. Su Yang shook his head. Su Yang could not explain, so he could only pretend to be deep. Seeing this, Sun Tianpeng and the other didn't say anything else. Everyone has their own way of living. Friends can offer advice, but they shouldn't overstep their boundaries. Come, let's drink. Sun Tianpeng raised his cup and changed the topic. They drank, enjoying the food and drink, and ended their gathering for the day. After leaving the restaurant, Su Yang went to the fruit stall of an old man, as usual, and bought some mountain fruits. It had to be said that the mountain fruits of this era were really sweet. Sir, please take it. The old man smiled and handed over the mountain fruits, stuffing a few more as usual. Su Yang returned to his courtyard and continued to swing his sword. With the help of his tipsiness, Su Yang's movements were a little more relaxed than before, and he was no longer as stiff. Sword Intent +1. Sword Intent +1. Sword Intent +1. In the city, a tavern was filled with martial arts heroes. In addition to disciples from major sects, there were also scattered cultivators and disciples from small sects, all gathered due to the martial world decree. With more people, they naturally talked more. It was natural that there would be some boasting, talking about how amazing they were and how formidable their sects were. If they were boasting in private, it wouldn't cause trouble. But in this restaurant, where disciples from various factions gathered, some of the words spoken were already inappropriate. Clap. In the lobby of the restaurant, a group of burly men stood up and looked at the group of sword-wielding martial artists. You all say that we external cultivators are like fools, barbarians, easily played with. I am a disciple of the Iron Body sect, Lv, and I would like you all to teach me. Lv was 1.9 meters tall, and his body was extremely sturdy. When he stood up, he was like a wall, giving off an oppressive feeling. His companions were the same. With his words, he had already surrounded the opposing group with his 4 junior brothers. In the guest hall of the restaurant, the onlookers from the martial world all turned their attention to this area, feeling satisfied. While drinking, they could even watch a good show. So what? I am a disciple of the Fire Sword sect. Zhang Chufeng, are you sure you want to fight me? Zhang Chufeng looked at Lv mockingly. The Iron Body sect was just a small sect. How could it compare to the Fire Sword sect? Just the difference in sect was enough to suppress the other party in terms of aura. Don't believe it? Look at the martial world guests around. Which one of them still favored Lv? They all felt that this matter had to end here. There was no good show to watch. This is what the martial world is. It encompasses many things: reputation, interests, loyalty, face. In the restaurant, everyone was watching this show. As long as Lv didn't dare to make a move, it wouldn't be long before the tale of Zhang Chufeng, a disciple of the Fire Sword sect, driving away Lv, a disciple of the Iron Body sect, would spread. Of course, this tale was favorable towards Zhang Chufeng. If Lv backed down, his reputation would be ruined. He couldn't back down, and he wouldn't. Ha ha! You want to scare me away with just this? Lv laughed and said sarcastically, "It's more like your master of the Fire Sword sect is here. Are you worthy?" Zhang Chufeng's smug expression froze, and his face darkened. Fools are fools. They can't recognize reality. How dare you? Lv had been practicing the Iron Body technique in the sect for more than 10 years. Now, he was called a good-for-nothing the moment he left the mountain. How could he tolerate this? Lv could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He immediately leaped up and grabbed it with one hand. Zhang Chufeng let out a cold snort, his sword unsheathed, and he swung a chair towards Lv. Boom! With a loud explosion, the chair shattered into pieces. Lv lunged forward, but Zhang Chufeng had already dodged and jumped away. Fool! This place is not suitable for a fight. If you have the guts, come out. Today, I'll make sure you're rolling on the ground, looking for your teeth. You think highly of yourself. After a verbal exchange, the two groups of people rushed to the street and continued to fight. The pedestrians on the road avoided him. Fortunately, the ancient land was vast, and the buildings were not close to each other. Otherwise, many of the houses would have been destroyed by them. In the restaurant, some martial world heroes did not bother to eat and ran out to watch the show. The only boss looked at the overturned table and chairs with heartache. This was his property, and it was destroyed just like that. Moreover, those two groups of people had eaten and drunk a lot. This debt had not been settled. What should he do? The boss's heart was bleeding. What could ordinary people like them do? He could only admit that he was unlucky. This kind of thing happened quite often as a large number of martial artists poured into the city. Ordinary people felt pain and dissatisfaction. But what could they do in the face of these martial cultivators? At night, Su Yang stopped practicing his sword and was contemplating the matter of bounties. The last time he had discovered the evil cultivators, he had put the entire Tianfeng prefecture on high alert. It was of great strategic significance. In addition to the rewards from the Patrol Division's assessment, he had only received 30,000 merit points and a high-grade treasury token. The Martial Suppression Division's bounty was as follows. 9th grade Demonic Cultivators, 100 merit points. 8th grade, 500. 7th grade, 1,000. 6th grade, 3,000. 5th grade, 6,000. 4th grade, 10,000. 3rd grade, 30,000. 2nd grade, 100,000. 1st grade, 200,000. This was the bounty that the Imperial Court had issued to the outside world. Su Yang thought for a moment and decided that as long as he caught them alive and sent them to him, the reward would be doubled according to their cultivation level. 30,000 merit points will be deducted as soon as they are redeemed. If this method worked, he might be able to obtain a large amount of the will of all beings in the future. Just as Su Yang finished studying this matter, a soldier came to inform him that Han Xiu was looking for him. When he went over, he realized that he was not the only one. Sun Tianpeng, Yi Jiang, and Ding Ziwu were also present. It seemed like something had happened. Han Xiu sat at the top and glanced at a few of them before saying, "After Su Yang discovered the evil cultivators last time, we discovered that there are a large number of them hiding in Tianfeng Prefecture. A large number of villages have already been involved in the incident. This matter needs to be handled properly. Otherwise, Tianfeng Prefecture might become the next Bamboo Willow Prefecture." The movements of the evil blood cultivation sect are elusive. Officials have been sent down to guard the major cities to prevent massacres. However, we still need to root out this group of rats. With officials guarding the major cities, there's a slight shortage of manpower from the imperial court. Therefore, we can only mobilize the martial world by issuing the martial world decree and organizing martial cultivators to find them. With the activation of the martial world decree, it has also attracted new problems. After a pause, Han Xiu continued, "Martial cultivators are already difficult to manage, and with a large number of martial world cultivators coming into the city, they act even more recklessly. The people who will suffer losses and be wronged will be the commoners. The Martial Suppression Division can handle some of them, but some are a little difficult. That's why we need the cooperation of the Patrol Department to stop some of the fights in the city." With Han Xiu's words, everyone understood what was happening. After Su Yang understood it, he suggested, "Lord, although it is necessary to stop the martial cultivators from fighting in the city, the losses suffered by the people must be compensated by them." As soon as Su Yang spoke, everyone was shocked. Asking these sect disciples to compensate the people for their losses? This had never happened before. It was already good enough that they were obedient and did not continue to fight. Han Xiu's eyes flashed, and the more she looked at Su Yang, the more satisfied she became. He was originally a general of the border army and joined the army to protect the people. Su Yang's move was to his liking. What you said is not wrong, but sometimes the imperial court cannot take action against these sections. If they refuse to pay the money, it won't be easy to demand it. The Xia was powerful, but it was also facing many internal and external problems. If they offended the sect again, 1 or 2 was fine, but Su Yang obviously did not want to target 1 or 2. In any case, the current situation faced by the imperial court would definitely not support Su Yang's actions. Su Yang thought for a moment and said, "Every time these sect disciples fight, don't they report their respective sects and identities? Let someone take note of them and register the losses suffered by the common people at the same time. I'll think of a way later." Su Yang didn't know what the martial world was. He only knew that the lives of the common people weren't easy. Not only did martial cultivators fight without caring about the losses of the common people, but they also didn't give compensation after the fight. What was the difference between that and a fight between thugs? Han Xiu found it interesting. "Although I don't know what you plan to do, I agree with your idea. I'll inform the Martial Suppression Division and let them be responsible for registration." After some discussion, Su Yang and the rest should not act rashly for the time being. Their main goal was to guard the county city and manage the public order. They would make a decision after locking down the location of the evil blood cultivation sect. With the steps determined, Han Xiu let them go to execute the plan. However, Su Yang stayed behind. "Sir, I need your help." Han Xiu smiled and asked, "What's the matter?" Su Yang grinned and said, "I want to ask you to give me a reward." Then, Su Yang told him about his reward plan. After Han Xiu heard this, he frowned, but he did not say much and agreed. Su Yang had already looked for him, which meant that he had thought about this matter carefully. Actually, Su Yang could have done it himself, but it would have seemed somewhat irregular and inappropriate. It would be more suitable for Han Xiu to issue the bounty as an official of the imperial court. Everything was settled. The next morning, 2 more notices appeared in the city. Reward: capture the evil cultivator alive and send him to the patrol department. The merit points will be doubled. The limit is 30,000 merit points. The deadline for collection is the end of the day. Notice: martial artists are strictly prohibited from using force in the city. Damage to items will be compensated according to the price. Those who injure others will be imprisoned. These two notices spread throughout the prefecture, and even the incoming martial world guests became aware of them. Most of the players' attention was on the bounty. Some people even packed up and prepared to look for the evil cultivators. After all, they only had 30,000 merit points. As for the prohibition on fighting within the city, did they even fight? Even if they did, so what? As long as they didn't kill anyone, what could the imperial court do to them? The sect disciples with backgrounds didn't care too much. It was only the scattered cultivators who took note. This was also the sorrow of scattered cultivators. Without backing, they didn't dare to act recklessly. Linjiang City. Where's the patrol department you mentioned? How long had it been? Why hasn't he shown up? Chu Sun sat opposite Qin Lei and mocked. Qin Lei didn't mind. He said calmly, "The time has not come yet. While there is still time, I advise you to consider what I have said." Impossible. Do you know how much money is involved here? Chu Sun sneered. According to your estimation, conservatively speaking, I would have to pay around 3,000 taels of silver extra per month to the snake gate. Up to 30,000 taels a year. Do you think it's possible to purchase at the normal price? The money they give to snake breeders these days is very little. Only about 1/50th of the actual value of the snake. This was the only way to ensure that the snake gate disciples had sufficient cultivation resources and did not have to think of ways to earn money. After tasting such sweetness, how could they buy snakes at a high price? Qin Lei shook his head and said, "It's up to you. Anyway, there's still 5 days. I will report this matter to the higher-ups. It doesn't matter if the patrol department manages it or not. I don't want this benefit of mine. I can't help you with anything." Chu Sun frowned. Qin Lei was a very greedy person. His actions were indeed unusual, but purchasing at a normal price was impossible. In the past, when they didn't use such malicious methods, the Snake Gate had limited cultivation resources. The disciples fought each other for even a tiny bit of resources. To obtain more cultivation resources, they had to hunt and kill monsters in the blade.When mountains, exchanging them for money and obtaining more resources. The blade.When mountains were extremely dangerous. While hunting monsters, they themselves became the prey of those monsters. Naturally, many disciples of the Snake Gate died in the blade.When mountains. Later on, they came up with a method of breeding snakes. It was too troublesome to raise them themselves, so they started having ordinary people raise them. When ordinary people heard that there was money, they were also willing. So Snake Gate could obtain cultivation resources at a lower cost. At first, they purchased snakes at a normal price, around 5 taels of silver per snake. But as the Snake Gate continued to develop and the strength of their disciples and the sect leader grew, they needed more snake gallbladders and snake venom for cultivation. However, they did not have enough money to let the commoners raise more. So someone thought of lowering the price. They gradually reduced the price from 5 taels of silver to 50 won per snake. The purchase price dropped from 5,000 won to 50 won. When the risk and the rewards were not proportional, the common people naturally refused to sell. Snake Gate had also thought of a way. They joined forces with the Martial Suppression Division and the County Magistrate to issue a mandatory mission to each household to complete a certain number of rearing tasks. If they couldn't complete the tasks, the disciples of the Snake Gate would come and give them a beating. In other words, even if they didn't want to raise snakes, they had to. If they didn't, they would be beaten. Gradually, this created the current situation in Linjiang City. The people complained, but no one stood up for them. County City. After the announcement was made, the Martial Suppression Division of the city moved and stood guard on the streets. If a fight broke out, they would stop it immediately. Even so, there were still many conflicts between the martial artists and the various sects. In the martial world, when a battle began, it was difficult to stop if no one was defeated, especially the disciples of some sections. If they were bullied by the other party today, they could call people to fight back tomorrow. How could it not be chaotic? Su Yang guarded one of the streets with the Martial Suppression Division. Not long after it started, the sound of fighting came from the direction of the inn. When Su Yang went over, he saw 2 groups of people fighting fiercely. One side had 6 people, while the other side had 12. The fight was intense. From the conversations among the onlookers, These two groups were the disciples of the Zus sect and the Qingyang sect. The two sects had a feud with each other, and they started fighting after a few words. In the fierce battle, most of the tables and chairs in the inn were destroyed. Stop! Accompanied by the sound of footsteps, the soldiers of the Martial Suppression Division guards dispersed the crowd and shouted loudly. With the intervention of Martial Suppression Division, this battle ended here. However, neither side was willing to back down, and they stared at each other with a determination to continue. I'll let you off today. In the future, I'll definitely kill you all. Someone in the Zus sect said fiercely. If it weren't for the Martial Suppression Division stopping me, I would have hacked you to death today. The Qingyang sect was not willing to be outdone and replied ruthlessly. After the two sides finished speaking, they wanted to leave with their people. Hold on. A sudden voice emerged, causing both groups to pause and turn their gaze in the direction of the voice. A person walked out from a group of the Martial Suppression Division soldiers. He had a handsome face and was very young, but his bearing was extraordinary. Su Yang looked at the two groups of people and said coldly, "Everyone, you've beaten this place up like this. Do you want to leave just like that?" Chi Feng from the Zus sect stepped forward and questioned, "Oh? And what do you want?" Chi Feng from the Purple U sect stepped forward and questioned, "Oh? And what do you want?" Soon, a shopkeeper separated the crowd and walked respectfully to Su Yang. "I'm a shopkeeper. Greetings, sir." The surrounding onlookers, including martial artists and sect disciples, were curious about what was happening. They wondered what this imperial dog of the court was up to. "Calculate the damages in your inn," Su Yang said. "Sir, please wait." The innkeeper immediately understood what Su Yang meant and immediately took action. Meng Hung from the Qingyang sect frowned, unsure of what to do, but not willing to wait around. "Let's go. Ignore this person." After saying that, Meng Hung tried to leave. In the next second, a sword appeared in front of Meng Hung. It easily stopped right in front of his neck. Meng Hung's body stiffened, and he didn't dare to move. The cold chill that belonged to the long sword spread out from his neck. For a moment, he felt that the blood flow in his body became extremely slow. The sword moved away and gently patted Meng Hung's cheek. It caused minimal harm, but carried a strong sense of humiliation. Meng Hung's face turned red. "Come back and stand still." Su Yang remained in place, but gently reminded him. Meng Hung's face turned red. He turned around and looked at Su Yang, who was also extremely young. His mind was in turmoil. He was embarrassed and angry, but it seemed nothing compared to the feeling of death. When the cold sword Intent slashed across his neck, he really felt like he was going to die. The surrounding spectators were also silent for a moment. After a moment, someone could not help but ask, "How did he deliver that strike? Did you see it clearly? This person didn't move, did he? Sword Intent. You fools, couldn't you see it? What? Does that mean he can easily reach the Grandmaster level? Who is he?" The onlookers, including the spectators and disciples from various sects, all focused their attention on Su Yang. They were astonished by his young age and the display of his remarkable strength. During the conversation, no one knew Su Yang's identity and background, which made everyone even more curious. Meng Hung stood rooted to the ground, not daring to move. Between his own life and his pride, he chose his life. Su Yang didn't say anything harsh to him. He just told him not to move. However, the more Su Yang said that, the more Meng Hung dared not make a move. When he left home, his master told him, "Few words are spoken by ruthless people." On the street, there was a moment of silence. The innkeeper returned very quickly and said respectfully, "Sir, the total damages amount to about 50 taels of silver." Nodded Su Yang, then looked at both parties and said, "Compensation. Each side, 25 taels of silver." Chi Feng and Meng Heng's lips twitched. They really had to pay up? The atmosphere at the scene was strangely quiet. Su Yang just waited quietly, under the watchful eyes of everyone. Would they compensate or not? If they did, it would be humiliating. If they didn't, they glanced at Su Yang, who was staring at them calmly. If Su Yang did not have the strength, they would not have cared at all and would have left on the spot. However, the strength that Su Yang had shown just now made them not dare to do so. Meng Hung was the first to decide to pay up and leave. After experiencing Su Yang's strength, he knew how terrifying Su Yang was. Chi Feng also chose to pay. If he still didn't understand the situation, he would be a fool. Su Yang took the money with satisfaction and handed it to the innkeeper. The innkeeper did not expect that he could actually get back the money he had lost. He immediately smiled. "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Sir, yesterday, a group of sect disciples also caused trouble in the store. After receiving the silver, the innkeeper suddenly thought of the group of people from yesterday. Do you know who they are?" Yes, they all mentioned their respective sects yesterday. They are Lu Lei of the Iron Body sect and Zhang Chufeng of the Fire Sword sect. How many losses? Sir, including the meal expenses, it's about 30 taels. Okay, I got it. I'll give it to you when I get back. Su Yang immediately had the guards write it down. After they had gone a little further, Su Yang looked at Rong Xiaoshi, the soldier beside him, and asked, "Do you remember it clearly?" Rong Xiaoshi replied, "I remembered it clearly. 30 taels of silver will be paid by the Iron Body sect and the Fire Sword sect." Su Yang shook his head and said, "No, that's not how you remember it." Rong Xiaoshi was a little confused. "Do we have to go and collect this money?" "Yes, sir." "Will it be a waste of time?" "Yes, sir." "Do you know a phrase? Time is money?" "Yes." "So double the amount." After Su Yang finished speaking, Rong Xiaoshi understood on the spot. He crossed out the 30 taels and changed it to 60 taels. Sir is truly considerate, even more so than he had thought. News of Su Yang's actions quickly spread. At the same time, Su Yang's identity was soon investigated. Patrol Department for Direction Inspector, Su Yang, 4th grade cultivation. In just half a day, the information spread among the martial world in the county. What do martial artists like the most? Fighting and vying for fame and profit? Wrong. Admittedly, many martial artists enjoy fighting and vying for fame and profit. But more than that, they enjoy bragging and gossiping. When drinking, they love to boast about their experiences. They would talk about where they had been, whom they had met, how powerful they were, their remarkable achievements, and compare themselves to other individuals. In heated discussions, the person boasting might even think they were the ones who achieved such feats. When it was almost noon, Su Yang also came to the restaurant to rest. In the morning, Su Yang had already dealt with several martial arts fights. It must be said that martial artists truly violate the law with their fists. Martial artists were all people with abundant qi and blood, have worked hard for their martial arts skills. Without a significant gap in strength, how could they admit their weakness? Even if it's just a minor argument, they would start fighting. Even if it's two ordinary men, if one tells the other, "You're no good, you're weak," they would probably end up fighting. These young martial cultivators, who have dedicated themselves to cultivation for more than 10 years, believe they have acquired formidable skills and are always eager to voice their opinions. They would say that certain martial arts or sects are no good. It's truly arrogance. How can I not get beaten up? But then again, these people were young and frivolous. Su Yang was eating on the second floor when he heard someone talking loudly below. "I heard that the disciples of the ZUS sect and the Qingyang sect fought at the Cloudy Mountain in this morning and were easily suppressed. Do you know what happened?" "Don't you know? You're really behind the news." At that time, the entire room was beaten into ruins. The scene was extremely terrifying, and no one dared to stop them. At this time, the inspector was called Su Yang, who was about 20 years old and also of the younger generation. He rushed over with the soldiers of the Martial Suppression Division and stopped the battle. "This doesn't seem to be a big deal, right?" Why are you in such a hurry? Let me explain slowly. This isn't just stopping the fight. After both sides stopped fighting, Su Yang ordered the disciples of the ZUS sect and the Qingyang sect to compensate the Cloudy Mountain Inn. The entire Cloudy Mountain Inn is in 10 ruins, and they didn't want to pay. That made Su Yang displeased, and with a surge of sword intent, he suppressed the disciples from both sects in an instant. Only then did the disciples of the two sects obediently pay up and renovate the Cloudy Mountain Inn. As this person spoke, he also accompanied various gestures as if it was his doing, and finally looked proudly at the crowd. The onlookers in the martial world were also listening with great interest. You mean sword intent? Did Su Yang really comprehend sword intent? Among the onlookers, one of them named Gu Xiao suddenly became interested and asked, "How could it be fake when hundreds of pairs of eyes have witnessed it?" The person speaking became displeased when someone questioned him. Moreover, the damaged cloudy mountain has been repaired. If you don't believe me, go and see for yourself. Interesting. Gu Xiao didn't care about the other party's tone. He was very happy at the moment. But I don't know if he's qualified enough. Gu Xiao had originally planned to have a meal in Tianfeng Prefecture before going to the capital. Now, he wanted to see this guy called Su Yang. To comprehend sword essence in this lousy place without any assistance, one would truly be a genius. On the second floor of the restaurant, Su Yang was speechless as he listened to the martial world guests below. The cloudy mountain being beaten to a pulp, him suppressing disciples from two factions with a wave of his hand, and renovating the cloudy mountain. What a load of bullsh asterisk T. Su Yang ate his own meal without paying attention to these things. Afternoon arrived. As Su Yang continuously suppressed the martial world guests with his actions, the disciples of various factions became much more obedient. After resting and procuring supplies, they left the county city. After all, they were here to kill the evil cultivators, not to be beaten up by Su Yang. In the afternoon, Su Yang was free again. With nothing to do, Su Yang started swinging his sword. There were no restrictions on the location of the sword swing, nor were there many requirements. If one could swing according to the rules, they would gain experience. So, the soldiers who followed Su Yang also saw Su Yang casually find an empty space to swing his sword. Rong Xiaoshi's eyes widened. He did not understand what Su Yang meant. Returning to the basics. That's right. This must be a sword technique that returns to the basics. It's normal for me not to see it. Soon, Rong Xiaoshi found the reason and felt that he was too weak. He couldn't even figure out the essence of Su Yang's sword swings and almost mistook them for the basic sword moves that a beginner swordsman needed to practice. However, Lord Su's sword swings really seemed like sword moves. Under Su Yang's suppression, the troublemakers on the streets, under his management, quickly disappeared. Su Yang's strength was too formidable, and once these troublemakers were caught, there was no escape. At that time, losing money was a small matter, but losing face was a big deal. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, they either set out to capture the evil cultivator or restrain themselves. However, martial artists soon discovered something. Although the Martial Suppression Division guarded the entire city, it was difficult for anyone causing trouble in the area guarded by Su Yang to escape. Although there were people guarding other places in the county city, their strength was not as good as Su Yang's. Even if they were discovered and caught in person, it did not matter. The people of the Martial Suppression Division could not stop them at all. Furthermore, in those other areas, they didn't have to compensate as they did with Su Yang. The other areas where the Martial Suppression Division only intervened to prevent conflicts from breaking out. After realizing this fact, the martial artists immediately became smarter. They first identified the area where Su Yang was stationed and then kept their distance. In other words, if I can't provoke him, then I'll avoid him. Su Yang found himself at leisure, and he enjoyed it. He preferred to spend this time swinging his sword. Although a large number of martial artists had swarmed into the other streets, there were no more intense conflicts. The martial artists had come to the county city to rest after leaving their respective sections. Their main goal was to kill the evil cultivators. Therefore, after resting properly, they followed the clues given by the Martial Suppression Division and began to investigate the murder cases in the villages one by one. They went out to hunt down the evil cultivators of the evil blood cultivation sect. The number of martial artists within the city decreased rapidly. In the desolate mountains and remote villages, the number of martial artists increased. Time flew by, and a day passed. Under the night sky, Su Yang, Yi Jiang, and Sun Tianpeng sat together in the restaurant. Ha! Sun Tianpeng raised his glass and laughed heartily. Brother Su, you have great courage today. A true man should be like this. I've been displeased with those disciples from the sects for a long time. If it weren't for my father's strict orders not to engage in conflict with them, I would have given them a good beating. They really think that cultivating in their sex makes them superior to us, completely disregarding us. Sun Tianpeng was furious, but he felt helpless. He looked down on the sect disciples and was unhappy with the sect disciples' arrogant faces. However, this was the truth. The sect disciples had a higher status than them, so they did not dare to offend them. Just look at Sun Tianpeng, who used to be reckless in front of them. Could he still act recklessly in front of those disciples? He mentioned his father's orders, but if there wouldn't significant consequences for conflicting with the sect disciples, would he still be forbidden? This was something one could easily imagine. Some sect disciples might not be as good as Sun Tianpeng, but don't forget the sect behind them. The sects were particularly protective, and if they offended the younger generation, the seniors would step in. If the seniors couldn't handle it, the elders would come forward. If they couldn't handle it either, they would have no choice but to endure. This day was quite difficult for Sun Tianpeng. Hearing about what Su Yang had done somewhat relieved him of his pent-up frustration. The three of them drank and chatted, but their words were also a little more respectful to Su Yang. That's how reality worked. When your abilities far surpassed others, they would naturally show more respect. Brother Su, although you acted boldly in this matter, you still have to be careful of the other party's revenge. Yi Jiang, who was more meticulous, reminded him after a few drinks. Thank you for the reminder, but I've already thought about it since the beginning. Don't worry. Su Yang smiled. We can't take this matter lightly. Even if the older generation of these sects doesn't make a move, the #1 experts of the younger generation haven't made a move yet. If they knew that you bullied their junior brother, they would definitely come and find trouble with you. Other small sects are relatively easier to deal with, but the Fire Sword sect, the Golden Blade sect, Xinshan Temple, and the Moon Chasing Pavilion, these four forces still have to be careful and not provoke them. Among their current disciples, there are already third-grade disciples who are qualified to compete for the Hidden Dragon rankings. Sun Tianpeng saw that Su Yang didn't care too much, so he reminded him. He had already treated Su Yang as a friend. He did not want anything to happen to Su Yang. In Su Yang's mind, he thought third grade. Forget about the third grade. Even if the ancestors of their sects come out, it won't be of any use. That wouldn't be called asking the ancestors to come out. It would be asking them to come out and die. However, Su Yang could not say that. The two of them would definitely not believe him and would only think that he was bragging. There was no need for that. When they really did it, they would naturally know. Speaking of the Hidden Dragon rankings, I often hear you mention it. Can you give me some details? Su Yang asked. Don't you know about it, Brother Su? Yi Jiang was somewhat surprised, as he considered it common knowledge. Seeing that Su Yang didn't seem to be pretending, he continued. The Hidden Dragon rankings record the outstanding talents under 30 years old and below the Grandmaster realm in Daxia. When one reaches the first grade of the Grandmaster realm, they can borrow the blessings of the national fortune. The higher their rank on the list, the greater the blessing from a national fortune. It's considered one of the treasures of Daxia. To be listed, one must either challenge someone on the list or undergo a strength test at the location of the Hidden Dragon rankings. If you have enough strength, you can enter the rankings. Yi Jiang explained in a slow and steady manner. What he said is true, but there is one thing. Sun Tianpeng's eyes were filled with yearning. Once you're on that list, you'll gain fame throughout the world. Even Yi Jiang, who used to be lazy and indifferent, yearned for something at this moment. Su Yang, on the other hand, was not as excited as the other two. Could one be listed below the Grandmaster realm? This thing wasn't his cup of tea. After having their fill of food and drink, the three parted ways. Su Yang returned to the courtyard. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he realized that someone was waiting in his courtyard. I am Gu Xiao. Greetings, young friend. Gu Xiao stood still and spoke first. It's not good to enter someone else's house without permission. Su Yang's expression was calm. Before he entered the door, he had already sensed that there was someone inside. I was indeed excited to hear that you have comprehended sword intent. Gu Xiao explained, and then said, now it seems that you have a deep understanding of sword intent. I wonder if you're willing to learn the way of the sword from. At this moment, Gu Xiu had already felt the sword intent emanating from Su Yang's body. He had originally prepared some tests to test him, but now he just wanted to accept Su Yang as soon as possible. Just the casual emanation of sword intent from his body has already reached the third realm of artistic conception. At present, there were not many Sky Sword Mountain disciples who could comprehend sword essence. Among the younger generation, the one who had the deepest comprehension of sword intent seemed to only be at the sixth realm of artistic conception. One had to know that the Sky Sword Mountain was a holy land that all swordsmen yearned for. Among the younger generation, there's only one sword cultivator who has reached the sixth realm of artistic conception. The sword intent that Su Yang casually emitted was at the third level of concept. How could he not be excited? Practice with you? Su Yang looked strange. Are you suggesting that I become your disciple? That's right. Gu Xiu nodded confidently. Not interested. Su Yang said bluntly. He was not really talented in practicing the sword, nor did he really need to learn the sword. Why would he need a master? Young friend, don't be so quick to refuse. I am a Grandmaster-level sword cultivator, just one step away from reaching the realm of Grandmaster, Gu Xiu said calmly. In his view, as long as he revealed his strength, Su Yang would definitely bow and become his disciple. In a small place like Tianfeng Prefecture, how could Su Yang have come into contact with an existence of his level? Not interested. Su Yang still spoke like this. Although the other party's strength surprised him, he was still not interested. Gu Xiu immediately became anxious. He couldn't maintain his pretentious look. Young friend, you have to think carefully. My cultivation is a little weaker than a great grandmaster, and I have the Sky Sword Mountain backing me. Not interested. Young friend, you don't know about Sky Sword Mountain, right? That's the holy land of swordsmen in Xia. If you follow me, I can immediately bring you to the Sky Sword Mountain to cultivate. Not interested. Gu Xiu was a little flustered and exasperated. This was the first time he had been rejected by all kinds of names. Today, you have to follow me matter what. Gu Xiu was furious and planned to kidnap Su Yang first. After seeing the power of the Sky Sword Mountain, he would definitely change his mind. Oh, Su Yang's eyes lit up with excitement. That's not necessary. Gu Xiu smiled and shook his head. He had calmed down at this moment, realizing that he had been a little out of line earlier. However, it is not a wise move for you to refuse so cleanly. How about we exchange a few moves, he suggested. After you experience a stronger sword intent, then you can make your decision. Gu Xiu felt that Su Yang had just never felt the power of a strong person. He did not know what a grandmaster was. That was why he didn't agree directly. Sure, Su Yang was eager to give it a try. He wanted to find a grandmaster to practice and see what level his strength was at. It seemed like someone had delivered themselves to their doorstep. Young friend, be careful. Gu Xiu moved as soon as he finished speaking. His sword intent burst out and enveloped the entire courtyard. The terrifying sword intent was like a majestic force that crushed towards Su Yang. His aura and sword intent fused into one. Gu Xiu planned to suppress Su Yang with these two aspects. He wanted to let Su Yang know what the gap is. Just as Gu Xiu's sword intent was about to hit Su Yang like a wave, the sword intent on Su Yang's body also erupted. Su Yang's sword intent soared into the sky, vast and brilliant like stars. If the sword intent released by Gu Xiu was a tidal wave, Su Yang's was a tsunami, a world of difference, incomparable. Because he was facing a Grandmaster-level sword cultivator, Su Yang did not dare to be careless and naturally attacked with his full strength. But this move was extraordinary. Not only did it instantly block Gu Xiu's sword intent attack, but it also sent Gu Xiu flying. After all, he was different from Su Yang, who did not know his own strength and did not know his limits. Gu Xiu just wanted to catch Su Yang. After cultivating to his level, he naturally knew how much strength he should use. However, the terrifying sword intent that came out of Su Yang's body instantly stunned him. He only managed to stabilize himself after flying a few meters. But from the trembling pupils of Gu Xiu, it was evident that his inner state was extremely unsettled. sword intent that surpasses the first level. Just as intent alone can fight against a grandmaster. This is the third level of sword intent. Gushio was stunned. The concept levels were divided into 9 layers. The first level could allow one to enter the grandmaster realm. The second level allowed one to enter the martial grandmaster realm. And the third level allowed one to enter celestial phenomenon. As for him, he was still stuck at the first level of sword intent. But what kind of monster was this young man in front of him? The third level of sword intent. Even the sect master was only at the third level of sword intent. Didn't that mean that in the Sky Sword sect, only the Grand Elder could compare to this person? However, the Grand Elder still had a few years to live, and the life of this young man in front of him was just beginning. If he could feel the high-level sword intent beside Su Yang from time to time, it would be even more beneficial for his comprehension of sword intent. In the Sky Sword sect, it was not that easy to feel the third level of the sect master's sword intent. More importantly, the formation of sword intent usually required one's own comprehension. For example, wind, fire, thunder, water, combined with one's own character, fiery, calm, domineering, eloquent, able to cut down everything. In short, everyone's comprehension was different, and the sword intent they understood would also be different. Even if one could impart their understanding to others, if the paths of sword intent were different, the assistance would not be significant, at most providing inspiration. But just now, he felt that the sword intent on Su Yang's body was extremely clean and pure. It was like a piece of white paper that was not stained with any paint. If it were given to someone practicing swordsmanship, it could make their comprehension of sword intent much easier. For example, if a Sky Sword Mountain could have such a sword stone for his disciples to comprehend sword intent, then the number of disciples of Sky Sword Mountain who comprehended sword intent would increase from 10% to 50%. And for him, if he could spend some time each day sensing this sword intent, he could comprehend the second layer of sword intent without going through any life and death trials, thereby stepping into the level of a grandmaster. Thinking of this, Gushio's eyes completely changed, becoming fervent. At this moment, Su Yang's body was enveloped in sword intent. He was eager to fight Gushio. However, that old man was lying there motionless after being struck and sent flying by him, with a dazed look on his face. He didn't know what had happened to him. Could he have hit a vital point with that strike? Su Yang felt a bit worried. Did he offend this old man unintentionally? Just as Su Yang was about to go forward to check, Gushio suddenly stood up and came to Su Yang. But he didn't say anything, which made Su Yang feel a bit creeped out. What was this old man trying to do? Gushio's chest kept rising and falling as he suppressed his extreme excitement. Even if he had lived for 60 to 70 years and had seen countless scenes, in the face of a higher level of cultivation, he still couldn't contain his excitement. Age, experience, and maturity only meant that someone had experienced many firsts. When you saw the same scene for the second time, you would not be excited. However, at Su Yang's age, it was also his first time seeing someone who had comprehended the third level of sword intent. I want to observe your sword intent daily, my young friend. What are the conditions? Gushio took the initiative to ask. As long as it was within his capabilities, he wouldn't refuse. The method to break through was right in front of him, and Gushio would not miss it. Su Yang was speechless. You said you wanted me to experience a stronger sword intent, right? Gushio's expression remained unchanged as he said, "It was my overestimation. It should be you who wanted me to see a stronger sword intent." Although Gushio's expression remained unchanged, his mouth was almost twitching. Before he made his move, he still wanted Su Yang to know what the gap was. In the end, the gap was obvious. The gap between him and Su Yang was indeed vast. This sudden reversal caught Su Yang off guard. Su Yang was still unwilling to let such a person follow him all of a sudden. He was a little resistant. But when he saw the burning desire in Gushio's eyes, Su Yang felt a headache. However, he quickly thought of something. It wouldn't hurt to let this guy observe the sword intent, but he needed to be useful. Currently, he was alone, without anyone capable of fighting by his side. Having a Grandmaster level companion wouldn't be bad. Well then, if you want to observe the sword intent, it's possible. But you must follow me and obey my commands. As for the duration, how long do you think you'll live? Su-Yang looked at the other person. With his appearance of gray hair and wrinkled face, he seemed to belong to his grandfather's generation. Upon hearing this, Gushio smiled and said, "Although I am old, after reaching the Grandmaster realm, my lifespan increased by 200 years. I still have 100 good years ahead of me." Su-Yang's eyes widened suddenly. Yes, this was a fantasy world, perhaps even a world of cultivation. Moreover, whether in martial arts or cultivation, practicing would increase one's lifespan. It was just a matter of how much. Lifespan. Although he was not in a hurry, he could still pay attention to it and see if there was a way to solve his own problem. Su-Yang was not too worried. With the speed of his sword intent growth, it was only a matter of time before he solved this problem. Seeing that Su-Yang was silent for a long time, Gushio took the initiative to say, "What do you think, young friend? How about I be your sword protector? What is a sword guardian?" Su-Yang did not quite understand. "Well, it means what you said, following you and obeying your commands," Gushio explained clearly, then looked at Su-Yang expectantly. "That's acceptable. How long is the duration?" Su-Yang decided to accept this guy. It was so easy to obtain a Grandmaster-level sparring partner. Why not? The duration is usually 10 years, but if you feel it's not enough, it can be extended, Gushio replied honestly. He spoke his mind without fearing any adverse consequences. Su-Yang was also stunned. Were sword cultivators really this honest? There's no need to extend. 10 years is enough. Then, from this moment on, I, Gushio, will be Su-Yang's sword protector. For the next 10 years, I will obey Su-Yang's commands. I cannot refuse except for committing crimes or crossing the bottom line. Otherwise, the sword will destroy and the person will die. Seeing that Su-Yang agreed, Gushio immediately stated his words formally. Su-Yang laughed. "All right, there's a side room over here. If you want to rest here, you can stay. It's getting late, so please don't bother me with discussions about comprehending sword intent. I will follow your instructions," Gushio replied, no longer in a hurry, smiling to indicate his understanding. There was still a long way to go. Now that he had become Su-Yang's sword protector, what was there to be anxious about? Su-Yang did not care about this guy. He came mysteriously, did mysterious things, and ended up becoming his companion mysteriously. In fact, how could all of this be considered mysterious? Everything had a cause and effect. If Su-Yang had not come forward to stop the battle in the martial world, if he had not revealed his sword intent, if he had not become famous, then Gushio would not know him at all. If Su-Yang's sword intent was not incomparably powerful, Gushio wouldn't have paid attention to him at all, let alone become his sword protector like now. Reputation was important no matter what era it was, and fame was like a postcard of a person walking outside. The night passed. When Su-Yang got up, Gushio was already cultivating in the courtyard. Gushio was sitting cross-legged on the ground with chi circulating around his body. He put his hands together and held a blood-colored stone. As the chi surged, the blood-red stone continued to shrink. Seeing Su-Yang come out, Gushio also stopped cultivating and put away the blood-colored stone with a wave of his hand. "Old Gu, what is this blood-red stone?" Su-Yang asked proactively. "This thing is called Blood Spirit Stone." Gushio explained, "This thing is a subsidiary product of the Spirit Stone mine. It's contaminated by blood and chi. Immortal cultivators can't use it, but we martial artists can use it to cultivate. This thing is very precious and is something that all martial cultivators in the world must fight for." Su-Yang understood. Then, he washed up and went out. Gushio followed behind him. Today, Su-Yang went to guard the streets like yesterday. When they arrived at their seats, the 10 soldiers of the Martial Suppression Division were already waiting at their designated spots on the street. Su-Yang was in charge of Flowing Wind Street. If there were any conflicts among cultivators, his role was to stop them. The other streets in the county were guarded by different people. After Su-Yang's punishment yesterday, most of the wandering cultivators in the county city had left. With fewer people, disputes naturally wouldn't occur easily. As for those wandering cultivators fighting and killing each other outside the city, Su Yang didn't need to worry about them. Lord Su, Rong Xiaoshu said respectfully with the soldiers. Just maintain normal patrol duty, Su Yang replied. Then, he went to his personal space and began to swing his sword as usual. At the same time, he also controlled the sword intent around him so that Gu Xiu could observe. Rong Xiaoshu and the others had seen it yesterday, so they were used to it. Gu Xiu, on the other hand, was also curiously observing Su Yang's practice. Sword techniques? This genius's cultivation was indeed different. At his level, who would still practice basic sword techniques? While he was thinking, Gu Xiu came to a realization. The Great Way was extremely simple, and sword techniques, as the foundation of sword cultivation, represented the beginning of a myriad of swords. Any sword move or sword intent, no matter how powerful, originated from sword techniques. In an instant, Gu Xiu had a new understanding and felt that his bottleneck had loosened a lot, truly deserving of someone who comprehended the third level of sword intent. Next, he devoted himself to comprehending the sword intent. This kind of opportunity was very rare. If Su Yang could let him observe, he would not waste any time. He sat cross-legged on the ground and used his body and mind to feel it. Rong Xiaoshu looked at the old man that Su Yang brought over. He didn't see anything special, but he didn't dare to say anything since Su Yang brought him over. He just did his own thing and arranged for people to patrol the streets. Nothing happened on Su Yang's side for a day. However, many things happened outside the Tianfeng Prefecture capital. After a thorough investigation of the entire Tianfeng Prefecture by a large number of wandering cultivators and imperial troops, the hidden evil blood cultivation sect of the cultivators finally revealed itself. Disciples from the Iron Body sect discovered the stronghold of the evil cultivator on Qingfeng Mountain and invited other wandering cultivators to join them. They gathered 100 people and charged forward. The battle with the evil cultivators was about to start. In the end, they killed 43 evil cultivators, captured 13 alive, and 3 escaped. In this battle, the young generation of experts showed their talents for the first time. Hui Kong, the contemporary chief disciple of the Xianshan Temple, had a third-grade cultivation level and mastered the mighty diamond palm. In the battle, he used his palm to cover the sky and shattered the hiding place of the evil cultivators. Zhang Lai, the contemporary chief disciple of the Fire Sword sect, also had a third-grade cultivation level. He mastered the Fire Spirit Sword art and possessed a layer of Fire Spirit Sword intent. He fought against 2 third-grade evil cultivators without falling behind and even managed to kill one of them, securing victory. Chao Kai, the contemporary chief disciple of the Golden Blade sect, was also formidable with a third-grade cultivation level. He mastered the Golden Blade technique. He successfully turned the tables and completely broke the defense of the evil cultivators. At this point, countless evil cultivators escaped through the secret passage. The wandering cultivators chased after them, but could only watch as 16 people managed to escape. However, it didn't take long for the disciples of the moon-chasing pavilion to return with 13 heads. Among them, the head disciple of the moon-chasing pavilion, Li Qinglan, had taken 6 of them. These evil cultivators were running in different directions, which showed how powerful Li Qinglan's movement skills were. In the end, only 3 people escaped. With hundreds of wandering cultivators joining the pursuit, they still paled in comparison to the 4 top sect's chief disciples. Even with over 100 people, they were merely background figures. Before the inheritance of the major sects, these lone cultivators and disciples of smaller sects couldn't create much of a stir. It was said that after the battle, the chief disciple of the Fire Sword sect confronted Lu Lei from the Iron Body sect. He declared that if Lu Lei dared to withstand one of his strikes, he would forgive Lu Lei for his offense against the Fire Sword sect. Otherwise, Lu Lei would have to admit that Iron Body sect was trash. Everyone knew that Lu Lei was not the one who offended the Fire Sword sect first. However, the martial world was not a place to reason with you. If you bully me, I might not be able to defeat you, but if you have no one backing you up, then you're in trouble. Because I have someone behind me. These actions were all about personal connections and worldly affairs. Lu Lei couldn't bear the humiliation. Even with his 4th-grade cultivation, he stood up and was willing to take Zhang Lai's sword. As Zhang Lai's sword strike fell, his sword intent and energy solidified, forming sword chi that slashed toward Lu Lei. How could Lu Lei withstand it? He was severely injured on the spot and almost cut in half if it weren't for Hui Kong from the Xianshan temple stepping in to intervene, narrowly preventing disaster. One by one, Su Yang heard everything as dusk arrived. Rong Xiaoshi and the other soldiers were very excited. However, Su Yang didn't feel much about it. He was more concerned about the 13 evil cultivators who had been captured alive. After all, there was no other use for capturing the evil cultivator alive other than for him. As expected, as the news of the victorious battle on Qingfeng Mountain reached the county, Han Xiu sent people to find him. "Old Gu, let's go back." Su Yang put away his sword and called out to Gu Xiu. "Oh, all right. Gu Xiu was happy. He originally thought that being able to observe Su Yang's sword intent for 15 minutes a day was already good, and even half an hour wouldn't be unacceptable. But the result was a whole day. He had one thought in his mind. He must hold on to this opportunity tightly. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he had a chance to step into the realm of Grandmaster. Back at the patrol department, Su Yang asked Gu Xiu to stay by himself while he went to look for Han Xiu. After they met, Han Xiu once again advised him, "Kid, do you really want to waste your accomplishments on venting your frustrations? You still have time to change your mind." Su Yang was helpless. He knew Han Xiu meant well, so he had to come up with a lie and said, "Sir, the reality is not like that. The main reason is that the sword intent I cultivate requires me to slay wicked individuals. When I kill these evil cultivators, I can better comprehend the sword intent." Upon hearing Su Yang's explanation, Han Xiu finally felt somewhat reassured. Otherwise, he would have thought Su Yang had some issues with his mind. "I'll believe your reasoning for now. Let's go. The demonic cultivators you requested are all locked up in the prison cells." Han Xiu nodded and led Su Yang to the Martial Suppression Division. On the way, Han Xiu also revealed more information to Su Yang. This time, the chaos caused by the evil cultivators was very troublesome. In Qingfeng Mountain, they found a formation core of the blood sacrifice formation. In other words, the evil blood cultivation sect intended to offer a blood sacrifice to Tianfeng Prefecture. The situation had gradually become serious. The higher-ups had dispatched grandmasters, and the grandmasters of the 4 sects were also on their way. This time, Tianfeng Prefecture was in extreme danger. So, the evil blood cultivation sect is really serious? Su Yang understood the implications. If it were just a small group of evil blood cultivation sect cultivators, they could simply withdraw if their actions were exposed. But if they had set up a blood sacrifice formation, it meant they were planning something big. Since the blood sacrifice formation had appeared, they would definitely be serious. However, at the moment, the evil blood cultivation sect cultivators were still hidden and hadn't made any major moves. The fact that they hadn't acted yet made it even more unsettling. Knowing what the evil blood cultivation sect cultivators were planning would at least allow them to prepare, but the exposure of only one blood sacrifice formation had already made them anxious. It indicated that the array's exposure was not a significant issue for the sect. The evil blood cultivation sect had more terrifying plans or hidden motives. Regardless, the most important thing now was to apprehend all the evil blood cultivation sect cultivators. No matter what they needed the most now was to find all the evil cultivators. "Yeah," Han Xiu said with concern. "Even if the evil blood cultivation sect's activities are exposed, we might not be able to eradicate the sect." "Why?" Su Yang was confused. If the evil blood cultivation sect had already appeared, the imperial court would send powerful individuals to suppress them. "Kid, perhaps you haven't been paying much attention to the overall situation in the world," Han Xiu said, revealing a sense of helplessness. Su Yang nodded. So far, he had indeed focused on wielding his sword. He had not even managed his territory, let alone the world. If he had the time to understand, he might as well swing his sword a few more times. Han Xiu continued, The entire Daxia dynasty is currently in turmoil. The neighboring Highland province is caught in a chaos caused by evil cultivators. The provinces of Tsangzhou, Liaozhou, and Qingzhou are plagued by evil cultivation. The borders of Daxia are already in need of defense. With all that going on, most of the court's forces are deployed to suppress evil cultivators, leaving very little power to deal with this situation. We can only rely on the forces within our province to handle it. Most of the imperial court's forces have been sent to suppress the evil spirits and evil immortals. There's no way they can spare more power to deal with such matters. In our Lingshan province, we have 9 grandmasters. 5 of them have been sent to Highland province. 2 are suppressing evil dens, and the last 2 are the only ones available to be deployed. We need 1 grandmaster to suppress the city, so we can only call 1 over. In this situation, how can we eradicate the evil blood cultivation sect with 1 grandmaster from their side? Han Qiu explained. Compared to evil spirits and demonic cultivators, the evil blood cultivation sect was just a minor issue. These were all secondary concerns. The main problem was that the martial saint of Daxia dynasty was already aging and unable to intervene significantly. There was no new martial saint emerging. Otherwise, all these small fry would have been wiped out. As Han Qiu finished speaking, anger was evident in his words. Su Yang fell silent. He did not expect Daxia to be in such a bad situation. He didn't sense any aura of disaster in Pingshan City or Tianfeng County. From the looks of it now, it was because someone had stood in front of him that he felt that Daxia was stable. Su Yang asked. He knew that there were many sects in the world, and there were also powerful immortal sects that existed. Sect? Han Qiu smiled bitterly. Just look at the attitude of the sects around Tianfeng Prefecture. These sects won't act unless they see benefit. They want not only great benefits, but also to be appeased. They want to sit on the neck of the imperial court and take a dump. In simple terms, they were adding fuel to the fire. As for the immortal sect, they were in the 9 heavens, so why would they look at the mortal world? As long as it isn't a world-ending catastrophe, why would they care if your dynasty falls or changes? They are an immortal sect, but not the immortal sect of Daxia. Yes, they were immortal sects, but they were not immortal sects of Daxia. They had no obligation to intervene for free unless they were given what the immortal sects needed. The immortal sects had long transcended the mortal realm. So what could Daxia offer them? Walking on the street, both Su Yang and Han Qiu fell into silence. Let's go. We've arrived at the prison cell. After a long time, Han Qiu opened his mouth. Don't worry. The evil blood cultivation sect will be dealt with, Su Yang reassured him before stepping into the prison cells. Han Qiu only felt that Su Yang was comforting him, so he smiled and did not say anything else. How old is he? Does he still need you to comfort him? 13 evil blood cultivation sect cultivators were locked in the prison cells. The reward merit points had already been paid in advance, so Su Yang only needed to hand over the merit points to the Martial Suppression Division. The reactions of the imprisoned evil blood cultivation sect cultivators varied when they saw Su Yang entering. Some remained silent, some looked disdainful, while others started pleading and tried to beg for mercy. Su Yang remained silent and came to the first cell. Kid, are you not afraid of death? The evil cultivator inside laughed sinisterly. Your skin is so soft and tender. It's really good nourishment. I really want to strain you dry. Before he could finish his sentence, his head had already left his neck and landed on the ground with a thud. The scene silenced the previously noisy prison cells. Dozens of eyes stared at this scene. This made the originally noisy prison cell instantly quiet down. Su Yang calmly turned around and walked out of the first cell to the second cell. Hey, what do you want? The evil cultivator who originally looked down on Su Yang panicked. How could this be? He didn't expect Su Yang to enter and kill someone without a word. Were they captured just to be killed by him? Su Yang had no desire to communicate with them. These cultivators had already been deemed as waste. Their immense sins were unmistakable. They entered, and he executed them with a single strike. These evil cultivators had all been crippled. With the death of the second person, the other evil cultivators in the cell immediately panicked. They started shouting. However, none of them could change their fate. They were killed one by Su Yang. Su Yang's light footsteps made the hearts of the evil cultivators beat faster and faster. The closer they got to them, the faster their hearts beat. This feeling of despair was somewhat familiar to them. Wasn't it the appearance of the living person they had refined? However, it was their turn this time. A moment later, Su Yang walked out of the cell. There were no more living evil cultivators inside. Will of all beings plus 733. The cultivation level of the evil blood cultivation sect cultivators was generally low. After all, it was easier to capture the weak. On average, they were at around level 6. 13 evil cultivators had cost Su Yang 23,000 merit points, leaving only 7,000. Tianqin Sword. Sword Intent. Level 4, 23123/24,000. Sword Techniques. Starfire. Lv.24. Sword Control. Lv.24. Will of all beings. 136. Range. Pingshan City, Huangshan City, Linjiang City, Kaiyang City. Looking at the interface, Su Yang planned to swing his sword with all his might. At the very least, he wanted to reach level 30. A Grandmaster should be significantly powerful. Su Yang secretly set a goal in his heart. When he walked out of the cell, it was twilight, and only the setting sun was left. The mood and ambience were different when observing twilight. In a good mood, it appeared as a beautiful scenery. In a heavy mood, it only added to the heaviness. Walking on the street back, Su Yang quickly returned to the street where the patrol department was located. As a large number of martial artists returned with a great victory, the county city became noisy again. Just then, at the entrance of the restaurant where Su Yang, Yi Jiang, and Sun Tianpeng often gathered, there were two groups of people confronting each other. Listening to the discussions of the onlookers, they were disciples of the Fire Sword sect and the Golden Blade sect. After the battle at Qingfeng Mountain, Zhang Lai of the Fire Sword sect and Chao Kai of the Golden Blade sect were compared in the open. Some people said that Zhang Lai was strong because he had long comprehended the Fire Sword intent and had suppressed the 2 third-grade evil cultivators from the beginning. There were also people who said that Chao Kai was powerful. He had killed a 3rd-grade evil cultivator first. Not only were the two groups of cultivators not convinced by each other, but the two of them were also not convinced by each other. In short, no one would know who was more powerful until they competed. Coincidentally, the two groups of people converged and were preparing for a battle. The momentum of the two individuals continued to rise as they faced each other, clashing in the midst of the crowd. 2 years ago, I was defeated by you. Today, you will surely be defeated by my blade. Chao Kai calmly spoke, unaffected by the momentum. The result today will be the same as 2 years ago. Zhang Lai sneered. Dare you face me outside the city? Why wouldn't I? The two of them were extremely imposing. They were the top fighters among the younger generation of Tianfeng Prefecture. Their heroic aura impacted the surrounding cultivators, igniting the passion of those who came to watch. This was what the world of cultivators should be like. The momentum of the two individuals shook the surroundings as they clashed, causing the surrounding cultivators to retreat, not daring to engage directly. Under the impact, the stalls of the surrounding stalls were sent flying, including the old man who Su Yang often bought mountain fruits. His stall had also been swept away, and he was packing up the fruits with a bitter expression. He didn't care about the battle between the top experts of the current generation. That had nothing to do with him. He only cared about whether the fallen fruit could still be sold. How many fruits were destroyed by the impact? The two people were filled with heroic spirit and wanted to go out of the city to fight. But just as their momentum reached its peak and firepower unleashed, a surge of sword intent burst forth, overwhelming and crushing towards them. The expressions of the two individuals changed drastically, realizing the imminent danger. Their accumulated aura was easily shattered like bubbles. In the next instant, they felt a vast and mighty sword intent pressing down on them, like a massive boulder or a towering mountain. Unstoppable. Absolutely unstoppable. Senior brother. The disciples of the Fire Sword sect and the Golden Blade sect exclaimed in shock. The two of them were pressed to the ground by the vast sword intent. No matter how they struggled, they could not escape from this humiliating situation. The moment they were forced to kneel down, the two of them were both embarrassed and angry. Is it fun to release your aura in the city? Suyang walked out of the crowd with a cold expression. Do you think you're impressive? Suyang was already in a bad mood. He had just learned what kind of people these sects were. They had received benefits from the imperial court to deal with the evil blood cultivation sect. The martial world token was the second benefit. It took care of independent cultivators and small sects who couldn't negotiate terms. It was normal to receive benefits for helping the court. After all, no one wanted to work for nothing. But you can't take the benefits and cause chaos within the city. The unbridled fighting made the people suffer. Taking benefits and not doing their job properly, Suyang wouldn't tolerate that. Suyang walked step by step towards the front of his. Tell me, do you feel powerful? He questioned. What happened to your previous aura? Did I give you too much face and make you think that you don't have to care about the rules? Or do you think that you're so strong that you can ignore the rules? With every step Suyang took, his sword intent became stronger. They were already pressed down, unable to lift their heads, leaving two deep pits in the ground beneath their knees. Faced with Su Yang's inquiry, they remained silent, not because they didn't want to respond, but because they couldn't find the words. Could he please lessen the sword intent? The surroundings were completely silent. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Many of the cultivators in the martial world saw this scene and were so shocked that their mouths were wide open. They were speechless. Their brains seemed to have shut down, losing the ability to think. What did they see? A young man who was about the same age as Zhang Lai and Chao Kai had forced the two of them to kneel down with just his aura. This was an insurmountable gap. If this person wanted to, he could kill the two of them in an instant. But who were these two kneeling on the ground? They weren't just anyone. They were the top young generation of Tianfeng Prefecture. Among the surrounding cultivators, some knew who Suyang was, while others did not. However, it didn't matter. They only felt their blood boiling. So strong. What a powerful young man. This boiling blood represented admiration, respect, and longing for the strong. As for Zhang Lai and Chao Kai, who were kneeling on the ground after being idolized just moments ago, sorry, but they were no longer worthy of admiration. The loser would only become a topic of conversation. Stop. The moment it happened, two figures rushed out from both sides of the street and rushed over an extremely fast speed. They wanted to attack Suyang and save the two of them. However, when they were halfway there, an even more powerful and vast sword intent pressed down on them. Another two figures knelt on the ground. Su Yang's sword intent against Zhang Lai and Chao Kai was less than 10%, but against these two, it was barely 50%. After all, there was still a difference between using sword intent to suppress someone and killing them directly. Hiss! When they saw the two people who were kneeling on the ground, the surrounding martial artists sucked in a breath of cold air. The temperature of the air was about to rise because of them. It was because the two people who had come were too extraordinary, yet they were meeting them in such a way. Zhang Qianjun, a first-grade swordsman from the Fire Sword sect. Golden Blade sect's first-grade blade cultivator, Chao Zifeng. However, the treatment these two received was no different from the former. The impact on the cultivators was too great. What about the renowned young generation of Qingfeng Mountain? Compared to Suyang, they were nothing. At this moment, the impact of the scene on everyone was something that they could not digest for a moment. Senior, please forgive us. Zhang Qianjun mustered the courage to speak under the pressure. We were wrong. Please forgive us. Is it fun to release your aura in the city? Are you bored? Suyang questioned with a cold expression. Zhang Qianjun was quite clever. He knew when to bend and when to yield. Sensing the situation was unfavorable, he quickly admitted his mistake. Apologizing to a stronger individual was not embarrassing. After venting his frustration, Suyang felt a sense of relief. Seeing Zhang Qianjun's cooperation, he decided not to make things difficult. clean up the surrounding stalls, compensate for the damages, and apologize to them. Su Yang withdrew his aura, and the two of them nodded repeatedly to show that they understood. Then, the two first-grade experts quickly led their disciples to pack up the scattered things around them. At the same time, they kept apologizing. This sudden change made these ordinary stall owners feel overwhelmed and terrified. They kept saying it was fine. These cultivators, who were usually high and mighty, were now turning around and apologizing to them. They had never even dreamed of such a situation. The reason for this was all because of the young man standing in the middle of them. The stall owners could not help but feel puzzled. Who was this person? Only the old man at the fruit stall was familiar with Su Yang. They didn't know now, but they would soon know. They didn't know now because their previous official positions weren't worthy of them knowing. They weren't worthy of them taking the initiative to understand. There are two kinds of officials that the people remember: the greatly virtuous and the greatly evil. Su Yang, he belonged to the former. Soon, those who needed compensation were compensated, and those who needed apologies received them. Even the Drao Zhonglai and Chao Kai fell silent, not daring to save another word. When someone is slightly stronger than you may refuse to accept it. When someone is much stronger than you may reluctantly accept it, but when you're being oppressed, you will find your own means to resist. But when someone is exponentially stronger than you, like an insurmountable mountain that stretches into the distance, you will no longer voice any resistance. Senior, is that enough? Zhang Qianshan said carefully. Regardless of Su Yang's young age, strength made him a senior. Spread the word for me. Whoever dares to cause trouble in the city again, make sure I don't catch them. Su Yang glanced casually at the crowd. After Su Yang left, the people finally emerged from their state of unease and took deep breaths. As for the Fire Sword sect and the Golden Blade sect, they left quickly with their men. They had been thoroughly embarrassed and didn't want to linger around, becoming a laughingstock for the martial world cultivators. It was foreseeable that with so many people watching this scene, what happened next would spread like the wildfire. After a moment of silence, the cultivators became lively. They were all discussing Su Yang's identity, age, and strength. Soon, Su Yang's identity and age were dug out. Patrol Department, 4 Direction Inspector, Su Yang. Age 19. Strength, the number 1 contemporary figure in Tianfeng Prefecture. At the same time, Su Yang's words spread throughout the county city. If such arrogant words were spoken by a normal 4 Direction Inspector, everyone would only laugh and mock him. However, the strength that Su Yang had just displayed would only make all the martial artists shrink their necks and behave themselves. The Fire Sword sect and the Golden Blade sect were slapped in the face on the spot. Their faces were even pressed against the ground and rubbed fiercely. Under such circumstances, who would dare to provoke Su Yang? In the courtyard, Gu Xiu waited quietly for Su Yang. Old Gu, do you know about evil spirits and evil immortals? Su Yang asked. Naturally, I know. Then tell me about them. And let's talk about the evil spirits first. Evil spirits are very terrifying and unsolvable. What they like the most is to torture people. They trap people in a fixed area and torture them continuously to make people feel fear. These evil spirits seem to gain strength from fear, so wherever they appear, it marks the beginning of nightmares in that place. People there can't escape. They can only watch as others are tortured to death, knowing that they will be next. Some evil spirits may not be powerful, but defeating evil spirits isn't about strength. Each type of evil spirit must be killed in a specific way. Using brute force or superior cultivation alone will only result in their quick revival. For example, some evil spirits fear fire, while others fear light. Only the powers they fear can kill them. Other forces are ineffective, only capable of buying time or temporarily delaying them. Various special evil spirits require various special powers. Some powers may exist, but they are extremely weak and unable to kill evil spirits. Consequently, we have no means to deal with certain special evil spirits. As Gu Xiu finished speaking, there was a hint of helplessness in his eyes, and perhaps some deeper reluctance. But he quickly composed himself. That's basically what evil spirits are like. They appear everywhere, but they seem to appear most frequently in Highland Province, which is somewhat unique. Su-Yang also understood that evil spirits were special. However, it seemed like his sword moves could be forged according to his thoughts. As long as he had enough will of all beings, could he create sword techniques like the sword intent of fire or the sword intent of thunder to completely overpower all evil spirits? It seemed possible. Old Gu, how can we determine what powers evil spirits fear? Su-Yang asked. Gu Xiao took out a palm-sized black stone with mysterious patterns on it and said, "This is called an evil spirit stone. It can sense what powers evil spirits fear within a radius of 100 meters. It's a very special item, closely associated with evil spirits." After explaining the concept of evil spirits, Gu Xiao made Su-Yang understand what an evil immortal was. As for evil immortals, among cultivators, there is a special cultivation method that harnesses the power of mountains and rivers. The correct path is to grow and become stronger alongside mountains and rivers. Unfortunately, it seems that cultivators lack the means to reciprocate and nourish mountains and rivers. They can only enhance themselves. In that case, there won't be any problems. They can slowly cultivate. However, some individuals with impure intentions have thought of destructively absorbing the origins of mountains and rivers, causing mountains to collapse and rivers to run dry. In serious cases, it can even cause the life force of an entire area to be extinguished. All of this is just to let them cultivate faster. This is destroying heaven and earth, and it will also cause the people of the land to suffer. It's nothing for cultivators to have no mortals in their eyes. But when they no longer treat mortals as humans and can do anything for the sake of cultivation, they have become evil immortals. Fortunately, this is just a minor path. The orthodox cultivation path for cultivators still involves reciprocating with the heavens and the earth. Gu Xiao's explanation also made Su-Yang understand what an evil immortal was. After asking these two questions, Su-Yang walked to the courtyard and began to swing his sword. Since he might be facing a grandmaster soon, he needed to increase his cultivation level quickly. Practicing the sword for 12 hours a day was not enough, far from enough, so he increased it to 16 hours. However, Su-Yang could not help but complain in his heart. It was even more efficient than an assembly line. Su-Yang began to swing his sword and released his sword intent as promised to Gu Xiao. When Gu Xiao saw this, his eyes lit up, and he immediately found a spot to start comprehending. But after a while, Gu Xiao became extremely puzzled. In his perception, the strength of Su-Yang's sword intent suddenly increased by several times. How was that possible? Even if Su-Yang was a genius and could comprehend deeper levels of sword intent through sword practice, how could it increase so much all of a sudden? Gu Xiao was confused. Did he not understand the world of geniuses? Or was Su-Yang an anomaly? Sword Intent Lv.25, 3/25,000. Su-Yang entered a quiet state of practicing his sword. Meanwhile, the outside world was in an uproar due to Su-Yang's actions. The title of the strongest person in Tianfeng Prefecture had spread. The faces of the Fire Sword sect and the Golden Blade sect had been beaten swollen. They became the subjects of discussion. Some people were worried. After all, the two sects had grandmasters. Would they pose a threat to Su-Yang? However, they were soon countered by others. Regardless of Su-Yang's actual strength, the fact that he was affiliated with the imperial court meant that the grandmasters of those two sects wouldn't dare to act recklessly. No matter how weak the imperial court was, it was not something a few grandmasters could provoke, not to mention killing an official of the imperial court. The patrol department and the four-direction inspector were 6 great officials. Of course, they couldn't be openly killed, but in secret, who knows? There were still various discussions. Tingfeng Tower. You probably won't become the current #1 genius in Tianfeng Prefecture, little monk. Li Qinglan, dressed in black martial attire, sat across from Hui Kong. Ba, monks don't seek fame and fortune. Hui Kong smiled calmly and replied, "Little monk, Don't pretend. You cultivated the furious diamond eyes to defeat everyone in Tianfeng Prefecture. Your intention is clear. Li Qinglan exposed him disdainfully. Hui Kong wasn't angered either. He smiled and said, "The benefactor knows a lot indeed. You're right, but there's nothing I can do. If I can't defeat him, I won't provoke that anomaly." He suppressed a first-grade expert with his state of mind alone. "I don't dare to mess with him." Hee. Little monk, that's more like it. Don't take it too seriously. Li Qinglan chuckled. So, your Buddhist intention can't be fulfilled? The benefactor is joking. Hui Kong squinted his eyes. I don't consider that anomaly as my peer. Fine, little monk. You dare to deceive Buddha. Amitabha. The benefactor misunderstood. Monks don't speak falsehoods. Anomaly and genius are not of the same level. I believe Buddha can understand. Senior uncle, are we just going to let this matter go? Zhang Lai looked at Zhang Qianjun unwillingly. This time, not to mention the title of the county's top genius or anything else, he felt that his face had been completely lost. In the future, when he went out, his reputation might be, "Look, that's Zhang Lai, the one who was brought to his knees by Su Yang." The more he thought about it, the more unwilling Zhang Lai felt. Zhang Qianjun glanced at him and said, "What else can we do? Should we wait for the sect master to come and defend you? Storming into the inspectorate to arrest someone? Are you tired of living, so you want to drag the Fire Sword sect into a death trap too? Use your brain. Can't you see that I'm kneeling as well?" Zhang Qianjun said, slightly displeased. "If you don't want to live anymore, do you want to bring the Fire Sword sect down with you? Think a little. Can't you see that this anomaly is not someone we can deal with?" Although Zhang Qianjun felt a bit annoyed when he saw Zhang Lai's unwilling expression, he continued to say, "Remember, in this situation, you only have two choices. Either forget about it and pretend that this never happened, or endure it and wait for an opportunity to retaliate. If you want revenge, you only have one chance. If you can't kill this anomaly, then you're done for. If you take action, the situation won't be the same as today. Don't be foolish. He is not on the same level as us. To put it bluntly, don't compare a small grass like us to a towering tree like Su Yang." Zhang Qianjun saw through it clearly, and he tried his best to console Zhang Lai, not wanting him to go down a path of no return. The unwillingness in Zhang Lai's eyes gradually dissipated, and he sighed, "Senior uncle is right. Yes, don't compare a small grass to a towering tree." Patrol Department. Han Xiu, who had just returned to his residence, also received a report from his subordinate. He learned about Su Yang's recent actions. This kid, Han Xiu could not help but smile, but he was also a little shocked by Su Yang's strength. Good heavens, suppressing a first-grade martial artist. Didn't that mean that he had completely surpassed him? Perhaps. It was time for this kid to head to a higher position. Tianfeng Prefecture was a small place, and it wasn't suitable for him. Han Xiu thought for a moment, then wrote a letter overnight and sent it out. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. Under the high-intensity sword swing, Su Yang leveled up 2 more levels in 2 days. Now his strength had reached Lv.27. With very little rest throughout the day, Su Yang managed to achieve a level of advancement that would normally take 3 or 4 days in just 2 days. After reaching level 27, Su Yang felt that his strength had once again undergone some qualitative changes. It was as if he had reached a whole new level. Currently, the range of his sword intent had increased from 3,000 meters to 10,000 meters. A range of 10,000 meters was a terrifying figure. In addition, he felt as if he could easily manipulate the weather with the power of his state of mind. If he wanted it to be cloudy, it would be cloudy. If he wanted it to be sunny, it would be sunny. Could it be that he had directly surpassed the Grandmaster realm and reached the celestial realm? Su Yang felt that it was a little ridiculous for a moment. He had some speculations in his heart, but he was not sure. The system panel only provided the level, but it didn't display the realm. This lack of information was causing a headache for Su Yang, who was not experienced in these matters. The only thing he knew was that as his level increased, his sword intent increased more, and his overall strength grew faster. It was said that a martial grandmaster could destroy a city and a mountain with a little effort. Right now, he could do it with just his sword intent, not to mention when he fully utilized his sword techniques. He felt that if he unleashed the sword technique, Starfire with his full power, a single strike could destroy half of Tianfeng Prefecture, and 2 strikes would wipe it out completely. Was his sword intent of Lv.27 already so terrifying? Su Yang was skeptical and wondered if he was just imagining things. How about? Su Yang looked at Gu Xiu, who had seen and experienced so much, and thought of asking him. Old Gil. No reaction? Su Yang looked over and noticed that Gu Xiu's eyes seemed a bit vacant. What was he thinking? So Su Yang raised his voice a bit louder. Old Gu. Gu Xiu came back to his senses. At this moment, he was already a little numb. In these few short days, he felt that he had never been so excited in his life. He could no longer tell what level of sword intent Su Yang had. He could only feel that it was continuously rising. Sir Master, what can I do for you? Never mind. I just wanted you to help me determine the level of my sword intent. You should be able to tell, right? Well, Gu Xiu chuckled. I could tell a few days ago, but now I can't. Sword Master, the speed at which your sword intent is advancing, it's too terrifying. Su Yang was a little surprised. Your knowledge shouldn't be so shallow, right? Gu Xiu blushed and explained, I truly can't discern it solely from the sword intent, but if we analyze it based on its power, I might be able to tell a little. So, if you want me to analyze it, you'll have to demonstrate it. It was hard to tell if it was beyond his understanding just by analyzing it with intent. However, its power was still relatively easy to distinguish. After all, Gu Xiu had witnessed battles of celestial realm cultivators. All right, forget it. Su Yang shook his head, deciding not to continue investigating. If he had to demonstrate it for analysis, then it was not possible. If he really unleashed Starfire towards Tianfeng Prefecture, just as he felt, the evil blood cultivation sect wouldn't even have a chance to start their massacre. He would wipe them out in one strike. The evil blood cultivation sect couldn't compare to him. Now, he couldn't continue practicing his sword either because the Grandmaster sent by the city had already arrived. They had just sent someone to invite him over. Location, County Lore's mansion. After Su Yang came over, he was taken in by the servants in the residence. In the main hall, there were many high-ranking figures from the county. When 3 of them saw him, their eyes were a little evasive. Among them, 3 people, the backers behind the 3 major families Su Yang had dealt with in Huangshan City, seemed to avoid eye contact when they saw him. Originally, they wanted to take revenge on Su Yang. They knew Su Yang's identity, and they couldn't touch him openly. But on some occasions, they could still give Su Yang a hard time. However, they never got the opportunity. They learned of Su Yang's overwhelming power as he pressed down all the first-grade martial artists. After that incident, they wisely abandoned their ill intentions. Deal with Su Yang? Who said that? It definitely wasn't them. Come, Su Yang, this is Tianba, Lord E. Han Xiu called Su Yang over and introduced him. Su Yang looked at Tianba, whose aura was extremely formidable. His physique was very robust, and his arms alone were like pillars, thicker than Su Yang's thighs. It was clear that he was a fierce warrior. I'm Su Yang. Greetings, Lord E. Su Yang greeted, without putting on any airs. Regardless of his strength, his current identity was under Tianba's command. It was not a big deal to address him as Lord. Have a seat. Tianba looked at Su Yang with satisfaction. You did a good job a few days ago. These sects need to be taught a lesson. They actually think that Daxia has no way to deal with them. Don't worry. If these 2 sects dare to cause any trouble, I will support you. Tianba said domineeringly. Thank you, Lord. Su Yang thanked with a cupped fist. Now that you have reached this level of strength, it would be a waste for you to stay in the city. Are you interested in going out of the city to search for evil cultivators? Tianba asked tentatively. Naturally, I'm interested. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have brought it up in 3 days. However, I still need to stay in the city for 3 more days. My comprehension of sword intent is at a critical moment, and after 3 days, I will leave the city Su Yang explained his plan. Since he had decided to raise his sword intent to 430, he would focus on achieving that first before considering other matters. He didn't want to be all over the place, dealing with multiple things at once. Itienba laughed in satisfaction. Ha, good. Since you have a plan, then go ahead and do it. After a pause, Itienba spoke again. I heard that killing evil cultivators can speed up your comprehension of sword intent. Is that true? Yes, Lord, Su Yang nodded. He had mentioned this to Han Xiu before, using it as an excuse. Good. Itienba nodded and continued. Next, I will have people capture demonic cultivators alive for you. I'm not sure how many we can catch, so don't complain if it's not enough. Su Yang was taken aback by this. They were offering him benefits? It seemed that Itienba wanted to cultivate him, but it made sense. With his current age and such strength, plus his loyalty to the imperial court, the court had no reason not to cultivate him. Thank you, sir. Su Yang expressed his gratitude. Itienba nodded slightly and then addressed everyone, beginning to arrange the search for the evil blood cultivation sect. The following conversation was basically about how to deal with the evil blood cultivation sect. In the past few days, they had occasionally discovered some evil blood cultivation sect strongholds, but they had not found the true headquarters of the sect. No one knew what the evil blood cultivation sect was up to, but it certainly wouldn't be anything good. After Itienba's speech concluded, Su Yang immediately returned to his courtyard and began wielding his sword. He had only one goal now, Lv.30. For the next 3 days, Su Yang stayed in his courtyard, focusing on wielding his sword. During this period, Su Yang would go to the prison every day to kill a group of evil cultivators. These evil cultivators were all given to him by Itienba. He did not need to pay any more price. When you show your abilities and your value, there will always be higher-ups who will cultivate you. But when you display talent, enjoy the cultivation from above, you will naturally face some dangers. For example, Itienba's enemies of the imperial court, these are unavoidable. That's why geniuses always face more crises. There are people who want to cultivate you, help you grow, but there are also people who fear your growth. Now, the will of all beings in Su Yang's hands had reached 300 wisps. It was quite a lot, and Su Yang was already considering creating some new techniques. For example, a sword move that could release sword intent to gather information without being discovered. Currently, although his sword intent could sense the surroundings within a radius of 10,000 meters, it was not complete. Moreover, if he did that, he would be easily discovered. Su Yang planned to wait for his sword intent to reach Lv.30 and forge it together with a body-tempering sword technique. The Grandmasters of the Fire Sword sect and the Golden Blade sect came to the patrol department to look for Su Yang. They seemed to want Su Yang to apologize, but they were quickly invited by Itienba to have a cup of tea and left without even meeting Su Yang. Su Yang didn't know what was said during the meeting. The evil cultivators had become more and more restless in the past 3 days. The villagers had all temporarily entered the various cities. Those who did not enter the city were basically hunted by the evil cultivators. At the same time, a faint bloody aura shrouded Tianfeng Prefecture. This indicated that the blood sacrifice formation was about to be activated. Although many cores of the blood sacrifice formation had been found and destroyed, the blood sacrifice formation would still be activated if the main formation core was not found. It was just a matter of how powerful it was. If the blood sacrifice formation was activated, the strength of the blood refining sect's evil cultivators would increase. At the same time, the lives of all the commoners in Tianfeng Prefecture would begin to count down. Those who couldn't resist the life absorption of the blood sacrifice formation would ultimately be drained of their life force. Fortunately, the general range of the evil blood cultivation sect's hideouts had been locked down. They were hidden in the blade.When mountains. Currently, the 4 major second-rate sects, various wandering martial artists involved in this incident, masters sent by the city, and Itienba had all arrived in the blade.When mountains, sealing off the entire mountain range. The next step was to search the mountain. This was a very difficult task, as the blade.When mountains was very large, and it was very difficult to lock onto the location of the blood-refining sect. However, there was a way. Since the evil blood cultivation sect had set up the blood sacrifice formation, they naturally had formation veins. There were already array grandmasters present, and it was only a matter of time before they found the evil blood cultivation sect by tracing the origin of the formation. In order to disrupt the array masters' lock on their location, the evil cultivators of the evil blood cultivation sect had become anxious and were fighting against the various martial artists in the blade.When mountains. Currently, the blade.When mountains had become the largest battlefield. In the 3 days, Su Yang dealt with the administration of Linjiang City and Kaiyang City and presented the results of his governance. There was a problem left in Linjiang City. The snake sect was exploiting the common people, and because of their third-grade strength, Qin Lei couldn't do anything about it. As for the results from Kaiyang City, it was quite interesting. They claimed to have solved the immediate issues and only had some long-term governance matters remaining. However, Su Yang looked at the sky above the two cities. Linjiang City was not bad. The governance had indeed made progress, and the haze shrouding the sky had dissipated by half. But as for the sky above Kaiyang City, only 1/10 of the white gas had dissipated, and they dared to claim that they had handled it quite well. Su Yang was not satisfied with this result, but he did not have time to deal with these two cities. After 3 days of high-intensity sword practicing, his level had finally reached Lv.30 today. In these 3 days, Su Yang devoted himself entirely to sword practice, abandoning all unnecessary activities. Fortunately, his physique had been strengthened, and he had reached the mid-9th grade level, barely able to withstand the high-intensity sword practice. However, in order to reach level 30 in 3 days, he challenged his limits every day. He would swing nearly 30,000 swords each day, nearly 16 hours, leaving enough time for sleep. This high intensity also made Gu Xiu realize that Su Yang was cultivating his mind instead of his body. He was also a little worried that Su Yang would not be able to withstand it, but Su Yang's condition was obviously not right. He seemed to have some enlightenment. The terrifying increase in his sword intent had already numbed Gu Xiu, because Su Yang was constantly enveloped in sword intent, allowing him to observe. Every time Su Yang's sword intent suddenly increased, he was aware of it. Just like that, he watched as the sword intent on Yang's body changed day by day. The speed of his improvement made him feel afraid. He couldn't disturb Su Yang and could only watch Su Yang's fanaticism. Fortunately, after 3 days, Su Yang finally stopped. Sword Intent +1, Sword Intent Lv.1, Sword Intent Lv.30. Phew, it's finally over. Su Yang felt clear-minded and relaxed like never before. At this stage, Su Yang immediately began creating sword techniques. First, it was body tempering, combining sword intent with body refinement, shaping the astral wind sword intent into a body tempering sword technique. Body tempering, astral wind. The search-type sword intent was like a spider web covering the area. The prey had nowhere to escape, but no one would be able to detect his sword intent. Shapeless spider web. The 2 sword techniques were completed in an instant. Su Yang also upgraded Starfire and sword control to Lv.30. After that, he was satisfied. With his sword intent reaching IV.30, Su Yang felt that his sword intent had reached a terrifying level. The pure sword intent could already envelop 50 miles when released. When he used the sword technique, he felt as if he could destroy Tianfeng Prefecture with one strike. Regarding this, Su Yang expressed that the stronger, the better. Su Yang didn't pay much attention to that for now. Instead, he wanted to experience the newly created sword technique, Astral Wind. As the Astral Wind was used, Su Yang immediately felt a special sword intent circulating through his body. In an extremely special way, it continuously strengthened his physical state. It was like activating a body refinement buff. Su Yang did not need to do anything. He only needed to maintain the Astral Wind sword technique. His physical fitness would be constantly enhanced. This feeling was quite enjoyable. Su Yang experienced the speed of improvement, which wasn't particularly fast, but because he was in control, he could feel his body growing stronger every minute and second. As for the speed, not being fast, once his sword intent improved further, it would naturally become faster. With his current rate of improvement, it would take at least 3 days to raise his physical body to the mid-8th grade level. 1 grade in 3 days, LT was alright just like that. Next was the shapeless spiderweb. The effect of creating this technique was to be able to secretly use sword intent to collect information. He could release it to perceive others without being detected by them. In the next moment, vast sword intent rushed out of Su Yang's body. It spread and extended in a strange way. It was like a gigantic web, extending from Su Yang as the center point. When it finally settled, its coverage reached a radius of 100 miles. Moving objects, stationary objects, and their general shapes could all be clearly sensed through the spiderweb. However, it was a pity that the spiderweb could only sense their forms and couldn't directly see them. It would be great if the perceived forms could appear in his mind as images. Su Yang tried to communicate with the panel, wanting to strengthen the spiderweb to achieve his desired effect. He received feedback that his level wasn't high enough. He needed to reach level 50 to meet his requirements. Fine, he would continue to improve. Su Yang opened the panel to check. At first, everything seemed normal. Just like before, he could see everything. But as he reached the end, he suddenly discovered a new function. My goodness, it secretly added a new function without any notification. Other panels would at least give a prompt. Tianqin sword. Sword intent. Lv.30 0/30,000. Sword techniques. Starfire. Lv.30. Sword control. Lv.30. Shapeless spider. Web. Lv.30. Body tempering astral wind. Lv.30. Will of all beings. 228. Range. Tianfeng Prefecture. Will conversion. Consumes a wisp of the will of all beings to increase sword intent proficiency by 100 points. Su Yang opened the panel and was pleasantly surprised to see the new function at the bottom. The function was not bad, but the ratio needed to be considered. If it's unnecessary, this function is basically not needed, unless he had an endless amount of will of all beings. The next step was to eliminate the evil blood cultivation sect rogue cultivators, as it was certain they would obtain more will of all beings from them. The only uncertainty was how much he could acquire. Although the will of all beings could be converted, his current possession of only 228 strands was insufficient to level up at the moment. Obtaining will of all beings had its conditions, so unless necessary, Su Yang focused on improving his proficiency by wielding his sword. With his current efforts, swinging the sword 30,000 times a day was not a problem. As he continuously tempered his body with the body-tempering astral wind technique, his physical strength would grow stronger and his sword speed would increase. If there were an abundance of will of all beings, he could store it for future use. Perhaps there would be new changes ahead. Moreover, it could serve as a trump card. When he needed a sword technique, he could create one, and when he needed to level up, he could directly increase his level. It was akin to storing experience points. In an instant, Su Yang's desire to obtain more will of all beings grew stronger. There was another point to consider. The coverage range had increased. Now it could encompass the entire Tianfeng Prefecture. Was this change due to his level increase? Su Yang was not entirely sure, but he didn't believe it was the sole reason. In the past, an increase in official positions granted more control over the panel, but Su Yang believed that the panel's capabilities could not be limited by a single position in Huangshan City. Did that mean he had to be an official for the rest of his life? Or perhaps he could become the emperor. Therefore, Su Yang had been paying attention to changes in the coverage range. Today, a new change finally occurred. Based on the currently known information, there were 2 possible reasons for the panel's change. First, level advancement. Second, an increase in reputation. The first reason required no further explanation. Regarding reputation, Su Yang's name had spread throughout Tianfeng Prefecture due to his recent suppression of the Golden Blade sect and the moon-chasing pavilion. The reasons behind his conflict with these 2 sects had also been revealed. He did it solely for the sake of the common people. Indeed, Based on the circumstances at the time, Su Yang's actions were solely for the benefit of the common people. Within a short period, Su Yang's strength and deeds became widely known, not only among the martial artists, but also among the common people. Tianfeng Prefecture now had an official who truly cared about the people. During the 3 days, Su Yang practiced his sword skills at home, but that didn't mean he was unaware of what was happening. As for which of the two reasons caused the change, he would naturally find out in due time. No need to dwell on it. Su Yang once again used the panel's perspective to observe the world. Indeed, he could directly see the sky over Tianfeng Prefecture. Not limited to just the four-direction inspector, the coverage extended to the entire prefecture, and the sky was shrouded in white gas. Furthermore, several tasks appeared, with the most significant one being to resolve the crisis caused by the evil blood cultivation sect. Task: resolve the crisis of the evil blood cultivation sect. Level 425. Requirements: make the evil blood cultivation sect disappear from Tianfeng Prefecture. Reward: 500,1500 wisps of will of all beings. This task was the highest level quest Su Yang had encountered thus far. His strength had reached the self-set goal, and it was time for him to venture outside. blade.When mountains, Su Yang murmured, gazing into the distance. Old Gu, let's go. It's time for a journey. As the sword master commands, Gu Xiu replied. He was not merely interested in observing sword intent. Over these past few days, he had been completely convinced of Su Yang's abilities. Su Yang's demonstrated strength and potential were beyond his comprehension. Su Yang stepped into the void, and before he touched the ground, an ethereal longsword caught his right foot. Step by step, he ascended the ethereal longsword as if climbing stairs, with his left foot stepping on it. Flying with the sword, they soared into the air. Gu Xiu couldn't match Su Yang's gracefulness, but he could also fly with a sword. However, he needed a real sword. Drawing the sword from his waist, Gu Xiu stepped on its blade and controlled it with his qi, soaring into the air to follow Su Yang. The two flew out of the courtyard, traversing the sky as they headed toward the blade.When mountains. Lord Su, could he be a mortal's sword immortal? In the sky, the two moved swiftly, but Su Yang didn't exert his full power. He felt that he was only using less than 10% of his sword intent, and Gu Xiu was already struggling to keep up. Old Gu, it seems your Grandmaster level strength is a bit weak. When will you break through to the great Grandmaster level? Su Yang remarked with a smile from above. Gu Xiu, if someone else had made that comment, Gu Xiu would have surely taken the opportunity to educate them. Sword Master, I may be a bit weaker, but I have no problem assisting you with small tasks. As for reaching the great Grandmaster level without any pressure, it might still take some time. Gu Xiu felt a little embarrassed. Was his Grandmaster level strength really that weak? Well, it depended on whom he was comparing himself to. By the way, Old Gu, what realm is above the celestial realm? Su Yang inquired. In response to the Sword Master, it is the heaven transforming realm. Those powerhouses already possess the ability to alter the heavens. In just 15 minutes, the two, riding their flying swords, arrived at the outskirts of the blade.When mountains. 3,000 Wind Wolf troops were stationed at various entrances and exits. Etienba, the four-direction inspector, was in command. The four great sects, minor sects, the Martial Suppression Division, and martial cultivators had all entered the mountains. Within the mountains, sounds of intense battles occasionally echoed. Etienba gazed at the sky. When he saw Su Yang and another person approaching on their swords, his eyes sparkled. Could that old man be Su Yang's master? And had Su Yang's strength already surpassed the Grandmaster level? Then what level was his master? Su Yang descended from the sky. Greetings, Lord E. Etienba nodded and turned his attention to Gu Xiu. And who is this? Gu Xiu smiled. I am Gu Xiu, an elder of the outer sect of the Sky Sword Sect. Etienba's eyes widened. The Sky Sword Sect was a top-tier sword sect in Daxia. No wonder they could cultivate such a genius like Su Yang. Ah, So you're an elder from the Sky Sword sect. My apologies for any disrespect, Etienne said politely before turning his gaze to Su Yang. Seeing you arrive on a flying sword, could it be that you've already become a grandmaster? Gu Xiu's expression turned somewhat strange as he recalled Su Yang's recent growth in power. A grandmaster? Just a few days ago, Su Yang's maximum level as a grandmaster was surpassed. Even feeling Su Yang's aura made Gu Xiu's body go cold. Perhaps Su Yang had transcended into a celestial being, Gu Xiu deeply suspected. There were rumors among cultivators that they had the opportunity for reincarnation and cultivation. Su Yang might be one such case. Otherwise, his power wouldn't have grown so rapidly. Well, I suppose so, Su Yang admitted without further explanation. There was no need to prove his strength. Once the other party witnessed it, they would understand. Excellent. Etienne felt a surge of excitement. A grandmaster. A 19-year-old grandmaster. What did that mean? Even in the capital, such talent was first class. Most importantly, Etienne understood Su Yang's background and his rapid growth, possibly due to the Sky Sword sect. But the key was Su Yang's character. He regarded himself as inferior when it came to treating the common people with integrity and protecting them. Such an upright person, a defender of the people, would bring great fortune to Daxia as he continued to grow. Lord Yi, I would like to understand the current situation, Su Yang asked, opening the conversation. Now that I've also broken through in strength, it's time to find some evil blood cultivation sect cultivators to test my skills. Good. Etienne looked at Su Yang with increasing satisfaction. At present, we can confirm that most of the evil blood cultivation sect members have gathered in the blade.When mountains. Even the core of the blood sacrifice formation is set up in this mountain range. However, Etienne paused for a moment and continued, the current situation is not too good. We have invited a master of formations to trace the location of the blood sacrifice formation using the veins of the formation. But the mountains are filled with numerous confusing veins set up by the evil blood cultivation sect, with each vein corresponding to a stronghold of the sect. Each stronghold is guarded by an evil cultivator. In this situation, you can't ignore these strongholds because you don't know if the core is located inside them. As a result, our forces can only act separately to clear each evil cultivator stronghold. Dealing with the strongholds throughout the entire mountain range will likely take a considerable amount of time due to the resistance of evil cultivators. But that is secondary. Towards the end, Etienne expressed some concerns. What I fear the most is that the evil blood cultivation sect has a larger conspiracy. So far, everything seems too abnormal. But we have no choice but to follow their arrangements. The current evil blood cultivation sect seems to be buying time, and their true plans have yet to be revealed. Is that so? Su Yang understood and said, Lord Yi, you stay here, and I'll go in first to try to resolve these evil cultivators as quickly as possible. Good. Etienne nodded and reminded, but prioritize your safety. If you can't handle something, don't force it. Your talent shouldn't be wasted here. This token contains the true intent of my domineering blade. If you encounter danger, you can use it directly. It's comparable to a strike from a grandmaster. In an instant, I will rush over to save you. Etienne worried about Su Yang's safety. Such a genius shouldn't perish in front of him. He directly gave out something extraordinary from his hidden collection. Su Yang blinked. Should he accept it or not? Accepting it seems to have little use. Not accepting it might hurt Etienne feelings. Oh well, he'll take it. He can repay him in the future. Besides, he has already accepted the benefits of killing the evil cultivators ahead. Thank you, Lord Yi. Su Yang expressed his gratitude with a cupped fist. Seeing Su Yang hesitate for a moment, and then noticing Gu Xiu behind him, Etienne also realized. The master is right there beside him, so it was unnecessary for him to do that. Instead, it made Su Yang's master feel a bit embarrassed. Etienne looked at the silent Gu Xiu and also realized the situation. He couldn't help but feel a bit regretful, but it was too late now. Su Yang turned and stepped into the forest, and Etienne recovered from his awkward state. Gushio followed Su Yang into the forest. His silence was because he was looking at the token given by Yi Tianba, which was a mix of hesitation and restraint. In the end, he didn't know what to say. He was thinking, should he advise the sword master to return an even more powerful token of sword intent? Grandmaster. He didn't know how many moves the sword master needed to kill. Su Yang stepped into the blade.When mountains and looked at the dense and intricate jungle. In an instant, a vast sword intent emerged within him, spreading in an extremely subtle manner. From a god's perspective, it was like a spider's web, starting from the size of a palm and gradually covering a large area of the forest. In the blink of an eye, an area of 100 miles entered Su Yang's perception. Within this area, any living being's movements will be detected by Su Yang. The spider's web had completely covered the area. Everything in the forest fell within his perception, whether it was tiny insects or tigers, leopards, wolves, or people hiding in the darkness. The amount of information was significant, but didn't burden him. These pieces of information were stored in a database, and they would automatically pop up when Su Yang needed them and be stored when he didn't. For example, Su Yang primarily wanted to sense humanoid beings, so the feedback from the spider's web mainly provided information about active humanoid beings. It wouldn't flood Su Yang's mind with all the information at once. The spider's web covered a 100-mile radius, and all the strongholds of the evil cultivators entered his mind. The strongholds were deeply embedded in the mountains, with groups of people gathering together, showing no signs of action or movement, which was easy to distinguish. But there were also battlefields with many figures crossing paths, making it difficult to discern who were evil cultivators and who were martial artists. Otherwise, he could simply sweep through the blade.When mountains with a single sword. He still needed to go in person. Now, these evil cultivators were trapped in the sticky web. The hunt begins. Su Yang stepped into the forest, his body enveloped in sword intent, flying close to the ground at a rapid speed. Gushio followed closely behind him into the forest. In the blink of an eye, their figures disappeared. King, Elder, it seems that these martial artists have arrived more or less, right? Inside a cave, an evil cultivator looked at a blood-colored illusion. It revealed the traces of martial practitioners in the forest. From this perspective, the movements of the martial practitioners were completely exposed. Tu Baixing muttered, I think it's completely unnecessary. With our strength, we can directly eliminate these people. With the formation, not even Yi Tianba can be our match. Oh, Lixing glanced at him. Are you powerful enough? Then why don't you directly go and slaughter the city? Use your brain. There must be arrangement from above for doing things this way. Lixing spoke without any politeness, and Tu Baixing shrank his neck. It was better not to provoke this lunatic for now. He didn't want to become a blood feast. Yes, Elder, you're right. Seeing Tu Baixing bow his head, Lixing's expression softened slightly. But we can still take some action against these martial practitioners. They regard us as prey, trying to obtain rewards from the court. These rewards come with a price. We'll kill them slowly, torment them bit by bit, and let them know how wrong their choice was in getting involved in this matter. Tu Baixing grinned after hearing that. He understood. If it weren't for Lixing suppressing him, he would have already been unable to control himself. And he felt like Lixing was just talking nonsense, showing off his identity. Lixing, you bastard, I'll definitely beat you up after I break through to become a grandmaster. There are so many martial artists in the forest. All of them are his blood feast. The vital energy and blood of martial artists are much stronger than ordinary people's. He has already reached the grandmaster realm, and absorbing the blood of ordinary people is too slow. He has long targeted martial artists as his blood feast. Only those who started practicing the evil blood cultivation technique would use ordinary people as blood feasts. Tu Baixing grinned with a sinister smile. He slowly walked to the entrance of the cave, twisted his neck, and said fiercely, Brothers, it's time to act. Behind Tu Baixing, there are evil cultivators shrouded in blood energy. The red aura envelopes them, giving them a cloak of wickedness. In their eyes, there is suppressed madness. Kill, kill, kill. The mountains, cultivators from the martial world, explored one by one, following the path given by the Formation Master. They successfully discovered 5 strongholds of the evil blood cultivation sect. Currently, they were engaged in intense battles with the evil cultivators, led by the 4 sects and the Martial Suppression Division of Lingshan City. Each faction attacked one stronghold of the evil cultivators. The masters of each faction had not yet taken action. It was only disciples below the master level fighting for now. However, even so, each battle scene resembled a natural disaster. Trees snapped, mountains collapsed, and the earth tore apart. Martial artists of the 3rd grade and above could easily manipulate the environment. Though the battlefield was temporarily at a standstill, slowly the situation began to change. A faint red gas emerged in the field. With the appearance of the gas, the previously disadvantaged evil cultivators suddenly went berserk. Their strength surged, and a layer of bloody aura enveloped their bodies. Some hidden evil cultivators also joined the fight. In the blink of an eye, martial artists from all sides found themselves at a disadvantage. Just as they were about to make a move, several figures blocked their path. In the blink of an eye, martial artists from all sides found themselves at a disadvantage. Just as they were about to make a move, several figures blocked their path. Namo Amichuofo. Yuanjia spoke up, his own aura already activated, his cloudy eyes fixed on Tu Baixing. You old fool, are you joking? Perhaps you should learn from the Buddha and feed yourself to the eagles. Shall I refine you? Tu Baixing's extreme madness seeped through his words, sending shivers down one's spine. Laughing, Tu Baixing unsheathed a large knife from his back. The bloody aura on it seemed to come alive, swirling around the blade. Threads of bloody aura floated in the air, pulsating like a heartbeat. Tu Baixing took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of Yuanjia. Yuanjia raised his hand and unleashed a palm strike. There was a Vajra-like intention on his palm, accompanied by a layer of Buddha light. The clash of their strikes was akin to 2 natural enemies colliding. The moment they made contact, a sizzling sound of annihilation echoed. Powerful shock waves spread out from the center where the 2 were located. The surrounding flora and vines were obliterated, and even the trees couldn't withstand the force, collapsing like harvested wheat. Not bad, not bad. Ha ha, old monk, you're quite something. Then let me see how not bad you truly are. Tu Baixing's state was frenzied. He swung his sword, and then he kept swinging. One strike followed another, a grand display, vowing to shatter everything in front of him. Bang, bang, bang. The bloody intent was attached to his large knife, and Tu Baixing's swings were more like smashes. Yuanjia remained unfazed, the golden Buddha light on him becoming even stronger. Faced with each of Tu Baixing's strikes, he nullified them with a single palm. The clash between the 2 created a significant spectacle. The ground at the center had already collapsed. The shockwaves completely changed the surrounding environment. A radius of thousands of meters turned into a battlefield. Each move they made without clashing could easily create a 100-meter-wide crater, truly terrifying. Golden light filled the air, and the bloody aura raged. The intensity of their confrontation caused even those thousands of meters away to clearly feel the earth shaking. Martial artists, monks from Xinshan Temple, and the evil cultivators all distanced themselves from the battlefield between the 2 masters. They didn't want to be affected by the shock waves and be shaken to death. Yuanjia proactively lured Tu Baixing away, distancing themselves from the area. Below the master level, a chaotic battle ensued. The slaughter had begun. There was nothing more to be said at this moment. The evil cultivators were all extremely crazed, with an overwhelming desire for killing. Fortunately, the martial artists on this side were not weak. If their strength was a bit weaker, the imposing aura of the evil cultivators alone could have overwhelmed a large area. Hui Kong was enveloped in Buddha light, fiercely suppressing the evil cultivators with his Vajra palm strikes. But the evil cultivators were not foolish. When they saw Hui Kong's formidable strength, they immediately unleashed their power at the Foundation Establishment stage. Once they reached the Foundation Establishment stage, Hui Kong was in a miserable state, being beaten and suppressed. Hui Kong remained fearless. Even though he was sent flying with each strike, he still stood strong. He didn't even spit out a mouthful of blood. The battle on the battlefield was intense. The evil cultivators were extremely ferocious, or rather, fearless. Their attacks were aggressive and merciless. Even if they were injured, they would still spray you with their blood. Initially, the martial practitioners didn't pay much attention, thinking that aggression was good. The more aggressive they were, the faster they would die. However, they soon realized that something was wrong. These evil cultivators could recover from their injuries. The martial artists instantly understood that it was the pervasive bloody aura in the air. Not only did the bloody aura enhance the strength of the evil cultivators, but also aided in their injury recovery. This was extremely bad news for the martial artists. They were not only suppressed in terms of strength, but also completely overwhelmed in aura. Among the martial artists, some had lost their courage. To go all out against evil cultivators who were stronger, unafraid of death, and capable of recovering from injuries? Just as the battlefield was filled with an extremely tense atmosphere, with the masters of Xianshan Temple and the evil cultivators locked in battle, changes occurred in the distant sky. A vast and boundless sword Intent, like a river of stars, descended from the outskirts of the blade.When mountains. This sword Intent was too massive, and as it drew closer, its presence became too obvious. Even those currently engaged in battle couldn't help but glance at the sky. In just a moment, their minds were overwhelmed. What is that? A sword. An endless number of swords. They resembled a surging wave advancing, obliterating everything in their path. At the forefront of the endless swords was a figure riding a sword. At a glance, all one could see was the thousands of swords following him. Who was that? Su Yang? It's Su Yang. As Su Yang got closer, some martial artists immediately recognized him. In these past few days, Su Yang had already become the most prominent figure in Tianfeng Prefecture's martial world. Even those who hadn't seen Su Yang in person had seen his portrait. For a moment, the martial artists on the battlefield were filled with awe and anticipation, ceasing their attacks momentarily to catch a glimpse of the truth. Even some first-grade cultivators, the Foundation Establishment Stage monks of Xianshan Temple, couldn't help but look up at the sky. The battle on the battlefield seemed to suddenly cease. If the martial practitioners were awestruck, then the evil cultivators were filled with dread. Witnessing the endless wave of swords and the figure at the forefront, they felt a bone-chilling fear. When had they ever witnessed such a scene? The whole process seemed long, but it only lasted 2 seconds. In the next moment, a voice resounded, faint yet echoing throughout the entire battlefield. Slaughter! Swoosh! 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 The wave of swords moved. In midair, Su Yang stood motionless, and 1,000 swords swept past him. With the swords in full force, they rushed toward the battlefield, covering the entire sky. Their oppressive presence made it hard to breathe. Even though the martial practitioners knew that these swords wouldn't strike them, they couldn't suppress their instinctive fear. In the blink of an eye, they heard explosions near them. They turned their heads to look. The evil cultivators who had just fought them were dead, impaled on the ground, the trees, the mountains. 4th grade dead. 3rd grade dead. 2nd grade dead. 1st grade dead. Some evil cultivators reacted swiftly, hurriedly using defensive techniques as their chi formed a shield in front of them. But they couldn't withstand even a moment. In an instant, they were pierced by the ethereal swords and impaled. After the wave of swords passed, the battlefield fell into complete silence. The evil cultivators were dead, unable to utter a word. The martial artists were alive, but they too were unable to speak. The scene had overwhelmed them to the point that, for a moment, they had lost their ability to form words. Silence reigned, and one could hear a pin drop. The will of all beings plus 1,243. In midair, Su Yang could sense this feeling. It's really great. No wonder sword cultivators love the technique of swords return to the origin. It's truly impressive. This technique of swords return to the origin was not a newly learned sword move for him. It was simply a manifestation of his sword intent in this particular manner. By materializing his sword intent, he achieved this effect by increasing the quantity. With the assistance of the technique, shapeless spider web, he could lock onto the evil cultivators he saw and avoid killing the wrong person. This move didn't have much power and could only be used to deal with minor enemies. After all, it wasn't a sword move he learned using the will of all beings. Indeed, even a first-grade martial artist was considered a minor enemy to Su Yang now. You might say that first-grade martial artists were strong, and yes, they were strong. But compared to Su Yang, they were nothing more than slightly larger ants. After annihilating the evil cultivators in this area with a single move, Su Yang descended gracefully. At this moment, Gu Xiu walked out of the mountain. Halfway through, Su Yang told him to walk through the mountain instead of following behind. He said it would affect his feeling. At first, Gu Xiu didn't understand, but now he did. Well, did it affect the feeling of being impressive? Gentlemen of the martial world, could you help me collect the spoils of war? After Su Yang descended, he directly spoke, although it seemed somewhat lowering his prestige. But to reject benefits and be impressive, that would be truly foolish. The spoils of war were valuable resources. Even if he didn't need them, he should still claim what rightfully belonged to him. And Su Yang was considering one thing: nurturing his subordinates. As the coverage of his panel expanded, he couldn't personally handle all the injustices in the world. He would definitely need subordinates. The imperial court would indeed provide him with people, but it wouldn't be enough. His temporary goal was to train some subordinates. As for becoming an emperor, he hadn't thought about it, nor did he need to. If it ever came to the position of emperor and he found the other party displeasing, he wouldn't mind replacing them with someone obedient. After Su Yang descended and spoke up, the people finally regained their senses. Hui Kong stepped forward and said, "Thank you, sir, for your assistance. It is only right for us to help you collect these spoils of war." Su Yang was somewhat surprised. Even the monk took the initiative? Indeed, it was unwise to judge anyone based on preconceived notions. As Hui Kong was the first to regain his senses, the others followed suit. "Sword Immortal Su can rest assured. We will take care of this work," someone said, combining the recent scene and addressing Su Yang as a sword immortal. "Yes, that's right. Whoever dares to keep anything for themselves, don't blame me for being impolite." In an instant, these martial artists began actively looting the corpses for Su Yang. They didn't object to such a task. As martial artists, if they couldn't loot corpses, it would be better not to be in the martial world. Soon, over 100 bodies of evil cultivators were thoroughly searched and stripped clean. It must be said that these martial artists were professionals when it came to looting corpses. They even found silver bills hidden in the bottom of their undergarments. Su Yang was genuinely amazed. "That brother, you keep the silver bills you found. You've worked hard." "Thank you, Lord Su." As the person was about to hand over the silver bills he had found to Su Yang, he immediately pocketed them happily upon hearing Su Yang's reward. Under the cover of the shapeless spider web, Su Yang observed their actions. He wasn't afraid of them hiding anything. The task of looting the corpses was quickly completed. The result surprised Su Yang. Not a single person kept anything for themselves. Instead, each and every martial artist's eyes shimmered with fervent admiration as they piled up the collected items in front of Su Yang. Su Yang understood. In this world, strength reigned supreme. His display of such immense power had already won over these martial artists. "Thank you, everyone." Su Yang thanked them with a clasped fist. However, Su Yang noticed that some of the evil cultivators were actually killed by martial artists, yet they still placed their spoils of war in front of Su Yang. Under the cover of the shapeless spider web, Su Yang observed this situation clearly. Therefore, anything that didn't belong to him, he naturally wouldn't take. "These spoils of war were obtained through your hard work in killing the enemies, not by me. Please keep them for yourselves." Su Yang controlled his sword intent and divided the spoils of war into two portions, one for the martial artists. After completing these actions, Su Yang waved his hand and collected all the spoils of war, then bowed. There are still other battlefields in the mountain range. Gentlemen, I will take my leave first. The martial artists, who had been chatting incessantly, noticed that Su Yang had already arrived in the distance, heading towards the battlefield where Master Yuanjie from Xinshan Temple and Tu Baisheng from the Blood Cultivation sect were located. The battle between the two had long since moved to the sky. Otherwise, this stronghold of evil cultivators would have been completely destroyed by the shockwaves alone. When Su Yang arrived, he didn't make much of a move. He simply swung his sword. That sword cut through the sky and slashed toward Tu Baisheng. Sensing the danger, Tu Baisheng immediately swung a blade filled with surging blood energy. Half of the sky was tainted with blood. However, when faced with Su Yang's casual sword swing, Tu Baisheng's overwhelming strike was easily split in two. It was divided in half and continued forward, still carrying the same power, slashing through Tu Baisheng, slashing through the rolling blood energy behind him, slashing through the clouds in the sky. Wherever the sword edge passed, nothing could resist. Everything was cut in half. The will of all beings plus 31. Tu Baisheng died. His body split in two as it fell from the sky. Yuanjie, whose aura was already in disarray, became even more chaotic when he saw this. He looked at Su Yang, who was flying toward Tu Baisheng's body, with a complex expression. The principle of not contending in Buddhism, what nonsense. Why did he cultivate if he wouldn't contend? Why did he come out to kill evil cultivators? He was nearly 70 years old, and he had been an ancestor for nearly 100 years, but he was still struggling to make progress in the ancestor realm. He had been practicing for so long, yet he couldn't compare to a young newcomer. This feeling was bitter. Was Tu Baisheng weak? Yuanjie looked at the wounds on his own body. If anyone dared to say Tu Baisheng was weak, this monk would not only scold them, but also let them taste the power of the great strength Vajrapalm. Forgive me, forgive me. Buddha, forgive me, my mind is in chaos. This scene was clearly seen by the cultivators of the martial world. Grandmaster, that's truly a grandmaster. With a casual strike, a huge pit could be created, and a little more force would result in a 100-meter-wide crater. A grandmaster who completely changed the surrounding environment with their attacks. And now, it died just like that. What realm was Su Yang in? Great Grandmaster? Celestial realm? No. The more they thought about it, the more absurd it seemed. Everyone silently shook their heads, feeling a bit dizzy. Swordmaster, this is what the opponent had on them. Gu Xiu tactfully helped Su Yang loot the corpse. A blood-patterned large knife and a storage bag. The item should be inside the storage bag. Storage equipment was quite precious in Daxia. If a Grandmaster wanted to get one, it depended on their luck below the celestial realm. Su Yang nodded and accepted them. Then, he prepared to head to the next location. There were still 4 battlefields left in the area, scattered among the blade.When mountains. He would deal with all of them first. By slaying these evil blood cultivators, he could obtain the will of all beings, which was extremely beneficial to him. Whether he kept it as merit points or used it later to create sword techniques, he would need it. After tidying up the spoils of war, Su Yang once again rode his sword and headed towards the next battlefield. In just a few moments, he arrived at the next battlefield, which was the Martial Suppression Division's team. It seemed like the Grandmaster of the Martial Suppression Division was being beaten. Time passed. In the blade.When mountains, this evil blood cult stronghold was also divided into 2 battlefields. One involved battle below the Grandmaster realm, and the other involved battles at the Grandmaster realm. In the mountains and forests, the sounds of fighting reverberated, with evil blood cultivators, Martial Suppression Division soldiers, and martial cultivators from the martial world engaged in fierce combat. The situation was extremely tense. The smell of blood filled the forest. Within a radius of several kilometers, the battle had spread, causing trees to collapse and dust to rise, turning the area into a ruined forest. The battles below the Grandmaster realm were intense. On the other hand, the battle between the 2 Grandmasters in the sky wasn't as fierce. Lu Jun was floating in midair, and his condition wasn't good. He had many small wounds all over his body, covering him like a web. The wounds weren't large, but they were numerous, causing a lot of blood to flow, saturating his clothes. His opponent was an evil blood cultivator who had cultivated their body movement technique to the Grandmaster realm. Using their unpredictable body movement technique, they continuously inflicted injuries on Lu Jun. However, Lu Jun couldn't even touch the corner of the other party's clothes. Hee. Chu Ling looked at Lu Jun with a smile in the air. Grandmaster, was it fun? It seems like you can't keep up with my pace. After saying that, Chu Ling's figure disappeared from where he was. Lu Jun widened his eyes and immediately went on the defensive, but he still gained another wound. If this continues, Grandmaster, you will die. Chu Ling held a dagger in his hand and appeared on the other side. The dagger was still stained with Lu Jun's blood. Chu Ling couldn't help but bring it to his mouth and taste it, his face contorting into a twisted smile. Strange, he was ruthless and looked like a lunatic at first glance. Grandmaster, your blood is truly delicious. Lu Jun's temples throbbed. This feeling was even more unbearable than being injured. It made him sick, but for the moment, he couldn't do anything to the other party. If this continued, he might really die. If he couldn't find a way to counter his opponent, he could only retreat. Lu Jun furrowed his brow, constantly pondering, trying to find Chu Ling's weak point. If there was a weak point, it might be that Chu Ling's techniques weren't very powerful, causing only minor injuries to him. Chu Ling's body movement technique seemed to be a kind of extremely fast impact. But the impact was in a straight line, so as long as Lu Jun could slightly dodge, Chu Ling couldn't injure him, or at most leave a small wound. This could be considered the only good news. Weakness. Currently, Lu Jun couldn't find any weaknesses. The node of the blood sacrifice array here had been destroyed by him. He had wanted to threaten Chu Ling with the nodes of the blood sacrifice array and force him to fight head-on with him. However, Chu Ling didn't fall for his trick. The blood sacrifice formation node in this area had already been destroyed by him. Originally, he wanted to use the blood sacrifice formation node to threaten Chu Ling and force him to face him head-on. But Chu Ling didn't care at all. Whether he destroyed the blood sacrifice formation node or killed those weak, evil blood cultivators, Chu Ling simply didn't care. He let him do as he pleased. On the contrary, he was the one who was truly affected. Because when Chu Ling killed those martial suppression division members and martial cultivators, Lu Jun couldn't stop him. The most troublesome thing was, even if he wanted to retreat now, he might not be able to. Chu Ling had his eyes set on him. He wanted to leave, but the martial suppression division soldiers and martial cultivators would suffer. This time, LT was really troublesome. Lu Jun's face grew increasingly dark and unsightly. In contrast, Chu Ling became more and more excited, a crazed and sadistic smile appearing on his face. He enjoyed this feeling, toying with his prey bit by bit until it died. Watching his prey resist and struggle, their eyes gradually revealing despair. This feeling intoxicated him. Ever since he embarked on the path of martial arts, this was what he enjoyed the most. That's why he tirelessly cultivated his body movement technique, even if he didn't touch any other martial arts besides that. It was precisely because of this twisted obsession that he could grow rapidly and cultivate his body movement technique to the Grandmaster realm. At this level, even a great Grandmaster might not be able to do anything to him, let alone a Grandmaster. When the opponent couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes, that's when his feast began. Do you know, you're the first Grandmaster I've fought against. Chu Ling had a sinister smile on his face. You really excite me. Much more interesting than those ordinary people. Those ordinary people can't even withstand a few of my strikes. Even if I'm a bit lighter or slower, they still can't endure it. The weaker martial artists are the same. They have no way to make me fully enjoy it. But today, you really made me happy. I'm truly delighted. So, hold on a little longer. Lu Jun's mouth twitched. It was a great shame. He never expected that he would be toyed with like this. Calm down, calm down. He still had a chance. The guy opposite him was very fast, but his body was fragile. As long as he landed one strike, as long as he could hit him with full force, it would be his chance to turn the tables. As the situation reached a deadlock, two figures quickly approached from a distance in the sky. Both Lu Jun and Chu Ling immediately noticed the situation. Chu Ling furrowed his brows. He knew that the newcomers wouldn't be on his side. This was troublesome, but it didn't matter. His speed had already reached an unbeatable level. Lu Jun, after recognizing the newcomers, became somewhat excited. One of them was Su Yang, whom he recognized. Flying in the sky, wasn't he breaking through to the celestial realm? A few days ago, he also knew that Su Yang had mentioned wanting to comprehend the sword intent at a crucial moment. Was it to break through to the celestial realm? Impressive. Such a young celestial realm expert. If you remember correctly, Su Yang was only 19, right? No, that wasn't the key point. The key point was that Su Yang had come, which meant that he would be saved. If he couldn't win, with two people by his side, he could still escape. Moreover, Su Yang had someone with him. Judging by the appearance, it seemed to be another grandmaster. Could it be Su Yang's master? Lu Jun glanced at Old Gu's appearance and made a guess. 3 grandmasters gathered. The advantage was on his side. Lu Jun's expression finally emerged from the darkness, and he smiled at Chu Ling. It was as if he was saying, "Kid, just wait. My people have arrived, and you're finished." "Huh?" Su Yang exclaimed in surprise. "Weapon Master Lu, you seem quite injured. Looks like your opponent is quite formidable." "Ah." Lu Jun let out a sigh of relief and smiled. "Yes, my opponent is quite tough. Thankfully, you're here." "Who is this?" Lu Jun asked, but Chu Ling on the other side was displeased. Hey. It seems like you all don't take me seriously." Chu Ling was unhappy and immediately intended to teach them a lesson, to show them who the real boss was. Does having more people matter? Su Yang looked up and saw that the guy on the other side was indeed quite handsome, but he seemed a bit twisted and gave off an unpleasant feeling. "Weapon Master Lu? Wait a moment. I'll deal with this guy first." Li Jun agreed. They should handle the main business together. "He has a peculiar body movement technique. Be careful," Lu Jun warned, but before he could finish speaking, he saw Su Yang swing his sword and strike the opponent. The strike was extremely fast and powerful, but Lu Jun felt that it wouldn't hit the opponent. Oh well. Su Yang would naturally come to ask him what happened when he realized he couldn't land a hit. Young people nowadays are just too impulsive. As expected, it turned out just as he thought. Chu Ling easily evaded the attack with a simple dodge, causing Su Yang's powerful sword strike to miss. Impressive power, but too bad. It's useless if you can't hit me. After dodging the attack, Chu Ling looked at Su Yang with a smile, casually commenting. Su Yang immediately became displeased. This guy in front of him had a sin level of 40, even higher than the previous master level, and he still dared to act all superior in front of him. Based on the information he had gathered, the sin level increased the more ordinary people one killed. At the next moment, a vast sword intent erupted from Su Yang, covering an area of thousands of meters. Su Yang raised his right hand, fingers together like a sword, and pressed downward. Sword pressure. The sword intent materialized, directly launching a sweeping attack. Boom! In the previous second, Chu Ling was still looking proud, but he was now thrown into the mountains. With a loud crash, the entire blade.When mountains trembled. Under the sword pressure, an area was directly flattened. Su Yang descended slowly and arrived in front of Chu Ling. Chu Ling was now trapped in the mountain, unable to move. The confident expression on his face had disappeared. He began to struggle, panic-stricken and afraid. "Don't move, it'll be over soon," Su Yang said, and without wasting any more words, he swiftly struck down Chu Ling with his sword. He didn't have a penchant for torturing people, even if the other party was utterly wicked. Will of all beings plus 40. With a single sword, Chu Ling was defeated. Su Yang took his storage bag and returned to the sky. "Weapon Master Lu, what did you just say? Body movement technique? What body movement technique?" Su Yang looked at Lu Jun with confusion, as he didn't quite catch what he had said earlier due to their fight. Lu Jun's mouth twitched. What kind of monster was this? Nothing about a body movement technique. Brother Su's strength doesn't need any body movement technique. Now that we have dealt with this master-level evil cultivator, let's take care of the remaining ones. Old Gu couldn't help but suppress his laughter. After spending these days with Su Yang, he had become numb. Seeing others dumbfounded like this gave him a truly pleasant feeling. Su Yang nodded approvingly. You're right, it's time to deal with these evil cultivators. Hey, wait, don't move. Lu Jun was puzzled. Weren't they going to deal with the remaining evil cultivators? Su Yang's body once again emitted a vast sword intent, turning the sky into an ocean of sword intent in an instant. This sword intent reached a tangible state. In the next moment, the sword intent transformed into countless sword images suspended in the air behind Su Yang. Thousands of 3-foot-long swords gently floated up and down. Swords returned to origin. Following Su Yang's command, the 10,000 swords swiftly swept down from Su Yang's side. A torrent of swords rained down towards the ground. The Martial Suppression Division soldiers and martial cultivators who were engaged in intense battles watched helplessly as the evil cultivators in front of them were slain by a single sword. None of the third-grade or first-grade cultivators were spared. Only then did they withdraw from the intense combat and look up at the sky. They realized swords were raining down from the sky. The 10,000 swords pierced through the hearts, piercing through the hearts of the evil cultivators. The intense battlefield instantly fell silent. Just like a bustling street suddenly turned mute. Everyone looked up at the sky and saw the instigator. Su Yang? Is that Su Yang? The voice carried a mix of certainty and doubt. Feeling the gazes of the crowd, Su Yang didn't mind. He had gotten used to it. Wherever he went, he was the center of attention. What could he do? He was helpless too. He proceeded as before, allowing them to search the bodies, taking what belonged to him. If it didn't belong to him, he didn't touch it. After all, under the shapeless spider web, he could clearly lock onto each evil cultivator's corpse that he had killed. Will of all beings plus 1,221. Once again, a large amount of will of all beings was added. Every time he gained will of all beings, Su Yang felt both happy and not so happy. He was happy because will of all beings was beneficial and had great advantages for him. He wasn't happy because the origin of this will of all beings meant that many innocent lives had perished. Humans are driven by self-interest. Nothing unusual about that. But what makes humans human is that they don't only care about their own interests. Su Yang didn't get too sentimental about this matter either. After all, he didn't kill the innocent, but he felt sympathy for those who died. After settling things here, Su Yang looked at Lu Jun. Weapon Master Lu, I'll go ahead and support the other areas. All right. Lu Jun's expression was complex. What kind of monster had he witnessed? Sword intent. And it was just sword intent. In less than a few minutes, he seemed to have witnessed the demeanor of a sword immortal. Some things were just like that. Either they existed or they didn't. Looking at Su Yang leaving and at old Gu following behind him, Lu Jun's gaze held some doubt. Was this guy really Su Yang's master? He didn't seem like it anymore. Fire sword sex direction. The situation here was even more intense than in the previous two locations. There were already many corpses piled on the ground. The battle between the two master-level cultivators was more fierce than the previous two. An area of several thousand kilometers had been demolished. Flames burned, caused by the effects of fire sword sex flame sword art. Flames intertwined with blood, creating a scene of carnage. Su Yang arrived on his flying sword, taking in the scene without saying much. He casually aimed his sword at the battlefield where the master-level evil cultivators were engaged in a fierce battle and swung it lightly. The sword intent materialized and went through the air, irresistibly slashing toward the evil cultivators. The master-level evil cultivator sensed the power of the materialized sword intent, and his face changed drastically. Reacting swiftly, he repeatedly tapped his body, instantly bursting with chi and blood. Forbidden blade art, bloodthirsty strike. The master-level evil cultivator, who was originally burly, suddenly became as dry as a bone, as if he had been drained. At the same time, large amounts of chi and blood erupted from his body, appearing like a vast ocean behind him. Finally, all of it compressed and gathered on his blood-colored long sword, which he swung out. When the strike was released, the sky was dyed crimson, and everything within a radius of 10,000 meters appeared blood-red. Under extreme desperation, the master-level evil cultivator's strike unexpectedly canceled out Su Yang's sword intent in midair. Seeing this, the master-level evil cultivator breathed heavily, feeling like he had been given a new lease on life. Su Yang was surprised. The master actually managed to block his sword intent by a fraction. Not bad. How about one more sword? Su Yang lightly swung his sword again. The process is calm as an untouched lake. The master-level evil cultivator's body froze as he tightly gripped the longsword in his hand, feeling the sword intent approaching him. But in the end, he couldn't muster the courage to strike back. In his eyes, countless complex emotions surged at this final moment. Has this day finally come? Yes, ever since he embarked on this path, it was just a matter of time. At the beginning, he thought there was still a chance to turn back. Later, he realized that once certain things were done, there was no turning back. Come, let's put an end to my past sins. Finally, he let go of the long sword in his hand, opened his arms, and watched as the approaching sword intent came closer, a sense of relief in his eyes. Will of all beings +3.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.